Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Hogwarts. Why do you call me the Demon King? Part 1. Along the streets of the Barnet district in North London, there were few pedestrians, but those who passed by couldn't help but glance at the young boy's stall. The boy looked to be about 11 or 12 years old, with a head of platinum hair, and was dressed very decently. He looked just like a young gentleman. Being decent and gentlemanly wasn't the main reason the passers-by were staring, the real reason was the stall in front of the boy. Section 20 of Britain's Children and Young Persons Act stipulates that, in principle, children are prohibited from engaging in street trading. The 1963 Young Persons Act raised the minimum age for independent street trading from 16 to 17. Meanwhile, the Employment Act specifically states, adolescents aged 14 to 16 may only engage in extremely limited, auxiliary trading with parental accompaniment, special permission from local government, and a valid license, within restricted times and locations. This regulation implies that selling lemonade in front of your own house is fine, but setting up a stall on the street to conduct business is absolutely forbidden. Although the law states this, Britain has its own unique national conditions. In other districts, there might be cases of children setting up stalls to make a living, but what kind of place is this? This is the Barnet district, a proper, affluent neighborhood. The wealthy gentlemen living in the Barnet district are kind-hearted and cannot stand the sight of the poor or homeless in their neighborhood. Therefore, when such situations usually arise, the young vendor is either driven away or, in more serious cases, arrested on the spot. Since they hadn't seen it before, they naturally found it curious, and passers-by couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Just like that, while they were watching, the police from Scotland Yard arrived. "What are you doing here?" The officer walked up to the boy, perhaps seeing that he was dressed decently, the officer's tone wasn't very harsh. "Street performance, sir." To the officer's surprise, the boy didn't show any nervousness or fear, but instead openly handed them a permit. "This is a performance permit approved by the Barnet District Council, specifically allowing me to conduct divination and prophecy experience, street performances on the streets of the Barnet District. Would the two officers like to try it?" After checking the boy's performance permit, the two officers didn't patronize his business. For no other reason than their own thin wallets. In London, the common price for a single street divination session was around £10. At popular tourist spots, the price for divination would go up by £5. Yet, on the boy's stall, it was clearly marked, divination and prophecy experience, £30 per person, session. These police officers only made a little over £1,000 a month before taxes. In this situation, asking them to shell out £30 each to humor this rich kid playing at life. It was better to forget it. After the two officers left, the boy leisurely sat back down on the small chair behind his stall, waiting for a fated person to arrive. Soon, his fated person arrived. "May I know your name, little prophet?" The person who came was a young lady wearing a dark blue coat, holding the hand of a young girl with a head of thick, bushy brown hair and an astonishing amount of volume. It is worth mentioning that the young girl had a pair of exceptionally large front teeth and a pair of brown eyes. Isaac, which was the boy, let his gaze linger on the top of the girl's head for a moment, and after hiding the trace of envy in his eyes, he spoke to the young lady with a serious expression. "Certainly, madam. Isaac Valdor greets you. Perhaps you would like to have a pleasant prophecy." Only then did Mrs. Granger, who was with her daughter, notice that this boy named Isaac, besides having a head of platinum hair, actually had rare heterochromatic eyes. This abnormality made Mrs. Granger subconsciously tighten her grip on her hand. Hermione Granger felt the pressure from her mother's hand but didn't say anything, only nervously pursing her lips. "So, is it really possible to do a prophecy? I mean, predicting the future and such, for just £30? Mrs. Granger's words sounded a bit incoherent, and even Hermione could sense her mother's loss of composure. Hermione understood her mother very well. Such a bizarre thing as receiving an admission letter to a magic school could happen to her, and when one is opening the door to a new world, one is always excited and anxious. As the person involved, Hermione appeared calmer instead. She took over her mother's words and asked Isaac, who had been maintaining a smile, "My mother means, can you predict the future for just £30? No greater price is needed." In the simple understanding of Mrs. Granger and Hermione, cheap goods are never good. For the two officers just now, £30 was an expense that required careful calculation. For the Granger family, who jointly ran a private dental clinic, £30 was nothing. After hearing what the mother and daughter said, Isaac expressed understanding. It is not needed. What I reveal to you both is only a possibility, not an unchangeable future. Any factor could cause a change in the future. For example, the two of you stopping at my stall now might just change the future. I can only choose to reveal a future with higher probability to you. 11-year-old Hermione was a bit confused by Isaac's words, but Mrs. Granger understood. Isn't this just a standard disclaimer? I don't guarantee that what I say is absolutely correct. If I am wrong, then it is because the future was changed by some factor. Mrs. Granger had thought she had run into a real little wizard prophet. As expected, she was overthinking it. Although this boy named Isaac was not the real deal, Mrs. Granger didn't intend to expose him. The fact that the police didn't drive the boy away just now proved that his social class belonged here. People who can live in the Barnet district wouldn't care about £30. To hear such a young gentleman say some auspicious words, what does spending £30 matter? Just consider it a tip for the boy. Mrs. Granger immediately intended to let Isaac help divine her daughter's future. Before the words could even leave her mouth, Isaac had already started speaking. In the future, your daughter should achieve outstanding accomplishments in a certain niche field. As for the near future, I think you might need to be a little more patient. After all, haven't you already responded? When Hermione heard Isaac's first sentence, she curled her lip. Immediately after, she suddenly turned her head to look at Mrs. Granger. Mrs. Granger's eyes widened slightly when she heard the last part. Were these words of Isaac's unintentional, or had he really seen something? Not long ago, her daughter had received a letter delivered by an owl, which was an admission notice for a magic school. Initially, the Grangers only thought it was some prank, but later they tried some methods to verify it and found that this thing didn't seem much like a prank. They had written a reply according to the requirements in the letter, and they were currently in a state of unease. Isaac put away the 3 £10 notes Mrs. Granger had paid him moments ago, and proceeded to pack up his small stall. The stall wasn't much, just 2 small chairs, a folding tea table, and a sign. Mrs. Granger instinctively reached out to help, only to find that Isaac picked up these items as if they weighed nothing. Was he just light on his feet, or was this child naturally that strong? Mrs. Granger, don't be anxious. Your worries will be resolved tomorrow. It wasn't until Isaac's figure disappeared from view that Mrs. Granger finally snapped out of her daze. Hermione. Mrs. Granger looked at her daughter. Could that boy truly be one of her daughter's kind? If so, had he received an admission letter from Hogwarts? Hermione was no longer her usual quick-witted self. After all, she was just an 11-year-old girl. When faced with a situation that shattered her worldview, her brain had to crash. Fortunately, young brains are useful. Young Hermione suddenly spotted a blind spot. So, regardless of anything else, we just have to wait until tomorrow, right, Mom? Whether Hermione Granger could achieve something in the niche field of magic was too far off to predict, for either Hermione or Mrs. Granger. But now, there were only a dozen or so hours left until tomorrow, and even counting the whole of tomorrow, it was only 30-something hours. This was the best chance for the Granger family to verify Isaac's prophecy. Yes, Hermione. Let's go home. Isaac had already left. There was no point in Mrs. Granger and the others standing there like fools. So, she took her daughter home. The moment the mother and daughter arrived home, they saw the husband-father pacing back and forth in the living room, looking quite excited. This scene had just occurred before them not long ago. It was the same look of astonishment Mr. Granger had when he learned his daughter might receive an admission letter from a magic school. Dear, they replied. Just like last time, the letter was delivered to the house by an owl, and I even treated it to some jerky. The letter says a Hogwarts professor will visit our home tomorrow morning. Mom, tomorrow, it's tomorrow. Hermione's eyes lit up at first, then worry and anxiety filled her large eyes. Oh no, it seemed children in the magic world had some kind of powerful talent. She felt nothing at all. How was she supposed to compete? So, you stayed there for the better part of the day just to wait for a muggle and a muggle-born wizard. An old man appeared beside Isaac out of nowhere. The man was gaunt, yet full of spirit. Like Isaac, he had platinum blonde hair and heterochromatic eyes. Don't tell me you can't see the future of that little girl, Gellert. That is the future Minister of Magic, after all. Isaac's tone was frivolous, there wasn't a shred of respect for the Minister of Magic in his voice. Wow, Minister of Magic, what a prominent future. The elderly Grindelwald feigned admiration, and then the whole performance collapsed on the spot. Just a minister of magic, he didn't know how many ministers of magic he had toyed with in his youth. Now that he was old, was he supposed to be greatly impressed by a future minister of magic? Isaac, you're talking about a future without you. Forget it, I don't think I'll go to the Ministry of Magic to be a beast of burden. Maybe I'll stay at Hogwarts and take over Dumbledore's job, how about that? Aha, I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing you as the principal of Hogwarts. Grindelwald smiled enigmatically, then his figure faded away. Isaac was already used to Grindelwald's elusiveness. Ever since he awakened his prophecy talent during a magical outburst in his childhood, he had been able to see this old man's figure. According to Grindelwald, this was two prophets conversing across the river of time. Also, according to Grindelwald, it should have been Isaac who went to Nurmengard Castle to pester him first. This interaction across time was a mess for the two prophets, but at least Grindelwald's appearance gave Isaac a chance to understand the magic world. Isaac Valdor had a secret that even Grindelwald didn't know: he was a transmigrator. Magic, the stuff Isaac had only seen in literature and film in his previous life, had actually become reality. Perhaps because he had read Harry Potter in his previous life, when he broke through the mystery of the womb, he gained the same talent as Grindelwald. Prophecy. To be honest, he had countless expectations for his own magical journey. But the most important thing now was to get to Hogwarts to go to school, and then grow up. After all, an 11-year-old brat couldn't do anything. Not long after, Isaac arrived home, or what could be called home, at least. Isaac was originally an orphan, a wallflower in an orphanage. Later, when he could see Grindelwald, Grindelwald offered to help him, and Isaac did not refuse. Isaac, having just broken through the mystery of the womb, indeed needed to leave the inconvenient environment of the orphanage. With the talent of prophecy, Isaac was confident he wouldn't do poorly in the future, but it was inconvenient to do anything as a child. As for whether Grindelwald had any ulterior motives toward him, to put it bluntly, if Grindelwald really had any motives, how could Isaac, just a child, resist? Prophets weren't omnipotent, especially since the Grindelwald opposite him was an even more veteran prophet. The acolytes who once followed Grindelwald weren't all dead yet. A person just coming into contact with an unfamiliar field, and a big shot in that field extends a helping hand, solving the person's urgent needs. Since then, the big shot would meet this person every few days, occasionally asking if there were any difficulties in life, and answering some questions about the field. To Isaac, such a big shot was generally called a benefactor. Grindelwald really helped, and even popularized some common-sense questions about the magic world for Isaac. If he really had the ability to repay Grindelwald in the future, it shouldn't be difficult. At worst, he could find a way to send Dumbledore to Nurmengard. This was definitely a great gift that Grindelwald would find hard to refuse. Arriving at the door, the old butler was already waiting, and the old man bowed slightly when he saw Isaac arrive. "Young Master Isaac, you have returned. Good evening, Anthony." This old butler came with the house. At first, Isaac thought he was one of Grindelwald's followers. But after a long time, he realized he was really just an ordinary person, only deciding to serve him for life because he was attracted by Grindelwald's personal charisma. Old Mr. Anthony would probably never have had the chance to serve Grindelwald in his life. It wasn't until Isaac appeared that the old man's fate was changed. Just as Isaac walked through the door, he heard a flapping of wings. He and Anthony turned back at the same time and saw an owl swooping down. The owl's two claws were clutching a letter. Hogwarts' acceptance letter had arrived. Isaac tore open the envelope, unfolded the parchment in his hand, and read the words carefully, line by line. Principal Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Valdor, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. When Isaac learned of Grindelwald's identity, he already realized he had come to the world of Harry Potter. When he saw future scenes through his prophecy ability, he had already begun to anticipate his own admission letter. Now, the owl from Hogwarts finally pushed open the door to the magic world for him. Clutching the letter, Isaac's eyes unconsciously glazed over, and then scenes from a different time appeared before him. Isaac, who already knew of the magic world's existence, had no intention of requesting a professor's escort like ordinary Muggle families. There were only so many Hogwarts professors, and quite a few Muggle-born wizards enrolled each year. Professors needed to visit their homes personally to demonstrate their wizarding abilities to their parents, and then accompany them to Diagon Alley to purchase the books and items needed for enrollment. In a single day, a professor could at most visit 2 or 3 families. Isaac decided to lighten the professor's workload a little. But just now in the prophecy, an important guest would visit his home tomorrow. Anthony. Young Master Isaac, I'm here. Anthony in the corner responded softly, then slowly walked out of the shadows into the light. An important guest will visit tomorrow afternoon. This guest is elderly but loves sweets very much. Understood, I will prepare everything. The old butler was already accustomed to Isaac's magical nature. In his eyes, the magical young Master Isaac was just like Mr. Grindelwald once was, both very magical people. After instructing the old butler, Isaac returned to his room with the letter. After writing his reply at the desk, he handed the letter to Hogwarts' messenger. The owl had already been treated by the old butler, and upon seeing Isaac again, this messenger from Hogwarts let out a very human-like hoot. Its hoot was cheerful and short, clearly very satisfied with the recent hospitality. Isaac handed the letter to the owl, stroking its feathers as he did so. I'll leave the reply to you, Mr. Messenger. The owl shook its body, grabbed Isaac's reply with its talons, and flew out of the open window. After sending off the owl, Isaac waited for Grindelwald in the living room for a while, and after confirming he had no intention of meeting, he returned to his room with a belly full of complaints, preparing for an early night. Hey, he's over 100 years old, and he's still shy about seeing an old flame. The next day, morning, at the Granger residence. Amidst the anticipation of the Granger family of 3, Professor McGonagall precisely knocked on the Granger residence's door. Hearing the front door, Hermione rushed to the doorstep first and opened the door. Hello, madam. The moment she saw Professor McGonagall, Hermione instinctively straightened her body, and even her tone became much steadier. This was due to Professor McGonagall's powerful aura. The witch who appeared at the door was tall, with a straight posture and a dignified demeanor. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, coiled into a taut, immaculate bun. She wore square glasses, her face serious and unsmiling. When she saw the well-behaved Hermione Granger before her, the strictness on Professor McGonagall's face unconsciously softened. Seeing this, Hermione quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the Granger couple, who were behind Hermione, came forward, and upon seeing Professor McGonagall for the first time, they were immediately filled with goodwill. As parents, they naturally hoped that their child's future teacher would be quite authoritative. Professor McGonagall's appearance really perfectly matched parents' stereotypical image of a good teacher. Hello, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, and Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall nodded in greeting to the Granger family. As a professor who assists Muggle-born first years with enrollment every year, Professor McGonagall couldn't say she knew much about the Muggle world. But she had ample experience in persuading parents from various social classes. For example, families like the Grangers, who were well off, were generally easier to persuade if she simply showed them the wonders of magic. She did the same at the Granger residence. When the Granger couple cautiously requested Professor McGonagall to demonstrate that magic was real, she gave the Granger family a small display of transfiguration. Although in Professor McGonagall's opinion, this was very basic magic, it still made the Granger family exclaim in wonder repeatedly. Incidentally, Professor McGonagall also explained to the Granger couple the dangers that a magically talented child could face if not properly guided. Immediately, Mr. Granger agreed to Hermione's enrollment. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to take them to Diagon Alley, Hermione suddenly quietly asked Professor McGonagall a question. Professor McGonagall, do young wizards from wizarding families all have very special talents? What? Professor McGonagall was somewhat puzzled. This question was truly uncommon. Because typically, young wizards from Muggle families wouldn't pay attention to this aspect, unless they had encountered other young wizards their age. But, was that possible? I mean, do young wizards from wizarding families possess talents that we don't, such as the talent for prophecy? Hermione posed her question, narrowing the scope of talent to prophecy. This made Professor McGonagall, who was about to move, stop and turn to face Hermione. If Hermione Granger had mentioned several different talents, Professor McGonagall would have simply considered the child precocious and thoughtful. But she mentioned, and only mentioned, prophecy, which was very telling. Mentioning prophecy inevitably led to thoughts of divination, and speaking of divination reminded Professor McGonagall of Sybil Trelawney, Hogwarts divination professor. In Professor McGonagall's eyes, Professor Trelawney was a complete fraud. After all these years, she hadn't seen her make many accurate prophecies. As for Hermione, perhaps she really met a young wizard, and that young wizard then confirmed Hermione's identity as a young witch through some details. And then, prophesied, that she would receive a Hogwarts admission letter. As the Dean of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall had seen all kinds of pranks and mischievous students over the years. The young wizard Hermione met, in Professor McGonagall's view, could at most be considered an honest child. No, Miss Granger. Whether it is a young wizard from a Muggle family or one from a wizarding family, in my teaching experience, there isn't much difference in terms of talent. Young wizards from wizarding families do not possess any extraordinary talent. As for the prophecy talent that Miss Granger mentioned, I have never even heard of it. Believe me, Miss Granger. If you want to achieve something in the field of magic, hard work is crucial. Pinning your hopes on talent is the most foolish idea. Professor McGonagall's expression was very serious when she said this, but strangely, Hermione felt relieved. This was Professor Minerva McGonagall. She was also the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Could Professor McGonagall lie to me? I understand, Professor McGonagall. I will work hard. Hermione looked at Professor McGonagall with sparkling eyes, the longing in them almost overflowing. Professor McGonagall looked at the confident little witch before her, and she felt quite good as well. No matter how she looked at it, Miss Granger was a good child, at least much better than those mischievous monkeys in her Gryffindor. It would be good if this child ended up in Gryffindor. But here lies the problem. Those who get sorted into Gryffindor are never easy to handle. Moreover, Gryffindor has a powerful influence. Even if a light that is easy to handle enters Gryffindor, it will become difficult to handle in no time. Based on Professor McGonagall's many years of teaching experience, those students in Gryffindor who seem out of place in the house often end up causing the biggest trouble. This is what you call quiet people doing big things. Professor McGonagall's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she swallowed that blessing. By the way, Miss Granger, do you remember the identity of the person who made the prophecy to you? For example, their name or characteristics. Professor McGonagall intended to use the tactic of settling scores later. The main issue was the nature of the behavior where Hermione was spoiled by a young wizard. In Muggle society, some behaviors seem harmless but can violate the law or even the criminal code. Hermione Granger being spoiled by another young wizard was actually skirting the edge of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Because Hermione is indeed a young witch, the young wizard who spoiled her did not violate the Statute of Secrecy. But if Hermione were not a witch, revealing the existence of the magic world to her would be a violation of the Statute of Secrecy. Once a crime violating the Statute of Secrecy is confirmed by the Ministry of Magic, the punishment ranges from having one's wand snapped and being expelled from Hogwarts to, in more serious cases, earning a qualification for advanced study in Azkaban. So, such behavior might seem fun, but it is actually dancing on the edge of a legal knife. If this young wizard were already an enrolled student, Professor McGonagall would use her power to settle accounts during the holidays for the first time. If it were a young wizard who had not yet enrolled, once they did, they would be thrilled to receive Professor McGonagall's expert instruction, one-on-one specialized tutoring on the Statute of Secrecy. The content of the tutoring would include, but not be limited to, copying the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, writing reading reflections and essays, as well as an in-depth explanation and copying of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery. If the tutored young wizard still had plenty of energy, Professor McGonagall wouldn't mind expanding the scope of the explanation to include the Ministry of Magic's educational decrees. In short, Professor McGonagall would never let her students go straight to Azkaban before they even left Hogwarts. Of course I remember, I wouldn't forget it even in my dreams. Hermione, realizing she had been hoodwinked, said to Professor McGonagall indignantly. He said his name was Isaac Valdor. My mother and I saw him on the side of the road in the nearby neighborhood. When I saw him, he was giving people a prophecy experience. Valdor. Professor McGonagall carefully recalled, only to find that there were no students at school by that name. But she had indeed issued an admission notice this year addressed to a young wizard named Isaac Valdor. This meant that the Isaac Valdor who hoodwinked Hermione Granger was himself a young wizard about to enroll. He has short platinum blonde hair, and his pupils are different colors. He also said that the things I was worried about would be answered today. Honestly, the prophecy Isaac gave was truly a catch-all answer. For example, Mrs. Granger's worry at the time, she was wondering if this magic school was actually real. Professor McGonagall had just shown them a bit of transfiguration. As for Hermione Granger, she was later worried about whether young wizards from wizarding families all had special talents like Isaac. Professor McGonagall had just resolved her worry as well. Whether you call Isaac's prophecy a real skill or just a way with words, it works either way. The problem lies in the fact that he actually predicted the time of Professor McGonagall's arrival before Hogwarts' reply even reached the Granger residence. Just as Hermione was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Professor McGonagall felt goosebumps rising on her skin. To young people in the magic world, the combination of platinum blonde hair, heterochromatic eyes, and prophet might feel somewhat unfamiliar. But to a wizard like her, who had experienced the time when Grindelwald raged across Europe, this combination of elements was even more terrifying than Lord Voldemort. Aren't these the three elements of Grindelwald? Platinum blonde hair, heterochromatic eyes, 2 out of the 3 elements were hit. Was the final one, prophet, real or fake? Professor McGonagall immediately planned to return to Hogwarts to look up Isaac Valdor's address. I am very sorry, Miss Granger. I originally intended to take you to the Wizarding Commercial Street to buy some school supplies. However, I need to return to Hogwarts now. Later, I will arrange for another professor to take you to Diagon Alley. Without time to say more, Professor McGonagall patted Hermione on the shoulder and then left in a hurry. Just after stepping out of the front door of the Granger residence, Professor McGonagall's figure flickered and disappeared. Although she could not apparate directly back to Hogwarts, this did not prevent Professor McGonagall from getting near Hogwarts and then rushing back quickly. Mom, did I say something wrong? Hermione looked at her mother with worry. Mrs. Granger shook her head, and Mr. Granger came to his daughter's side and patted her little head. No, Hermione, you didn't say anything wrong. Your words just now probably gave Professor McGonagall a major revelation. Professor McGonagall's behavior just now was clearly the reaction of someone who had suddenly realized something. What could possibly make such a strict and steady professor panic? Hermione stood there thinking for a long while, then looked gloomily at her parents. So, does prophecy talent actually exist in the magic world? Is Isaac Valdor really a prophet? Hermione felt a bit sad. Her understanding of the magic world was ultimately sliding in the direction she least expected. Hogwarts. Principal's office. Professor McGonagall stormed into Dumbledore's office, only to find Dumbledore happily tucking into a pile of cockroach clusters before him. Oh, Albus. Dumbledore's reaction immediately choked the words right back into Professor McGonagall's throat. On the office walls, the former principals in the magical portraits exchanged glances across their frames after witnessing this scene, then silently stepped out of their portrait frames in Dumbledore's office. However, heads poked out from the edges of the frames from time to time, proving that the former principals in the portraits were all looking forward to the righteous Professor McGonagall exercising the authority of the deputy principal upon Dumbledore. We have long been on Professor McGonagall's side. Oh, Minerva, I thought you would be busy with the young wizard's enrollment matters. So, would you like to try one? Why else would Dumbledore be the principal and Professor McGonagall only the deputy principal? Dumbledore's ability to remain calm in the face of such a sudden change was something worth learning from. Dumbledore enthusiastically invited Professor McGonagall to try his bizarrely flavored sweets. Professor McGonagall ignored the cockroach clusters crawling all over the desk, unsure if they were real or not, and asked Dumbledore directly. Albus, do we have a candidate for the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for next semester? Thanks to Lord Voldemort's curse, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts had become a disposable, consumable, that lasted only a year. Perhaps it was precisely because the turnover rate for this subject's teacher was so high that it solidified the rumors of Lord Voldemort's curse. In short, this subject was very cursed. If the professor in charge of teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts only taught for 1 year, they would at most suffer minor disasters or misfortunes. For example, broken hands, broken feet, or injuries that would leave one bedridden. But once a professor intended to defy the heavens and change their fate, by continuing as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for a 2nd year. Then that wizard would, in all likelihood, invite misfortune. The general category of misfortune was meeting an untimely death. In short, year after year, the curse on the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts became increasingly potent. Hogwarts even reached a point where it was difficult to find a single professor. In Professor McGonagall's impression, Professor Dumbledore seemed to have spent the entire holiday running around for the new academic year's defense against the dark arts teacher. The reason the word seemed was used here was because Professor McGonagall felt she might have been hoodwinked by the old man before her. Looking at Dumbledore's current leisurely and comfortable appearance, he did not look like someone who had been busy for an entire holiday. Could Dumbledore have been slacking off in his office the entire holiday? At the thought of herself being so busy she could barely keep up, while Dumbledore, the principal, was drinking coffee and eating sweets in his office, Professor McGonagall felt her hands getting a bit itchy. If Dumbledore couldn't recognize her animagus form, she would definitely give Dumbledore a couple of swipes. Unfortunately, they were just too familiar with each other, and the mature cat girl still had some image to maintain. Sensing Professor McGonagall's unfriendly gaze, Dumbledore hurriedly put away the cockroach clusters and gave 2 dry coughs. Ahem, in fact, I have already found a candidate for the defense against the dark arts teacher. Oh. Professor McGonagall withdrew her wand slightly. Then, the professor who will be responsible for teaching defense against the dark arts this school year will be Quirinus. Dumbledore replied, Quirinus Quirrell, do you remember him? Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore had truly given her an unexpected name. Wasn't Professor Quirrell the professor of Muggle studies before he left for Albania? How should one put it? This candidate selection was quite subtle. Quirrell had once been Professor McGonagall's student, and Professor McGonagall understood him. He was a very intelligent young man who had studied well in school. Later, he entered Hogwarts and became their colleague, responsible for teaching the Muggle studies class. Professor McGonagall acknowledged Professor Quirrell's knowledge base, but as a defense against the dark arts teacher, having only theoretical knowledge did not seem enough. I remember when Professor Quirrell left Hogwarts, he said he intended to go to Albania to gain some practical combat experience. This could be considered a tacit little secret among wizards. Albania was located on the edge of the European magical world and naturally belonged to a lawless zone. It was unrealistic for Quirinus Quirrell to want to gain practical combat experience in the British wizarding world. If one messed around in the British wizarding world, they would either become a dark wizard and never be able to show their face again, or be dragged off to Azkaban by Aurors to receive high-end academic re-education. If one wanted to gain practical combat experience openly, they would either have to go around looking for dark wizards to practice on, or simply go travel abroad. The Ministry of Magic certainly had a wide reach, but no matter how wide, it couldn't reach all the way to Albania. Yes, during the holiday, Quirinus contacted me saying he hoped to become the new school year's defense against the dark arts class teacher. We certainly can't refuse such an enthusiastic young man, can we? Professor McGonagall's lips moved slightly, she had something she wanted to say. You didn't say that when Tom Riddle wanted to seek the position of defense against the dark arts teacher back then. Though the words didn't come out, Professor McGonagall suddenly realized something. If Professor Quirrell had contacted Dumbledore in the middle of the holiday, it meant Dumbledore had been slacking off for half a month. If Professor Quirrell had contacted Dumbledore at the beginning of the holiday, then this old white-bearded geezer had been idle for the entire holiday. An entire holiday. Professor McGonagall suddenly felt like hitting Dumbledore with a spell again. However, since Dumbledore had so much time, Albus, I think there is something you need to know. Professor McGonagall handed Dumbledore a piece of parchment. On the parchment was written a name and an address. Isaac Valdor. 12 Medway Street, Hampstead Garden Suburb, London. Dumbledore saw at a glance that this was the address of a young wizard that Professor McGonagall had copied from an acceptance letter. He was more curious about why Professor McGonagall had given him the address. Could it be that Professor McGonagall intended to make him, an old man of over 100 years, work overtime? I visited Miss Granger's home today and received some information from her. MMHMM. Dumbledore flexed his fingers and quietly opened the candy box containing the cockroach clusters. Professor McGonagall pretended not to see his actions and continued. Miss Granger once met Valdor, and Valdor made a prophecy for her. Oh. A look of interest appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. A prophecy, how nostalgic. By the way, Miss Granger also told me that this Valdor not only knows how to make a prophecy, but also has short platinum blonde hair. It is worth mentioning that he also has a pair of heterochromatic eyes. After the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard, Dumbledore followed suit and imprisoned himself in Hogwarts. Perhaps Dumbledore himself knew clearly that he had lost the last person in this world who could stop him when he went astray. Imprisoning himself in Hogwarts was the solution he came up with. His reputation was too high, his abilities too great. If he truly wanted to do something, he would certainly be followed by all. This could be seen to some extent when he later founded the Order of the Phoenix. For the rest of his life, this White Lord endured the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart every single day. The elderly man's attitude toward death was a phrase he often kept on his lips: death is but the next great adventure. Or perhaps, for Dumbledore, death was the only eternal release. Perhaps the only thing this elderly man was concerned about now was his good student, Tom, whose whereabouts were unknown. Originally, after Dumbledore had cultivated the Savior and set a death trap for his good student Tom, he was prepared to meet death calmly. There was truly nothing in this world that could move this elderly man. Until he heard the three elements from Professor McGonagall. Prophecy, platinum blonde hair, heterochromia. Isaac could be a young wizard who possessed prophecy talent and had a head of platinum blonde hair. He could also be a young wizard possessing heterochromia and prophecy talent. He could also be a young wizard possessing both platinum blonde hair and heterochromia. As it turned out, he possessed all three. These three elements might be unfamiliar to others, but to Dumbledore, they were nothing short of a thunderclap on a clear day. Minerva, is this true? For the first time in a long while, the White Lord who had imprisoned himself in the high tower of Hogwarts lost his composure. The candy box that originally held cockroach clusters was knocked over, and the cockroaches scattered and fled. Dumbledore turned a deaf ear to all this, staring only at Professor McGonagall. At this, Professor McGonagall felt a pang of heartache. After getting along for so many years, Dumbledore was her best friend. A true best friend in every sense. Dumbledore knew of Professor McGonagall's two regrets, and Professor McGonagall also knew of Dumbledore's past with Grindelwald. Yes, Albus, Professor McGonagall said in a soft tone, I can see that Valdor made a very precise prophecy about Miss Granger. Perhaps he also saw my existence in the prophecy. In any case, I think you should perhaps fulfill your duties as a professor. Professor McGonagall blinked and handed the note in her hand to Dumbledore. To Professor McGonagall, it didn't matter even if Isaac's prophecy talent was fake. She, the deputy principal, was busy to the point of exhaustion. What was wrong with the principal running errands when he had nothing better to do? In the magic world, an elderly wizard over 100 years old running errands for a young wizard in his 50s was absolutely fine. This is what you call Hogwarts-style workplace bullying. Very well, Minerva. Dumbledore lowered his head, the note with Isaac's name and address on it being touched over and over again in his hands. The half-moon spectacles on his nose just happened to cover his eyes, and beneath the reflection, even Professor McGonagall couldn't see Dumbledore's expression at that moment. Professor McGonagall knew Dumbledore needed some time alone. After waving her wand to help Dumbledore clean up the scattered cockroach clusters, she quietly left the principal's office. Not long after, Dumbledore prepared to set off. London, Hampstead Garden Suburb, 12 Medway Street. After a flicker, Dumbledore arrived here via apparition. This was Isaac's residence, and also one of Grindelwald's unknown properties. Arriving at the door of Isaac's house, Dumbledore did not rush to knock. Instead, he slowly and carefully examined the two-story small building before him. The moment he saw Isaac's house, Dumbledore thought of many things from the past. For example, those 2 months of infatuation in Godric's Hollow. For example, when he and Grindelwald discussed magic. For example, when they talked about the war between wizards and muggles. And for example, the greater good. Of course, they had also imagined the future. After they won the war between wizards and muggles, they would find a 2-story small building in London and live in seclusion. Just like Nicholas Flamel and his wife. Now that an object that only existed in beautiful past memories had suddenly materialized, Dumbledore couldn't help but be a little dazed. Just as Dumbledore was lost in thought, at the end of the garden and lawn, the villa's door slowly swung open. The old butler, Anthony, walked out slowly from inside. Hello, honored guest. Welcome, the young master has been awaiting your arrival inside the mansion. Below the steps at the entrance, the old butler spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Dumbledore to hear. Thank you for the welcome. Dumbledore smiled and nodded to the old butler, then took off his glasses from the bridge of his nose and began to wipe them carefully. Then he stepped toward the house. When Dumbledore stepped into the house, warmth and brightness were his first impressions of the interior. In the living room, a record player was playing a melodious tune, and in the dining room, the chef hired by the old butler was cooking delicious dishes one after another. Several maids were moving back and forth between the dining room and the kitchen. The team, including the chef and the maids, had been hired temporarily by the old butler. As for the money used to pay the bills for the chef team and the maid team, it naturally came from the account left behind by Grindelwald. This could also be considered a banquet hosted by Grindelwald for Dumbledore after many years. The dishes on the dining table were rich: Wiener Schnitzel, beef stew, apple strudel, Hungarian goulash, chicken paprikash, Dobos tort, German roasted pork knuckle, sauerkraut, and sausage platter. Looking at the familiar dishes on the table, Dumbledore's old heart, which had been calm for decades, suddenly began to thump uncontrollably. A slight sound of footsteps reached his ears, and Dumbledore turned his head abruptly. Isaac stood on the stairs and bowed slightly to Dumbledore, who had turned around below. Everything this elderly man had done for the magic world was worthy of respect. Professor Dumbledore, welcome. Dumbledore stared blankly at Isaac, his eyes seemingly unfocused on him. His gaze seemed to pierce through Isaac's body, looking toward the distant past. The platinum blonde hair, the obvious heterochromia, and the hospitality that matched his arrival time almost perfectly all made Dumbledore certain that the child before him truly possessed Grindelwald's three elements. At this moment, Dumbledore was trapped by the emotion of, the closer to home, the more timid one feels, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say to Isaac. Isaac did not mind Dumbledore's silence. He walked down the stairs and then came before Dumbledore. He waited for Dumbledore to look for a while, then unexpectedly looked beside Dumbledore. He then immediately flashed a subtle smile at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, it seems I have to act as a messenger. Someone asked me to bring you a message. Isaac cleared his throat, imitating the tone and demeanor Grindelwald had just used, and said to Albus Dumbledore, Albus, you look so much older. Gellert. Albus Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and then he drew his wand. Isaac, I am very sorry, but I would like to check this house first, may I? Of course, please do as you wish, Tilda. Isaac didn't care. This place was the love nest Grindelwald had prepared for him and Albus Dumbledore in the past. Strictly speaking, the ownership of this place belonged to Grindelwald, and presumably, Grindelwald also recognized Albus Dumbledore as the other owner here. He, Isaac Valdor, was at most a poor student borrowing space here and being supported by the master of the house. Now that the other owner of the house said he wanted to do a fast-forward version of housecleaning, could he really refuse? When Albus Dumbledore began to cast spells, Isaac finally experienced firsthand how the highest mountain in the wizarding world cast spells. Albus Dumbledore didn't make much movement, he just flicked his wand, and a large amount of shimmering dust gushed out from the tip of his wand. Immediately after, the shimmering dust rolled and swept across the entire house. After confirming that there was no magic-related feedback in the house, or to put it simply, nothing related to Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore put away his wand. Is he still in Nurmengard now? Albus Dumbledore suddenly asked Isaac. Of course, what just appeared here was only a phantom that only I could see. This is a byproduct of a seer's development of their prophecy talent. It only works on seers. Isaac made an inviting gesture to Albus Dumbledore. Then, would you like to have something to eat, Professor Dumbledore? Of course. Albus Dumbledore blinked. I smelled the beef and apple pie just now, and was just wondering how to subtly mooch a meal, Tilda. You're joking, this was prepared specifically to host you. Isaac noticed that the people in the kitchen and dining room turned a blind eye to Albus Dumbledore's actions. That wasn't calmness due to professional training, it was more like they hadn't seen anything at all just now. Obviously, while checking the house, Albus Dumbledore had used magic to shield them. After the last dessert was served, Anthony, following Isaac's instructions, settled the final payments for the chef and maid teams. Then he politely escorted both teams out. Having these people present would only prevent Isaac from speaking freely with Albus Dumbledore. Are they all muggles? Albus Dumbledore suddenly asked a redundant question. Isaac nodded, showing an expression of course. Of course. I live here, and my neighbors are, unsurprisingly, all ordinary people. Oh, that is, muggles, as you call them, Professor. Before receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter, I also attended a muggle school. Anthony is also a muggle. hosting a decent dinner party certainly requires help. Fortunately, the account Anthony manages is quite substantial, so there's no need to dip into my little stash from helping people experience prophecy. With Albus Dumbledore, Isaac had nothing to hide, nor was there any need to. He was just an 11-year-old child now. Even if he said the wrong thing, Merlin would forgive him. Oh right, I heard from Professor McGonagall that you also made a prophecy for a young witch who hasn't enrolled yet, is that right? Actually, that doesn't count as a prophecy. Isaac laughed along with Albus Dumbledore. At the time, he just saw that Professor McGonagall would go to Hermione Granger's home the next day. Since Professor McGonagall was going in person, and coupled with the fact that Hermione was one of the Golden Trio of Harry Potter, their family's concerns would inevitably be dispelled after Professor McGonagall visited. A small prophecy plus a little deduction, along with some ambiguous phrasing and auspicious words. This was the main reason why Isaac's stall could be so successful in the Barnet area. In short, in the eyes of some regular customers, Isaac was not some seer whose words came true. He was just a lucky, great young lad. To some people, prophecy is just superstitious nonsense that should be kept at a distance, but when they meet a lucky and likable young man, who wouldn't want to step up, hear a few nice words, and catch some good luck along the way. Doing business, after all, isn't about giving the customer what you think is best, but giving them what they need. After listening to Isaac's business philosophy, Albus Dumbledore laughed heartily. Same status as a seer, same prophecy talent. When Grindelwald was Isaac's age, he was probably already thinking about problems in the way a president of the International Confederation of Wizards would. Albus Dumbledore couldn't say Grindelwald was wrong, because in that era of rapid technological change, Muggles were developing recklessly while wizards stood still. For a seer with his own stance like Grindelwald, this was painful. Isaac's background and his long-term living environment in a wealthy Muggle neighborhood destined him to be unable to agree with some of the viewpoints Grindelwald proposed. However, Albus Dumbledore understood his old lover's ability to bewitch people. Isaac was a good child, so before this child grew up, Albus Dumbledore felt he had an obligation to ensure the child didn't consume too many of Grindelwald's extreme ideas. After laughing, Albus Dumbledore gestured for Isaac to join him in enjoying the delicacies on the dining table. Speaking of which, among the dishes on the table, what Isaac liked most was the German pork knuckle and sauerkraut. Eating this stuff at least allowed Isaac to find some feeling of home, more or less. In his previous life, Isaac was a Northeasterner. After Isaac gnawed on a pork knuckle, Albus Dumbledore suddenly asked casually, Isaac, do you know when Gellert left Nurmengard? Hearing Albus Dumbledore's question, Isaac shook his head decisively. Actually, I have tried many times to peek into the future of Nurmengard, but unfortunately, I have never been able to directly observe that place or Gellert himself. That is to say, unless I go to Nurmengard in person, otherwise, like the situation just now, it can only be Gellert coming to find me. I have no way to use the same method to find him. Isaac was not surprised by this result at all. Over 100 years ago, Gellert Grindelwald became a seer, and after being locked in Nurmengard by Albus Dumbledore, he stayed indoors all day long. In this wizarding world where the older one gets, the more monstrous one becomes, Isaac wouldn't find it strange no matter how much Grindelwald's ability to prophesy had been strengthened. He also felt absolutely no frustration. Come on, this guy was a ruthless figure who stirred up the entire European wizarding world back in the day. How many ministers of the Ministry of Magic were treated like grandchildren by Grindelwald? He was only an 11-year-old kid right now. Wasn't it normal that he couldn't compare to Grindelwald? At least until now, Isaac hadn't discovered any cheat that would allow him to upgrade with one click. This 11-year-old wizard was nothing more than having slightly better magic talent and some extra special talents. Isaac and Albus Dumbledore enjoyed their meal together, both the host and the guest perfectly satisfied. The team of chefs hired by the old butler, Anthony, was incredibly professional. Although a whole table was filled with various dishes by the end of the meal, the cuisine fully adhered to Michelin-starred French standards. The plates for each course were quite large and looked exquisite, but they weren't exactly filling. After just 2 or 3 bites, a dish would be gone. Albus Dumbledore reluctantly set down his dessert. It was his 6th one of the evening. After the two left the dining room and returned to the living room, Albus Dumbledore finally said to Isaac, although I suspect you already know how to get to Diagon Alley to purchase your school supplies, I feel that one's first visit to Diagon Alley should always be accompanied by a guardian. What do you think, Isaac? It would be my honor, Professor Dumbledore. Without any time for rest, Albus Dumbledore took Isaac out to the street outside the house. In the world of magic, wizards generally choose to travel by the night bus. As long as you stand on the roadside and extend your wand, it will appear before you. Although Albus Dumbledore said this, he did not reach for his own wand. Seeing Isaac's puzzled gaze, Albus Dumbledore blinked, mischievously. Of course, as an elderly wizard, I may no longer be able to adapt to the rather intense travel method of the night bus. So, Isaac, grab my wrist. Immediately after, Isaac felt his surroundings suddenly turn black, and an intense sensation of squeezing came from all directions. His chest felt like it was being tightened by iron bands, he couldn't breathe, and his internal organs felt as if they were being compressed. His eyeballs were squeezed back into his skull, and his eardrums were pressed deep into his head. Yet, regarding time, Isaac knew that all of this happened in just a fleeting moment. The next instant, the pressure was suddenly released, and Isaac felt as though he had just been squeezed out of a rubber tube. Normally, beginners at apparition are prone to nausea, vomiting, disorientation, and even fainting. However, none of these discomforts manifested in Isaac. He stood in place and moved his limbs, considering himself fully adapted to the current sensation. Excellent adaptability. Isaac, it seems you are very well suited for this magic. Albus Dumbledore could tell that this was the first time Isaac had been taken along for apparition. This was not legilimency, it was simply a passive skill, condensed from an old man's over a century of life experience. For Dumbledore, having lived for so long and experienced so much, there wasn't much that could be hidden from him just by looking. No, I have just experienced something much worse, Isaac said with an indescribable expression. People always have times when they are ignorant and fearless, such as Isaac when he had just awakened his prophecy talent. He was young then and didn't understand how to refuse, so when using his prophecy, he accepted all prophetic visions that came his way. His prophecy was about seeing a certain possibility of the future. For example, in the world of magic, Harry Potter could be a future trajectory on a timeline. Similarly, fan fiction created by authors could also be considered a branch on the timeline. There are countless such branches. This type of prophecy talent is closer to Doctor Strange's observation of timelines. Even with Harry Potter as the main perspective, there are so many possibilities, let alone prophecy centered on the entire world. It was fortunate that Isaac was a transmigrator and not a real child. Seeing the situation was dire, he quickly stopped his prophecy. Even so, the torrent of information brought by this prophecy left him lying sickly in his bed at the orphanage for several days. It also gave Grindelwald plenty of reasons to tease him about it. Isaac had reason to suspect that Grindelwald, who also possessed prophecy talent, must have suffered such losses himself. Compared to the sensory impact of that massive amount of information, Albus Dumbledore's apparition was, in Isaac's view, much more bearable. Even after many years, whenever Isaac thought about this, he still felt lingering fear. And this had taught him the most important quality in the world of magic, caution. Out of caution, Isaac did not try to find ways to obtain a wand in advance. Because of caution, he also did not rashly learn or practice magic. Also because of caution, even though Isaac had already seen the real-life version of Diagon Alley many times in his prophecy, he had never visited it once. In his previous life, Isaac had already experienced that kind of rapid, ever-changing development. He was not a real child, and without the need to acquire magic supplies like a wand, the appeal of Diagon Alley to him was truly limited. However, since he was already here, Isaac noticed that Dumbledore did not enter Diagon Alley through the conventional method. That is, first going to the leaky cauldron and then opening the passage to Diagon Alley by tapping the bricks. They had apparated directly onto the street of Diagon Alley. As the most bustling district in the British wizarding world, and with the start of the school term approaching, Diagon Alley was exceptionally lively. So, are we going to Gringotts now to exchange for some galleons? Isaac fished his wallet out of his pocket. His wallet contained all his assets. He had to thank the gentlemen and ladies of Barnet. These people were generous, which had truly allowed Isaac to save up quite a bit of money over the years. One could tell just by looking at his bulging wallet. Isaac's ancestors had long ago taught him that while one should not have the intention to harm others, one must always have the intention to guard against them. He was very grateful for Grindelwald's financial support, but Isaac also had to make preparations. If he were required to leave 12 Medway Street immediately at some unavoidable moment, he needed to leave himself some retreat options and backups. Therefore, the money Isaac earned from performing was always kept on him, no matter what. Now it could come in handy. Living in the world of magic, you certainly need some expenses, but our first stop is not Gringotts. During their time studying at Hogwarts, young wizards from Muggle families can exchange pounds for galleons at Gringotts. Each young wizard can exchange up to 100 galleons per year. You can go to Gringotts at the end of our trip to exchange some pocket money. Now, let us go to the first stop of this trip, Flourish and Blots. Hearing Dumbledore's unintentionally wealthy remark, Isaac was filled with envy. He even secretly imitated Dumbledore's calm and matter-of-fact expression from just a moment ago. 100 galleons in pocket money. Honestly, if the Weasley family heard this, Ron Weasley would probably cry out with a wah. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he led Isaac toward the street in Diagon Alley. At this moment, Isaac finally felt the true prestige of the highest mountain in the British wizarding world. He saw that nearly 90% of the wizards on the street could recognize Dumbledore. They greeted Dumbledore enthusiastically and then looked at him, who was following beside Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, are you actually bringing a young wizard to Diagon Alley yourself this year? Ever since Dumbledore became principal, he hadn't personally handled the enrollment of young wizards. The reason was simple. It was reasonable for Dumbledore to go and explain things to young wizards from Muggle families before he became principal. But if he still had to go and explain things after becoming principal, wouldn't that mean he was serving as principal for nothing? Hogwarts graduates came and went, and Dumbledore had been principal year after year. Watching the beloved Dumbledore in the crowd, Isaac finally understood why Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic in the Harry Potter books, was so wary of Dumbledore. With Dumbledore's level of prestige, he didn't even need to use rhetoric like, "The heavens are dead, the yellow heaven shall rise." If he were to say, "I want to be Minister of Magic," on the street today, tomorrow someone in the Ministry of Magic would impeach Cornelius Fudge and demand he step down and yield his position. And in the vote, the supporters would far outnumber those who abstained. As for the opposition, apart from one or two of Cornelius Fudge's cronies, probably no one would oppose him. Under such pressure, if nothing major happened, the Ministry of Magic might still be able to coexist peacefully with Hogwarts. But once a major decision needed to be made, all wizards, including those in the Ministry of Magic, would tend to ask Dumbledore to step in. Cornelius Fudge was like a newborn child. He would use the clumsiest methods to test his parents. Dumbledore at this time was clearly the doting mother type, blindly tolerating Cornelius Fudge. However, since Dumbledore was the doting mother, Isaac could really conjure up a strict father for Cornelius Fudge. Gellert Grindelwald would definitely be the strictest father any Minister of Magic could have. See, doesn't that tie everything together? Isaac snapped out of his thoughts. He and Dumbledore had already arrived at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. Along with the way, Dumbledore hadn't slighted any of the wizards who interacted with him. The wizards, in turn, hadn't bothered Dumbledore too much. After a brief exchange, they would simply stand there, watching Dumbledore leave with longing eyes. Entering Flourish and Blots, the bookstore manager rushed over immediately. "Professor Dumbledore, welcome. Please prepare a set of textbooks for a first-year student for this young man," Dumbledore said to the manager, gesturing to Isaac beside him. "No problem." The manager didn't hesitate, waving his wand, and a wrapped stack of textbooks floated over from a nearby shelf. Along with it came a similarly wrapped package of quills, parchment, and ink. "Professor Dumbledore, these are the textbooks required for a first-year student, along with the complimentary parchment, quills, and ink that come with a full set of textbooks." Isaac knew about the stationery gifted by Flourish and Blots. The Hogwarts homework trio, right? You had to say, the manager of Flourish and Blots was thoughtful, afraid that the young wizards heading to school wouldn't have the tools to do their homework. Dumbledore took the organized textbooks and gifts from the manager and said to Isaac, "Flourish and Blots is one of the largest bookstores in Diagon Alley, and their collection is quite extensive. If you ever need to find some rare works, you can even commission them to find them for you." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the manager chimed in, "Yes, we don't charge extra for helping customers locate books. You only need to pay us a small service fee." After transmigrating, Isaac had actually felt the disparity between Britain and his previous life. Here, books were truly luxury goods. In the wizarding world, books were knowledge, and knowledge was power, not power in an abstract or spiritual sense. In the wizarding world, knowledge was power in the most practical sense. Dumbledore could be considered one of the most knowledgeable people in the wizarding world, and he was also one of the most powerful. Therefore, the practice of Flourish and Blotts of clearly pricing their book-finding services was quite generous. For some works, let alone buying them at face value, you might not even be able to buy them even if you offered a higher price. Isaac nodded and solemnly accepted the contact information handed over by the manager of Flourish and Blotts. While Hogwarts certainly had a large collection, who could guarantee that the books Isaac needed were among them? With his prophecy talent, if Isaac needed a certain work and the Hogwarts library happened to be lacking it, he could simply predict the whereabouts of the book first. Then, he could ask the manager of Flourish and Blotts to contact the owner. Leave professional matters to the professionals, he only needed to pay a small service fee to have such a professional wizard work for him. Isaac knew very well that this was a special favor from the bookstore manager, out of respect for Dumbledore. You had to know that in a magical world where knowledge equaled power, a bookstore like Flourish and Blotts was no different from a gun shop or arms dealer in Muggle society. Would you like to see if there are any books in the store that interest you? Dumbledore asked Isaac. No, thank you very much, Professor Dumbledore. However, I don't have any particular books I'm interested in at the moment. Isaac shook his head at Dumbledore, he lied. Having just arrived in the magical world and unlocked the location of the bookstore, how could Isaac not be interested in the other books in the store? You had to know that the protagonist of Harry Potter was the savior Harry, yet he wasn't fond of studying. At least, he wasn't that fond of reading. So, whether it was bookstores or libraries, they didn't feature much in Harry Potter. But in the real world, this was equivalent to a vast ocean of knowledge waiting for Isaac to absorb. His prophecy talent could even help him filter out most of the useless knowledge. It could be said that Isaac was already impatient to get started at Flourish and Blotts. The beautiful Miss Knowledge was waiting for our prophet, Valdor, to favor her, yet he held himself back. How could Isaac not see that Dumbledore intended to help pay for this trip? There was absolutely no reason for Isaac to refuse the principal's sponsorship. Isaac was an orphan without parents. Dumbledore's willingness to extend a helping hand and provide financial support was undoubtedly another benefactor. A benefactor like Grindelwald. Perhaps it was because his own, Grindelwald-esque, traits were too prominent that Dumbledore was extending his affection to him. But while Dumbledore could love him for another, Isaac couldn't take advantage of it. Throughout history and across cultures, people who knew how to be grateful would be praised and liked by everyone. No one liked an ungrateful wretch who took advantage of kindness. Therefore, while Dumbledore could offer, he, Isaac, could not be ungrateful and ask for things recklessly. Isaac's insincerity was actually well hidden. Unfortunately, he was facing an old fox who had lived for over 100 years. Dumbledore didn't continue to seek Isaac's opinion and immediately instructed the manager of Flourish and Blotts. Before Mr. Isaac Valdor graduates from Hogwarts, all of his expenses at Flourish and Blotts will be paid by me. A Master of Magic naturally had the privileges of a Master of Magic, especially for a wizard like Dumbledore who had a big fist and even greater power. His privileges were especially numerous. That's why he's the manager of the bookstore. Dumbledore's words caught even Isaac off guard, but the bookstore manager reacted immediately. He immediately repeated respectfully, "Very well, Professor Dumbledore, I understand completely. All bills for Mr. Isaac Valdor's purchases at this store for the next 7 years will be mailed to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts." "Very good, thank you for your trouble." Dumbledore nodded kindly to the bookstore manager. Then, Dumbledore took Isaac and left Flourish and Blotts. Not long after leaving the bookstore, Dumbledore stopped and looked at Isaac with confusion. As we mentioned before, there are very few secrets in the wizarding world that can be hidden from Dumbledore. Right now, Isaac had piqued Dumbledore's curiosity. Perhaps because Isaac was a seer, he had always acted quite mature for his age. Isaac was not a child when he transmigrated, though his behavior was somewhat juvenile due to the influence of hormonal changes in his body. Still, he was a mature youth. Dumbledore had considered that perhaps Isaac might be too proud to accept his gift. Yet the Isaac before him looked full of anticipation, looking around as if searching for something. "Isaac, what are you looking for?" Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. "I am looking for a phoenix, Professor," Isaac answered seriously. Dumbledore. This time, he was truly stumped. The way young people's minds worked these days was too fast, and he, an old man, really couldn't keep up. He hadn't brought a phoenix when he left, so where could Isaac possibly find one? "I am looking for my own phoenix," Isaac said to Dumbledore in a matter-of-fact tone. Isn't it said that when a member of the Dumbledore family needs help, a phoenix will appear to assist? I feel like I really need help right now. Besides, I think the name Isaac Dumbledore sounds pretty cool. Dumbledore couldn't remember how many times he had been amused by Isaac. Come to think of it, coming to pick up Isaac for school was the complete opposite of picking up Tom all those years ago. The seriousness with which he picked up Tom back then was matched only by the joy he felt picking up Isaac now. Was it because there was a fundamental difference between Tom and Isaac? It was possible. As the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore certainly wouldn't be so shallow as to judge only by appearances. But regarding Isaac, these three elements definitely played a huge part. As the saying goes, if you, Tom Riddle, had even just heterochromatic eyes or platinum blonde hair, you wouldn't even need both. If you had just one of the two, Dumbledore might not have had that attitude back then. People, after all, inevitably have their own emotional biases, and even Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of modern times, is no exception. No, Isaac. Compared to Dumbledore, I think Gr. Dumbledore had just intended to say that surname with a smile. But as soon as the first syllable came out, he stopped himself. Then he looked at Isaac seriously. Child, do not try to be the next Grindelwald, nor the next Dumbledore. Follow your own heart. Life itself is a great adventure, and the unknown is always the best challenge. Next, Dumbledore took Isaac to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Potage's cauldron shop, and the apothecary to purchase the items needed for school. He also stated that all of Isaac Valdor's bills for the next 7 years would be paid by him, Dumbledore. They then went to Aesop's Owl Emporium and bought Isaac a strong, enduring, and gentle owl. This owl was named Cuckoo by Isaac. Where did this name come from? Mentioning Harry Potter makes one think of Harry Potter, and thinking of Harry himself makes one think of the noseless Lord Voldemort. Mentioning Lord Voldemort brings to mind his real name, Tom, and since we're talking about Tom, Jerry naturally pops into mind. Cuckoo is the name of the little yellow bird in Tom and Jerry, which Isaac happened to remember. So his owl was named Cuckoo, and in Tom and Jerry, Cuckoo is also capable of toying with Tom. Just because Tom can use magic, does that mean he's not Tom? When Isaac and Dumbledore were laden with bags and parcels, they finally arrived at the last stop of their trip. Ollivanders. The sign above the door of Ollivanders read, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Comparing the bookstore to an arms dealer wasn't quite right. This place was the true, authentic arms dealer of the wizarding world. Perhaps the bookstore sells the ammunition. Come to think of it, the wizarding world really does separate the guns and the ammunition quite well. Walking into the wand shop, Isaac noticed the shop was small and cramped, with thousands of boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling. The air was filled with the scent of dust and ancient magic. Honestly, out of all the shops in Diagon Alley, Isaac felt that Ollivanders looked the most magical. Accompanied by the tinkling of the bell as they entered, Ollivander appeared from behind the counter and greeted Isaac and Dumbledore softly. Good evening. How rare, Dumbledore, you are actually responsible for guiding a young wizard to school again. Powerful wizards live for a long time, yet the wizarding circle is very closed off. Plus, Dumbledore is an out-and-out celebrity. This results in Dumbledore himself being the biggest source of gossip in the wizarding world. Yet, Dumbledore, who has imprisoned himself at Hogwarts, is actually incredibly good-tempered in his daily life. Some fabricated gossip is plastered on the newspapers so brazenly, yet he doesn't even react. People don't think this is because Dumbledore is magnanimous, they only think this old wizard is truly easy to bully. It's almost as if they are bullying an honest person. This leads to gossip about Dumbledore flying everywhere, but some people can distinguish what is true and what is false. Ollivander has this ability. He knows very well that during the holidays, Dumbledore spends most of his time hiding in the headmaster's office, slacking off. Only Professor McGonagall can indulge him like this. Seeing Dumbledore appear in his shop so suddenly, Ollivander's first reaction was, someone is actually using Polyjuice Potion to disguise themselves as Dumbledore. This time it's rather special tilde, Dumbledore replied to Ollivander happily. Everyone is an old friend, and it's rare to be able to chat for a few moments during free time. Come to think of it, today should be the most relaxing day Dumbledore has had in a while. Alright, we can catch up later, let me serve our little guest first. This young gentleman. The moment he saw Isaac, the words on Ollivander's lips stopped abruptly, and he looked like a goose whose neck had been throttled. Instantly muted. Isaac's prophecy trio was effective not only on Dumbledore but also on an old wizard like Ollivander. The moment Ollivander saw Isaac, he instantly thought of the man who had once ravaged the European continent. Why would Ollivander think of Grindelwald? It was mainly because Isaac was with Dumbledore. At this point, some friends might ask. Didn't anyone in the other shops in Diagon Alley recognize Isaac's trio of features? First of all, among Isaac's prophecy trio, the prophecy talent itself wasn't an outwardly visible trait. Others could only see his platinum blonde hair and rare heterochromatic eyes. Furthermore, when Grindelwald was ravaging Europe, both he and Dumbledore were still young. In the world of magic, powerful wizards can live longer than ordinary people, but not all wizards are powerful wizards. Those with the ability and qualifications usually wouldn't be strolling through Diagon Alley when they had nothing better to do. Just like Dumbledore, how long has it been since he stepped into Diagon Alley? Besides, look at those previous shops. Bookstores, cauldron shops, potion shops, these businesses were certainly controlled by pure-blood families behind the scenes. But pure-blood wizard families wouldn't run the shops themselves. They would hire managers and shop assistants to run their businesses. Just like the shampoo business of Harry Potter's family, the Potters had been dead for over a decade, yet no one had heard that the wizarding world had run out of shampoo. These managers and shop assistants were all young people. Although they were surprised that Dumbledore was willing to pay for Isaac's bill, they wouldn't associate it with Grindelwald. At most, they would think Isaac and Dumbledore had some kind of kinship. Or they might simply assume he was Dumbledore's illegitimate child. The most important point was that although Grindelwald had led people to ravage the European continent, Britain was an island of safety. Because Dumbledore was in Britain, people in the British wizarding world during that era actually benefited from Dumbledore, they hadn't truly witnessed the terror of Grindelwald. Therefore, even if they saw the two visible traits of Isaac, they wouldn't think too much about it. Garrick Ollivander was clearly different. As Britain's only wandmaker, he himself was a powerful wizard, and being powerful meant living a long life. He had lived through the time when Grindelwald was ravaging. Secondly, Grindelwald was the previous master of the Elder Wand, so naturally, Ollivander had paid special attention to him. Most importantly, there was the unclear and ambiguous relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. How could he, Ollivander, not be curious about gossip of this level? Originally, Ollivander felt that even if he died, he might not be able to figure out what was going on with that gossip about Dumbledore. But today, Dumbledore, who hadn't brought a new student to school in decades, personally brought a child to his wand shop. And this child possessed the same features as Grindelwald. Good news. The gossip he had been following for years seemed to be revealing the truth today. Bad news. He couldn't beat Dumbledore at all. Ahem, Garrick, are you alright? Dumbledore's gentle concern instantly startled Ollivander back to reality. He hurriedly composed his expression, attempting to make himself look more serious and professional. Of course, I was just thinking about the wand materials suitable for this gentleman, Ollivander replied solemnly. Then, under the wave of his wand, the measuring tape on the table flew up gently and began to measure Isaac's body data. At the same time, he asked, "So, how should I address this gentleman?" Isaac Valdor. Good evening, Mr. Ollivander. Very well, Valdor. And your dominant hand. Ollivander's hand paused upon hearing, Valdor. He had thought this child would be surnamed Grindelwald. Or at the very least, Dumbledore. But then he thought, if he used those two surnames so bluntly, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Powerful old wizards live long lives, and these two surnames, combined with the child's features, would bring trouble to the child regardless of which one it was. Valdor is a good surname. This surname is truly good. It's my left hand. Isaac was left-handed. If he could choose the hand to use the wand with, he would naturally prefer to use his left hand. After the data measurement was finished, Ollivander stared at Isaac's face for a long time, and finally, it seemed he had made a decision. Please wait a moment, Valdor. Ollivander turned around and began to rummage through the mountains of wands for the one he had in mind. Finally, in the middle of the massive wand mountain, he found the box containing that wand. Try this. Blackthorn wood, phoenix tail feather, 13 inches, Ollivander said while opening the wand box. Accompanied by dancing dust, a black wand was taken out by him. Rare, tricky, with the widest range of magic, and also the pickiest about its master. Once it chooses a master, it is extremely loyal. Ollivander didn't mention that the feather of this wand came from Dumbledore's phoenix, fox. Upon hearing, Blackthorn wood, Dumbledore pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. A ray of sunset from outside the window shone into the wand shop, causing Dumbledore's glasses to reflect two streaks of white light. Isaac took the wand from Ollivander's hand, and for a moment, it felt as if he were grasping an organ that had appeared out of thin air. An impulse surged within his heart. Dumbledore was standing right beside him, and Isaac was full of confidence, so he followed this impulse and waved the wand in his hand. The next second, all the dust in the wand shop surged up and then squeezed out through every crack in the shop all at once. It finally dissipated in the air above Diagon Alley, and the interior of the wand shop looked brand new. The decor here still had the flavor of accumulated time, but it looked much cleaner than just a moment ago. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore said cheerfully, "Aha, Garrick. You've saved yourself some time on cleaning." Ollivander rolled his eyes at Dumbledore. This was a magical thing for him too. He had never heard that Dumbledore was the type to spoil a child like this. All right, to thank Valdor, I will gift an extra wand care kit. It seems my eye is still quite discerning. That will be 7 galleons. The wand was still paid for by Dumbledore. After Dumbledore and Isaac left the wand shop, Ollivander was still staring at their backs in a daze. For a wandmaker, like Ollivander, he could understand a person better through their wand. What he hadn't said just now was that the 13-inch blackthorn wood was the size and material of Grindelwald's wand before he used the Elder Wand. As for the phoenix tail feather from Fawkes and Dumbledore were one, how much difference could there be from Dumbledore himself? Actually, there were still some differences. For example, Garrick Ollivander only used 3 types of materials as wand cores. Dumbledore's beard was certainly not among those 3 types of materials. Obviously, this was a wand with a certain sense of dark humor. As it turned out, this wand found its most suitable master today. Think about it carefully. After finishing their tour of Diagon Alley, Dumbledore sent Isaac back home. He still used apparition. Dumbledore politely declined Isaac's offer to have a late-night snack together and disappeared using apparition after dropping him off. Not long after Dumbledore left, Grindelwald's figure appeared beside Isaac as if taking over a relay. Isaac had long since grown accustomed to Grindelwald, who was like a ghost. "I bet you didn't miss a moment of peeking at us, Gellert." Isaac spoke to Grindelwald while his hands never stopped working. He first let Cuckoo out of its cage, instructed the old butler to prepare some food for it, and then chose a place Cuckoo liked to serve as its nest. Then, he began to organize the books needed for the first year. Grindelwald did not refute Isaac's words, which meant that he had indeed spent the whole day, peeking at Isaac and Dumbledore using prophecy, just as Isaac had said. Throughout the day, it was truly hard to guess whether Grindelwald was watching Isaac or Dumbledore. For a wizard of Grindelwald's strength and age, he had long since disdained lying. Confucius said that at 70, one could follow one's heart's desires without overstepping the rules. Grindelwald was over 100 years old now. Was he really supposed to be timid like a young virgin? He just wanted to go after Dumbledore. "You two walked around for a day, how did it feel?" Grindelwald's question lacked a subject, but Isaac could understand. "It was great. Professor Dumbledore is respected and admired by all. His situation in the British wizarding world is very different from yours." Isaac replied casually, his movements continuing without pause. He. Ha ha ha. Grindelwald suddenly began to laugh, just like the 4 great laughing Uchiha. He even bent over with laughter. Finally, he took out a handkerchief and wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. "You aren't entirely wrong. Dumbledore is highly respected, yet even a small-time British minister of magic dares to scheme against him behind his back into his face. They wish they could drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. I am currently reviled by everyone, but those European ministers of magic wouldn't dare scheme against me, they don't even dare let other wizards appear before me. It really is a world of difference. Compared to that savior named Harry Potter, the treatment Albus, the previous generation's savior, receives really isn't much to speak of." Isaac could hear the lingering resentment in Grindelwald's tone. In the end, old Grindelwald was still seeking justice for old Dumbledore. There was a fundamental difference between Grindelwald and Lord Voldemort, even though they were both Dark Lords, defeated by Dumbledore. Grindelwald was an exiled Dark Lord. Because of Dumbledore, old Grindelwald had deliberately bypassed Britain when he was causing trouble. The whole of Europe and America were turned upside down, but Britain was left completely unscathed. Lord Voldemort was the exact opposite. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about sweeping across the European and American continents like his predecessor, Grindelwald. But before he and his Death Eaters could even leave Britain, they were intercepted by Dumbledore leading members of the Order of the Phoenix. He was directly confined within the borders of Britain. In the end, the credit for defeating Lord Voldemort was forced onto a newborn child. This resulted in neither the pure blood supremacy ideology that Lord Voldemort preached, nor his terrorist-like actions, being able to compare to Grindelwald in terms of the destruction he caused. Yet, Dumbledore, the man who defeated Grindelwald, was treated worse than a child who didn't know anything. Regardless, that was over 100 years ago. The scenes of Lord Voldemort wreaking havoc on the British wizarding world feel like they just happened compared to your exploits. Furthermore, it is only natural for a powerful wizard to defeat a formidable enemy. A child defeating the Dark Lord, that is a living legend. Isaac carried the books back to his study, placed the textbooks in the corner of the desk, and continued to speak to old Grindelwald. If you decided to come out of retirement now, there would definitely be people in the wizarding world crying and begging Dumbledore to come out of retirement as well. So, are you going to come out of Nurmengard? The indignant expression on Grindelwald's face suddenly became calm, and a moment later, he suddenly started laughing. Kid, are you that eager for me to leave Nurmengard? Isaac spread his hands. Such things can't exactly be decided by my will, can they? Isaac neither admitted nor denied it, but sometimes, not denying it was enough to represent his attitude. Don't rely too much on your prophecy. Time loves to toy with people like you and me who think we can play with time. Old Grindelwald took a deep look at Isaac, then vanished on the spot. After sending off old Grindelwald, Isaac began to busy himself with his own affairs, previewing the first-year textbooks for Hogwarts. If ordinary young wizards wanted to preview the content of their textbooks, they would either have to ask their parents for help, which only young wizards from wizarding families could do. As for young wizards from Muggle families, they could only look at the textbooks and try their luck. Some with good talent, like Hermione, could learn and cast one or two spells before enrolling. Those without good talent could only dryly wave their wands and recite incantations. Isaac was different from all of them. He could take online classes through his prophecy. By using prophecy to find scenes of Hogwarts professors teaching classes, Isaac could observe and act as an auditor. Thanks to the various mistakes made by young wizards in class, Isaac could always choose the most correct path in his learning. If Isaac wanted to, he could even compare the same transfiguration class to see exactly what the difference was between what Dumbledore taught and what Professor McGonagall taught. In less than a month, Isaac had already roughly audited the entire first-year curriculum. This was also due to the objective factor that the first-year curriculum content was not difficult. Hogwarts first years are equivalent to first-year middle school students in society. Since it was a completely new field, the entire first-year curriculum was more about guiding entry, laying a foundation, and adapting to magic. This was not difficult at all for Isaac. He was a seer himself. What could be difficult for him to adapt to regarding magic? Added to that was his original adult background, which made him far exceed his peers in terms of focus and conviction. In the wizarding world, inner strength can be converted into magic intensity. After he finished learning all the first-year courses, Isaac, who already had a rough understanding of magic, made a decision. He would apply his talent to transfiguration. Yes, after a certain degree of study, Isaac was surprised to find that transfiguration occupied a pivotal weight in the magic of Harry Potter. Even without this discovery, Isaac would probably have delved into the field of transfiguration. If nothing else, just the fact that Dumbledore was once a transfiguration professor at Hogwarts meant that this field had great potential. Sometimes, following in the footsteps of a big shot leads to a smooth path. In truth, besides the influence of Dumbledore, there was another factor in Isaac Valdor's choice to delve into the field of transfiguration. That was the fact that his talent in the field of transfiguration was completely different from his talent in other areas. In other areas, be it potion, herbology, or even alchemy, which isn't taught in the lower years at Hogwarts, Isaac's talent could only be considered excellent. Excellent talent meant that Isaac could become a master in that field after investing enough time and energy. If Isaac hadn't realized his talent for transfiguration, he might have truly believed that he was quite talented in other fields as well. But combining the master-level lessons from the prophecy visions and his own practice at home, Isaac discovered that his talent in the field of transfiguration seemed even more exaggerated. For example, simple object transfiguration, which took other young wizards an entire lesson just to grasp the basics, was very simple for Isaac. He could even draw inferences about other things after mastering simple object transfiguration. At first, Isaac only thought the difference was because he had transmigrated, giving him a stronger willpower than the young wizards. After all, he had been an adult in his previous life. Wasn't it normal for his willpower to be stronger than that of young wizards? The magic of the Harry Potter world was different from the conventional magic Isaac knew in his previous life. The magic and mages he knew in his past life were more like the standard magic users who needed to meditate, improve their mental power, and condense their magic power. But in the Harry Potter world, they weren't mages, they were all wizards. At the same time, when Isaac practiced magic, he never felt anything like magical exhaustion. After casting a large amount of spells, he would only feel exhausted, just like running a marathon. In Isaac's view, what local wizards consumed more of when casting spells was their stamina. The best proof of Isaac's point was the obscurus. How was an obscurus formed? It was formed when a young wizard forcibly suppressed their own magic power under extreme trauma. You see, to form an obscurus, one must first suppress it to death, and refuse to vent any of the magic power within the body. When a young wizard's magic power is bottled up inside to the very end, it is easy to bottle up an obscurus. This proves that the wizards in the magic world are not lacking in magic power at all. Just by this fact alone, how many mana-starved mages from other worlds would envy them? Wizard magic emphasizes the power of the mind, and Isaac always believed that he was stronger in the power of the mind than the young wizards. Perhaps during the adaptation phase, he could adapt to Hogwarts education and magic faster than the young wizards. However, when Isaac spent 3 days finishing all the first-year transfiguration courses, he finally concluded that his talent in the field of transfiguration seemed quite formidable. To verify his talent, Isaac also learned some second-year courses under Professor McGonagall, and the progress did not slow down in the slightest. At this moment, Isaac realized that his talent in the field of transfiguration was probably truly astonishing. Based on his observations of other young wizards in the prophecy visions, Isaac divided magic talent into 6 levels. From low to high, they are slightly poor, average, normal, excellent, top tier, and limit. Most young wizards' talent is clustered between average and normal, and a few exceptional ones, who clearly seem to have something wrong with their brains, fall into the slightly poor level. Young wizards with excellent talent can basically digest the content taught by the professors immediately and reflect it in their homework. As for young wizards with top-tier talent, they absorb knowledge faster than others and can even draw inferences to a certain extent. As for the limit level of talent, that means they don't need a professor to teach them. They can chew through the knowledge just by looking at the textbooks. If there is a professor teaching, they would digest it even faster. Isaac was able to finish a school year's worth of knowledge in 3 days. Professor McGonagall truly deserved the credit. Professor McGonagall's lessons were absolutely worthy of the title, master-level lessons. Next, Isaac planned to buy the remaining Hogwarts Transfiguration textbooks, Intermediate Transfiguration, and Advanced Transfiguration Guide. He also planned to stop by Flourish and Blots to see if there were any other works in the field of transfiguration. This time, without Dumbledore's free ride via apparition, Isaac couldn't take the night bus either. He didn't have any wizard currency on him at the moment. Let alone galleons or sickles, he didn't even have a single canute. He could only have his old butler take him to the Leaky Cauldron at Charing Cross Road, and then go to Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron. This time, he properly entered Diagon Alley through the official channel. As the school term approached, Diagon Alley remained bustling, with wizard families everywhere bringing their young wizards for big shopping. As well as Muggle families, whom Isaac could recognize at a glance. In Diagon Alley, those who looked like people in a Muggle shopping mall, unfazed by everything around them and simply taking their children out for a stroll, were wizard families. Conversely, those who found everything novel, frequently looking left and right with wandering eyes, were Muggle families. If such behavior wasn't in a family unit, then calling them a thief would also seem quite fitting. Isaac headed straight to Gringotts and, amidst the long-faced goblins, exchanged the 100 galleons for this year for a young wizard from a Muggle family. In fact, Isaac still couldn't understand why, even though these goblins were the defeated side back then, wizards still dared to let them control the economic lifeline of the wizard community. After leaving Gringotts, Isaac went straight to Flourish and Blots. The moment he entered the bookstore, the manager of Flourish and Blots appeared before Isaac. Welcome, Valdor, is there anything I can help you with? I need intermediate transfiguration and advanced transfiguration guide. By the way, what other works do you have here regarding transfiguration? The manager did not raise any questions about Isaac's book list. Come on, this young master was the person whom Dumbledore personally brought over and paid the bill for. Although his surname wasn't Dumbledore, the entire Diagon Alley was now speculating that Valdor might have a secret relationship with Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore was a master in the field of transfiguration, so wasn't it normal for Valdor to want to buy some works in the field of transfiguration? This was called academic heritage. The manager immediately had a shop assistant bring over intermediate transfiguration and advanced transfiguration guide. Then he asked Isaac curiously, may I ask, Valdor, have you already understood the contents of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration? Yes, Mr. Manager. Isaac nodded, and the next second, he heard an exclamation from behind him. What? Isaac turned at the sound, and the first thing he saw was, without a doubt, Hermione's enviable volume of hair. Often, one needs a significant amount of hair to achieve such a bushy look. With hair as fine and soft as Isaac's, he really couldn't achieve that kind of bushiness. Being stared at by both Isaac and the manager simultaneously, Hermione couldn't help but blush. Even if it wasn't intentional, eavesdropping on someone's conversation and then reacting so startlingly to the content was undoubtedly considered rude behavior in the Granger residence. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you, but... Hermione spoke rapidly, her words tumbling out. But you said you've already finished Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. The last time, at the Granger residence, after Professor McGonagall had left, she was replaced by the rather gloomy-looking Professor Snape. The professor looked so unapproachable that Mr. Granger had only tentatively tried to start a conversation, but upon realizing Professor Snape had no intention of responding, he had stopped. During their last trip to Diagon Alley, the Granger family had only purchased the items on their admission list under the guidance of Professor Snape. Fortunately, they already knew the address of Diagon Alley, so they could visit on their own later. The Granger family had intended to return to Diagon Alley the next day, but Hermione had already become completely captivated by her Hogwarts textbooks. For the past month, she had spent every day either reading the basic theoretical knowledge in her textbooks or attempting magic practice. Yet, after a month, she only had some minor insights into the spells in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Under her parents' persuasion, she had come to Diagon Alley today, intending to take a break and clear her head. However, Hermione still dove headfirst into the bookstore. The Grangers were long accustomed to their daughter's habits, so they simply went to the ice cream parlor across the street to sit for a while. And to experience the wonder of magic while they were at it. Just a moment ago, Hermione had been captivated by Hogwarts, a history, and everything recorded in the book seemed so fascinating to her. She had been reading intently when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was the voice of that prophecy, whose authenticity she still couldn't determine. She had asked Professor McGonagall the same question, and the result was that Professor McGonagall had left their home in a state of shock. But when she asked Professor Snape the same question, it only earned her an unkind glare from him. None of that mattered, the point was, what had she just heard? What did he mean by saying he had finished Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration? Hermione was a smart girl, she could clearly detect the implication in the bookstore manager's words. Just when she was at a complete loss with transfiguration and struggling with her spells, someone had already finished reading Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. You have to understand, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration wasn't just for first-year students. It was the textbook for both first and second-year students at Hogwarts. Similarly, Intermediate Transfiguration was the textbook for years 3 through 5. And Advanced Transfiguration was the textbook for years 6 and 7. For Isaac to have finished that book meant, to Hermione, that someone was leading her by 2 years right at the starting line. How could she allow that? This really almost made Hermione cry, and Isaac, seeing this, hurriedly comforted her. You didn't mishear, I really have finished it. It's just, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, how hard can it be? As Isaac said this, he glanced at the bookstore manager, appearing as if he were seeking the manager's agreement. The manager was very cooperative and immediately expressed his agreement. Putting aside whether Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was difficult when he was in school, It certainly wouldn't be difficult for a relative of Professor Dumbledore to learn. Valdor was now a major client of their bookstore. If he claimed Dumbledore couldn't perform magic right now, the manager would still have to nod in agreement. Isaac's own credibility might not have been high in Hermione's heart due to the prophecy incident not long ago. But she had no choice but to believe the bookstore manager. So, Isaac had actually finished in 1 month a textbook that an ordinary wizard would need 2 years to study. The young girl was on the verge of tears. Across the street, the Grangers noticed something was wrong with their daughter. After paying for their ice cream, they hurried over. The bookstore manager, perhaps feeling it wasn't right to bully a little girl, explained. Young lady, if you are worried about your studies, there is really no need to be so concerned. There aren't many people in the entire magic world with as much talent as Valdor. Hermione immediately caught the blind spot in the manager's words. Mr. Manager, does not many mean there is more than one wizard as talented as Valdor? The girl's voice was even slightly off-key, and the bookstore manager immediately realized that his good intentions had backfired. Oh no, why was this muggle-born wizard so competitive? As a senior manager of the bookstore, he understood that trouble often stems from one's own words. He also knew that powerful wizards often had eccentric temperaments. He could certainly comfort Hermione by saying that Valdor's talent was one of a kind, but who could guarantee that such a statement wouldn't reach the ears of other powerful wizards? What if some wizard targeted Valdor, thereby provoking hostility from Dumbledore? Good heavens, would another wizard war break out? He did not want to be the sinner who triggered a wizard war. The bookstore manager decisively pretended not to hear Hermione's question and turned to Isaac. Given your talent in the field of transfiguration, Valdor, I suggest you subscribe to Transfiguration Today and Transfiguration Monthly. These are relatively cutting-edge journals on transfiguration theory. Additionally, I personally recommend you subscribe to Transfiguration Today, The Development and Outlook of Transfiguration, bound volume. This is a collection of papers that progresses from basic to advanced, following advanced transfiguration. It is a bridging work for when you advance further in the field of transfiguration. The bookstore manager's words were a mouthful, but Isaac understood. Judging by Hogwarts enrollment age and curriculum, it was more like a combined middle and high school. It was also a place where young wizards could acquire knowledge inexpensively. Once they graduated from Hogwarts and entered wizard society, they would discover that the knowledge they had so easily obtained at school would cost them 10, 100, or even 1,000 times more to continue learning in the wizarding world. It was only then that the gap between Muggle-born, half-blood, and pure-blood wizards would truly widen. The most critical issue was that when Muggle-born and half-blood wizards realized this, they would discover that in the entire wizarding world, apart from Hogwarts, this magic middle school, there was simply no such thing as a magic university. If they wanted to acquire more advanced knowledge, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue paying an incredibly high price. Little Hermione didn't need to consider so much. Right now, she only needed to consider the situation of being 2 years behind before even starting the race. That was 2 whole years. Before even enrolling, others were already 2 years ahead in their progress. If she attended school for 1 year, wouldn't she have to finish 6 years of knowledge at Hogwarts immediately? One step slow, every step slow. Would Miss Granger, who was at the top of her class in primary school, actually become the tail ender of the wizarding world once she arrived at Hogwarts? Worry, anxiety, and fear struck Hermione's heart all at once, and in the end, the little girl clutched Hogwarts, a history, and burst into tears with a wail. She didn't want to do something so embarrassing in front of so many people, but she really couldn't help it. Watching her peers discuss learning content and plans with adults that she couldn't even understand. For the competitive Hermione, this was no less than the most terrifying punishment in the world. Hearing Hermione's crying, Isaac left his address with the manager. Later, the manager would send the books to his home via owl, and Isaac had intended to comfort Hermione, but he happened to run into Mr. Granger's wary gaze. Mrs. Granger, it's a pleasure to see you again. I believe this must be Mr. Granger. Isaac nodded at Mrs. Granger, who was comforting Hermione, and greeted Mr. Granger, whose gaze was not very friendly. Oh, Isaac. May I call you that? Do you know what's wrong with Hermione? Mrs. Granger wanted to comfort her daughter, but she didn't know why Hermione had suddenly started wailing. So she had to seek help from Isaac Valdor, who had made a good first impression. Of course, ma'am. Isaac nodded, also wearing an expression of not quite understanding. Actually, Miss Granger became quite emotional just now after hearing me say that I finished learning the entire Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration this month. Isaac didn't say too much, he just started, and the Grangers immediately understood why Hermione had lost her composure. Their daughter was not just ordinarily competitive, but also a little overachiever. The Grangers didn't think there was anything wrong with Hermione's overachieving. Since this, overachieving, came from their daughter's own wishes, as parents, they could only support it. Just like how Hermione had worked hard at home for a whole month after getting her textbooks, they had suppressed their curiosity about the magic world, waiting until Hermione's enthusiasm for magic had cooled down slightly before coming to Diagon Alley together. Knowing the reason for Hermione's breakdown, Mrs. Granger's comfort became more targeted. And Mr. Granger's gaze toward Isaac became friendly, even feeling a bit of shared sympathy. Isaac's excellence was not his fault, and presumably, his daughter's outburst just now had given this fine young man a fright. Isaac, I've heard of you. Let's go, let's leave some space for the ladies, how about we go have something that men should drink? In the leaky cauldron, Isaac and Mr. Granger each held a glass of butterbeer, clinked glasses, and took a big gulp. As for the drink that was familiar to him in his previous life, Isaac was still quite curious before drinking it. However, when actually drinking it, it was just okay. It wasn't as good as imagined, but it couldn't be considered bad either, it was a fairly standard drink. However, butterbeer really looked like a glass of bubbly beer, and it also contained a small amount of alcohol. It was still very popular among young people. It mainly had a good name. If this thing were called butter soda, it definitely wouldn't be as popular as it was now. Mr. Granger put down his beer glass, winked at Isaac, and asked, "By the way, Isaac, where is your family? Didn't they come to Diagon Alley with you?" "I don't have a family, I'm an orphan." Isaac's answer was very calm. He was calm, but Mr. Granger, who had asked the question, couldn't be calm at all. Look at his big mouth. What had he asked? Mr. Granger had learned about Isaac's stall from his wife, and originally he had only thought that Isaac was experiencing life. He didn't expect that this child was struggling to make a living at such a young age. He had actually asked this question so carelessly, and now the more nonchalant Isaac appeared, the worse Mr. Granger felt inside. Don't be like that, Mr. Granger. This isn't your fault, and besides, I've long been used to being an orphan. He didn't even need to wait until night. Mr. Granger wanted to give himself a few slaps right now. But he was afraid that doing so would scare Isaac. Then, where do you live now? Mr. Granger forced himself to calm down and asked Isaac. 12 Medway Street. A kind gentleman sponsored me and gave me a place to stay. Mr. Granger was stunned. He knew this place, it wasn't very far from their home, and the houses there were more upscale than theirs. Which also meant that 12 Medway Street was more expensive than their home. This was truly a kind person. However, Mr. Granger thought of the same situation for Isaac and his daughter. Little Isaac needed to leave society to go to school in the wizarding world, so would the kind person sponsoring him think he wasn't studying well and thus go astray? Not all parents could be as open-minded and accepting as the Grangers. So Mr. Granger implicitly stated his worries and indicated that if Isaac needed proof, he could come by to help. If Isaac really needed to leave 12 Medway Street, they also had a vacant room at their house. It could only be said that although Isaac had only met the Grangers twice, he found that both of them were truly very good people. Even when offering kindness to an orphan, they would carefully look after Isaac's self-esteem. Isaac smiled at Mr. Granger. Rest assured, Mr. Granger. The kind person who sponsored me is also a wizard. It's just that due to some sad past events, he won't be coming to Britain for a long time. Currently, there are only Anthony and myself at 12 Medway Street. Mr. Anthony is the butler serving that wizard, but he is a muggle. Mr. Granger, filled with guilt, felt a little better after hearing this. As an orphan, even more than an orphan, Isaac's luck was considered good. Let alone an orphan, even children from ordinary families, when stepping into society after becoming adults, would likely not encounter such a benefactor. Alright, it looks like you're doing well, Isaac. To life, Tilda. Mr. Granger, having recovered, raised his glass again and drank heartily with Isaac, though he didn't forget his original purpose for seeking Isaac out. Regarding the unknown magic world, Mr. Granger still wanted to know a bit more. As for the game, Earth Online, even if Mr. Granger couldn't exactly be considered a top-tier player, he was at least among those who had a relatively good experience with it. He had originally thought that once he raised his little overachiever at home, his life would be complete. Who would have thought that in middle age, Earth Online would suddenly load a magic DLC? In the society of ordinary people, Mr. Granger could be described as handling things with ease, but regarding the Wizarding Society, he was completely in the dark. According to Isaac's hometown saying, if his daughter entered the magic world to study and live, and something really happened, he wouldn't even know where to go to kowtow for help. In Muggle society, he could spend money and pull strings, but in the magic world, he couldn't even spend money. They didn't even use pounds at all. He had originally thought about finding an opportunity to chat with a Hogwarts professor to see if he could gain some understanding of the magic world. Who would have thought he would encounter someone as difficult to talk to as Professor Snape? The whole way, he was just worried about offending Professor Snape and didn't dare ask anything else. Now that he had finally met Isaac, whom he could barely manage to talk to, he was really bursting with a stomach full of questions he wanted to ask. Isaac saw that Mr. Granger had questions to ask, and since it was still early, he didn't mind providing some answers for this father. In truth, his own understanding of the magic world was limited. Although Isaac could use prophecy, he wasn't immersed in it 24 hours a day. Grindelwald had once said that the biggest taboo for a seer is to immerse oneself in prophecy all day long. Prophecy should only be a means, not a dependency. If someone else had said this, Isaac might not have believed it. But coming from Grindelwald, these words were exceptionally persuasive. This man was a seer who had truly failed. How could he not know where the pitfalls for a seer lay? Therefore, before receiving his Hogwarts acceptance letter, he generally treated his prophecy talent as a search engine. After receiving the acceptance letter, it turned into software for attending online classes. In short, human seers utilized less than 1% of their prophecy talent, and Isaac felt that relying solely on this thing to act like a charlatan was the most boring way to use it. Overall, although Isaac's understanding of the magic world was limited, having a half-full bottle level of knowledge was still better than Mr. Granger's complete ignorance. Mr. Granger rubbed his hands together and asked, not feeling very confident, Isaac, I heard from Hermione that you once performed a prophecy for her. Do wizards really have this kind of talent? No, that was not a prophecy. Isaac shook his head. It was just a guess made after analyzing existing information and conditions. Isaac was being rather tactful. To put it bluntly, it was pure fraud. Wizards are naturally drawn to each other. I just determined that your daughter was a young wizard who hadn't enrolled yet. It just so happened that I also received a letter from Hogwarts that day. The rest was just trying my luck. Most of my clients don't care about such details. They are often willing to open their wallets just by hearing one or two nice blessings. That is the truth behind prophecy. Isaac spread his hands. The fewer people who knew about things like prophecy, the better. Furthermore, Isaac hadn't really used his prophecy ability on the Granger family much anyway. Most of what he said to Mr. Granger was true, except for the fact that he couldn't actually perform prophecy. The remaining truth, through certain omissions and reordering, was perfectly capable of fooling anyone to death without consequence. Mr. Granger nodded thoughtfully and asked again, then, are there any wizards in the magic world who possess prophecy talent? Yes, Mr. Granger, there are. Isaac nodded. In fact, there is one among the Hogwarts professors who possesses prophecy talent. It's just that. Just what? Mr. Granger hurriedly pressed. It's just that I've heard this professor's prophecy isn't very controlled and appears quite randomly. Even the subjects of the prophecy are random. Mr. Granger understood a little. If it was that level of talent, it was hard to say whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. With Isaac saying this, it directly piqued Mr. Granger's interest in conversation. After ordering fish and chips at the Leaky Cauldron, he ordered another serving of sausages and mashed potatoes. He even ordered a glass of mead for himself. Would you like anything else to drink, Isaac? Although Isaac still had half a glass of butterbeer left, Mr. Granger still enthusiastically intended to refill it for him. After receiving Isaac's polite refusal, Mr. Granger shook his head regretfully and asked again, are all special talents of wizards like this? Aren't there any that are more controllable? Yes, there are Tilda, Isaac said while eating the fish and chips brought over by Old Tom. More controllable ones include Parseltongue, which is the ability to talk to snakes. Metamorphmagie can change their appearance at will. Additionally, members of the Dumbledore family have phoenixes come to help them when needed. These are all relatively special talents that wizards possess. Except for the last one, the first two talents, Parseltongue might be better suited for a circus or a zoo. Metamorphagus is better suited to become a secret agent. These special talents didn't seem hard to accept in Mr. Granger's view, and his hanging heart relaxed a little. Having set his mind at ease, Mr. Granger fully displayed his eloquence. Before long, the atmosphere at the dining table was heated up by him. By the time Mrs. Granger arrived at the leaky cauldron with Hermione, Isaac was already on the verge of putting his arm around Mr. Granger's shoulders. Come here, Hermione tilde, this is a great young man I just met, Isaac. He counts as half a local in the magic world, and we've been chatting very well. Looking at her father's slightly unfocused eyes, Hermione suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. Immediately after, she heard Isaac say to Mr. Granger, "Hey, the first time I saw Miss Granger, I knew she was someone destined for big things. Her future in the magic world is limitless." Isaac's words sounded perfectly fine, they were nothing but praise. But the tone and stance of his praise made Hermione feel more and more awkward the more she listened. Who was the last person to praise her like that? Alright, it was a classmate of Dad's who worked as a doctor at a hospital in London. At the time, Dad even told her that he was her uncle in London. Hiss, it hasn't been that long since they last met, how did her peer suddenly jump up a generation? Is this even right? Hermione, who hadn't had a breakdown yet, still had some composure. She ignored her father and reminded Isaac, "Valdor, you didn't seem to pay the manager of the bookstore just now. I mean, can Flourish and Blot's mail books and let you pay later? Give the money to the bookstore's owl and let it take it back to the bookstore. I'm afraid Flourish and Blots doesn't have such a service, perhaps you can ask the manager next time. I didn't pay because my bill at the bookstore will be mailed to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will pay this bill for me." Miss Hermione, who had finally been calmed down by Mrs. Granger, now looked like she was tending towards petrification again. "What do you mean your bill will be sent to the Hogwarts headmaster's office? And what do you mean Dumbledore will pay your bill at Flourish and Blots?" Miss Granger knew every single word that came out of Isaac's mouth, but when those words were combined into these two sentences, she really wished her comprehension skills weren't so strong. "You're actually trying to tell me that Dumbledore is a powerful wizard with a heart of gold. The reason he's willing to pay the bill is because he's kind." "That's right, Professor Dumbledore is a very kind person." Isaac nodded at Hermione with a smile. His eyes were full of approval and encouragement. "Little girl, that you can think of Dumbledore this way, not only makes me happy for Dumbledore, but I am also willing to cross your name off a little notebook for it. The name of this little notebook is called, Who is Dumbledore's Favorite Student?" Isaac's words made Hermione's expression change drastically. She subconsciously covered her mouth, only to realize that the words she had just thought had definitely not been spoken aloud. Could she have been hit by a mind-reading magic? In the magic world, we don't call it mind-reading, we call it legilimency. In fact, my learning progress hasn't reached the level where I can learn legilimency yet. Isaac explained to Hermione with an innocent expression. Moreover, any wizard who can cast legilimency wandlessly and non-verbally in such an understated way must be a master-level wizard. Do I look like a master-level wizard to you? Oh no. It's a beast asking for validation. Hermione shivered all over, instinctively feeling that it would be better not to answer this question. And, she admitted that what Isaac said made some sense, but why could this guy read her thoughts? Chong Wei. And you still say you can't read minds? Isaac showed an awkward but polite smile. It wasn't that he could read minds, it was just that Hermione at this age had too expressive a face, making her too easy to understand. Isaac, in both his lives combined, hadn't lived as long as Dumbledore had in one. But he did have some discernment from both his lives combined. Plus, discernment was something Isaac had practiced passively quite a bit in his prophecy, so being able to see through the thoughts of an 11-year-old girl now, wasn't that very reasonable. That was indeed very reasonable. Beside them, Mr. Granger clapped enthusiastically like a seal, telling Isaac that the performance just now was truly spectacular. In his excitement, the old brother even planned to take out his wallet and reward Isaac handsomely with pounds. Unfortunately, such an emotional act was stopped in time by Mrs. Granger. Isaac immediately let out a regretful sigh. This kind of, number one big brother, who gets emotional after drinking is really rare. Finally, with Isaac's help, Mrs. Granger returned home with her disheartened daughter and her bewildered husband. Thank you so much, Isaac. Mrs. Granger shook Isaac's hand warmly. Her peripheral vision kept glancing at her husband, who who was half slumped in the passenger seat, and she felt her back teeth itching. If Mr. Granger couldn't wake up tonight, perhaps Hermione would find her dear father tomorrow on the living room sofa, in the hallway entrance, or on the toilet in the bathroom. If you have time, please be sure to visit our home. By the way, here is our address. Mrs. Granger took out a business card, scribbled their address on the back with a pen, and then got into the driver's seat of the car. After watching the Granger family leave, Isaac finally lowered his hand from waving goodbye. Hopefully, the little witch Hermione can have a good night's sleep tonight. When she wakes up, she will know that the sky of the magic world is not actually that dark. Not everyone can be like Isaac, not only looking like the son of an old friend but also having the demeanor of an old friend. Having sent off the Granger family, Isaac also prepared to head home. The purpose of his outing today was to find some advanced books on transfiguration to read. The bookstore manager's recommendation was very practical. 2 textbooks, 2 journals, plus a compiled collection of journals. These books were enough for Isaac to read until Hogwarts started. As for after school starts, the Hogwarts library will welcome their strictest father. Just as Isaac was about to board the car arranged by the old butler on the roadside, his footsteps suddenly paused. The next second, Isaac turned around and walked straight into the leaky cauldron. He first asked old Tom to tell the driver waiting outside to go back first, and he would go home on his own later. Then he headed straight to the owl shop in Diagon Alley. The owner of the owl shop still remembered Isaac. In fact, Isaac was probably the celebrity of Diagon Alley these days. During this period, Harry Potter was not even as famous as Isaac. After all, how many years had Harry Potter been the savior? Dumbledore's illegitimate son was the only one in decades. Yes, that's right. In just 1 month, the relationship between Isaac and Dumbledore had changed from distant relatives to illegitimate son. There was no helping it. Judging by the efficiency of gossip spreading, the spread of Dumbledore's illegitimate son was indeed far superior to distant relative of the Dumbledore family. Oh Tilda, it's Valdor, very happy to see you. Seeing you come in such a rush, is there a problem with the owl? Seeing Isaac arrive in a hurry, the owner of the owl shop was a bit nervous. Come on, even if this person wasn't Professor Dumbledore's illegitimate son, he still had a close relationship with Dumbledore. If the owl he sold to Isaac had problems just after a month, that would be truly terrible. Although there was no 3 guarantees law, or 7-day no reason return policy in the magic world, a wizard's power was the best guarantee. As for Dumbledore's power, if he wanted to, he could even get an infinite refund. No, sir. Cuckoo is fine. I came here this time hoping to borrow an owl from the shop. I have a letter that I need to send to Dumbledore immediately. Upon hearing Isaac say this, the owl shop owner didn't say a word and contributed his own owl. After Isaac quickly wrote a letter, he handed it to the shop owner's owl. Isaac didn't let the shop owner's owl run the errand for nothing. He bought quite a few little treats for Cuckoo in the shop, and afterward, he walked out of the owl shop happily, carrying a small package. Next, Isaac truly looked like a little wizard stepping into the magic world for the first time, showing curiosity about everything. From the ice cream shop all the way to the broomstick shop, he stayed the longest in the broomstick shop. The featured broomstick model in the shop was the Nimbus 2000, which was also the first broomstick Harry Potter would later receive. Isaac carefully compared the differences between the Nimbus 2000 and other broomstick models in the shop. Finally, he concluded that he wasn't very interested in the mode of travel involving riding a broomstick to fly. He didn't refuse flying, but if it meant riding a broomstick, he'd rather not. Although he wasn't interested in broomsticks, he still stayed in the shop long enough. This fit the behavioral logic of a little wizard perfectly. Little wizards of Isaac's age were always hoping they could ride something. Isaac's final destination was the sweet shop next to Ollivander's. Wouldn't it be more reasonable for children to sneak away from their parents to buy sweets there? I must say, the sweets in the wizarding world are quite unique. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cauldron cakes, chocolate frogs, and of course, the cockroach clusters displayed in the corner. To be honest, Isaac had always felt that the only person who actually ate those things was Dumbledore. The only reason the sweet shop still made them was specifically for Dumbledore. Who else could it be but Dumbledore? The shelves in the sweet shop were lined up in rows. After entering, Isaac walked quickly toward the furthest corner. In the corner, Isaac saw Dumbledore, who looked as if he had been waiting for him for some time. This greatest wizard of the age, the only person Lord Voldemort feared, the man who defeated Grindelwald, and a close friend of Nicholas Flamel, stood quietly in the corner of the sweet shop, waiting for Isaac. Upon seeing Isaac arrive, Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped them clean. Isaac, I received your letter. You said someone is trying to attack you. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. Isaac nodded. This was the main reason he had urgently summoned Dumbledore. Just now, at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, Isaac had sensed danger and immediately cast a prophecy on himself. Then, he had decisively returned to Diagon Alley. The driver sent by the old butler at the entrance had already been controlled by a wizard. If Isaac had gotten into the car, he likely would have been attacked and kidnapped. However, this attacker clearly didn't know how to deal with a seer. Seers are creatures with very strong premonitions. Someone like Isaac could sense danger before it arrived and then simply cast a prophecy himself. If one cannot deceive a seer's intuition, then all attacks targeting a seer are likely to be seen through, just like this time with Isaac. Some seers are quite reckless. I know you're going to attack me, and I know your level. The reason I stepped into this trap is to crush you fair and square. Grindelwald actually had some of these traits. Unfortunately, Isaac was not Grindelwald. Even though he also wanted to fight, the conditions didn't allow it. In other worlds, young wizards his age were already skilled at using Crucio, and some could play with the Fiendfire curse to great effect. Some young wizards even started playing with Avada Kedavra lightning chains before they had even started school. Compared to his peers in other worlds, Isaac wasn't just dragging down the average for transmigrators, he was a total embarrassment. The problem was that his cheat code really wasn't that powerful. Left with no other choice, he could only act as a human summoner for once. Summoning Dumbledore directly. I can't use Avada Kedavra lightning chains, but summoning someone who can is fine, right? Could it be that my magical career path is actually the summoning style? Honestly, as a seer, Isaac had extraordinary achievements in this summoning style. He could completely see the success rate of summoning various legendary summons and epic summons through prophecy. One must know that Hogwarts not only had Dumbledore as principal, but also 4 deans and a whole bunch of subject professors. Once Isaac enrolled and got to know these professors, if he encountered a situation like this again, he could absolutely assemble a luxury sightseeing group. Can't watching a pervert who wants to kidnap a young wizard together count as sightseeing? Dumbledore probably wouldn't have imagined that Isaac's brain was so active at that moment. After carefully checking him over, he asked Isaac. Then, do you know the identity of the attacker? Ah, it's one of Lord Voldemort's lackeys. Isaac called out Lord Voldemort's name without any hesitation. He really wasn't afraid of Lord Voldemort. For one, Lord Voldemort didn't feel very real to Isaac. Even though he was now in Harry Potter's wizarding world, Lord Voldemort still felt more like a story to Isaac. His biggest impression of Lord Voldemort right now was probably that the guy had no nose. Whether it was Lord Voldemort's brutality or cruelty, Isaac hadn't experienced it firsthand, so he naturally wouldn't be very afraid based on some descriptions alone. Furthermore, the first person from the wizarding world Isaac had met after arriving in this world was Grindelwald. If he really had to be afraid of someone, wasn't Grindelwald more terrifying than Lord Voldemort? Back then, with that fiendfire in Paris, if Nicholas Flamel hadn't brought people to extinguish it, who knows how many people in all of Paris would have burned to death. In short, a nose-less stray dog wasn't worth fearing, and a Death Eater shouting about the Dark Lord and their master, acting like a lackey, was even less worth fearing for Isaac. This was what Isaac called despising the enemy strategically. Tom. Hearing Lord Voldemort's name, Dumbledore's expression finally changed. His expression didn't become more serious. Instead, from Isaac's perspective, Dumbledore's face was filled with more confusion and caution. He was probably also wondering why a Death Eater would target Isaac. Tisk. Professor, that Tom Riddle is just bullying you because you're an intellectual. Why think so much? Just catch the person and interrogate them. Use legilimency on him, or if that doesn't work, use some veritaserum. Professor Snape definitely has some in stock. Isaac's radical statement interrupted Dumbledore's train of thought. He was just about to correct Isaac's mindset. But then he thought of how Isaac was a seer, and then remembered Snape's personality. Oh no, the kid was right. Snape really did have veritaserum in stock. Alright, you're right. We should indeed take action first. Do you have any knowledge of that Death Eater's identity? Dumbledore asked Isaac. I can point them out to you, but if you ask me for their identity. Isaac spread his hands to show there was nothing he could do. If he had summoned Professor Snape, perhaps he could have learned the attacker's identity by prophesying the scene of Professor Snape interrogating the Death Eater. Unfortunately, it was Dumbledore who came, and he was the top riddler of the British wizarding world. A master of riddles. In that case, Isaac, there might be a favor I need you to do. Dumbledore suddenly looked at Isaac with an expression that said, I have a good idea. This expression immediately made Isaac's heart skip a beat. As the saying goes, one doesn't fear a bad person racking their brains, but one fears a fool having a sudden inspiration. This description certainly couldn't be applied to Dumbledore. But a master's sudden inspiration was sometimes even more destructive. Just as Isaac was planning to politely decline, Dumbledore suddenly asked a question in a low, lingering voice. Isaac, do you want to become stronger? Isaac was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, was the Dumbledore in front of him a character from some trashy browser game? Why does that sentence reek of a pay-to-win scheme? I don't have any money. Because Dumbledore smelled too much like a pay-to-win scammer, Isaac subconsciously covered his wallet, eyeing the old man before him with vigilance. You don't need to spend any money. Dumbledore stared at Isaac for a long time, he simply couldn't fathom why the child's train of thought worked this way. Dumbledore had made many predictions about Isaac's response. He had guessed that the child might be like Grindelwald, or perhaps like himself. He even considered the possibility of him being like Tom. But he never expected that Isaac's first reaction would be fear that he was trying to swindle him out of his money. You see, this is the limitation of the times, isn't it? Having never downloaded a national anti-fraud app, Dumbledore could never imagine how vigilant the younger generation of the future would be towards scams and things that sound too good to be true. Noticing the twitching corner of Dumbledore's mouth, Isaac also realized that his reaction had been a bit too intense. It couldn't be helped. This was caution carved into his bones, especially since Isaac was just a child now, with even fewer ways to make money. However, Dumbledore was the greatest wizard in contemporary Britain. Even if he were to scam anyone, it would be the money of those pure-blood families. Isaac was a genuine pauper. How much money did he even have on him? Thinking of this, Isaac blinked, and his hand, which had been covering his wallet, dropped naturally. He cleared his throat and said to Dumbledore, Ahem, I still trust you very much, Professor. So, what do I need to do to become stronger? I won't reiterate the conventional methods, this time, I'll tell you something different. Isaac nodded silently to indicate he was listening. The so-called conventional methods were nothing more than studying, improving oneself through books or by seeking guidance from famous teachers. By studying the works of other masters and cutting-edge papers in the field of magic, one could become more powerful through the accumulation of knowledge. In the wizarding world, knowledge is power. The 4 deans of Hogwarts represent the 4 major categories in the field of magic: transfiguration, potion, charms, and herbology. As long as a wizard can achieve mastery in any field of magic, their personal combat power will not be weak. The conventional methods Dumbledore spoke of were standard studies. In terms of learning, Isaac, being a prophet, really had all the advantages. He could listen to master-level lectures that were unreachable for ordinary people whenever he wanted, and he could even selectively seek answers based on the problems he encountered during his studies. But what Dumbledore wanted to talk about now was clearly not the conventional method of learning. Isaac, since you are a prophet, do you know what the commonality is between me, Gellert, and Tom? The commonality between Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Lord Voldemort. Are they all Dark Lords? What's wrong with that? Is the White Lord not a Dark Lord? These words circled on the tip of Isaac's tongue again and again, but in the end, he swallowed them back down. Since he already knew that Dumbledore had never been some kind-hearted, easily bullied, honest old wizard. He was the White Lord who had self-exiled to Hogwarts, so when Dumbledore was acting kind, one shouldn't push one's luck. If Dumbledore were actually forced into his Dark Lord form, with just a single high-power spell, how many in the entire wizarding world could pat their chests and claim they could withstand it? Even the current, incomplete Lord Voldemort didn't dare to provoke Dumbledore, he had to hide and skulk. Was Isaac crazy to go and expose Dumbledore's secrets for no reason? But besides being Dark Lords, what other commonalities did these 3 have? If it were just Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Isaac could say that the 2 had the same romantical orientation and both liked men. But adding Lord Voldemort Tom into the mix. Tom just didn't have a nose, but his romantical orientation shouldn't have changed, right? Right. After racking his brains, Isaac actually thought of a commonality between these 3 people. Professor, you and those two, do you all belong to the type of wizards who achieved fame at a young age? Yes, these three were undisputed geniuses in their time. Dumbledore was hailed as the most outstanding student in the history of Hogwarts during his time at school. He swept all the honors in the school, serving as a prefect and head boy. In his youth, he corresponded with the alchemy master Nicholas Flamel and the history of magic historian Bathilda Bagshot. In the East, that would be equivalent to a high school student still in school, frequently engaging in academic exchanges with more than one academician. Grindelwald's excellence was similar to Dumbledore's. He was born into a European wizarding family and displayed shocking magical talent in his youth, being called a once-in-a-century magical genius. At 16, Grindelwald was expelled from Durmstrang Institute for dark arts experiments. It is worth mentioning that Durmstrang Institute does not prohibit the teaching of dark arts. Later, Grindelwald was expelled for conducting extremely dangerous dark arts experiments that caused serious harm to his classmates. This shows just how high Grindelwald's talent and attainments were in the field of dark arts. The third one is Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. If it weren't for Dumbledore suppressing him, he would have been the most outstanding student in the history of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, he met Dumbledore. That title could only remain out of his reach. Even so, Tom's performance in school was stunning enough. He not only stunned the professors at Hogwarts but also stunned his classmates, especially the heirs of those pure-blood families in Slytherin. It is worth mentioning that Tom was a genuinely handsome young man when he was in school. Top-tier magical talent, top-tier combat talent, possessed the Slytherin bloodline, and also had the ability to speak Parseltongue. At the same time, he stood firmly on the side of the pure-blood families, naturally becoming the spokesperson for the pure-blood class. These heirs of pure-blood families naturally rallied closely around him. Who could have guessed that this guy would play with dark arts and mess up his own brain? Setting aside the stage where Lord Voldemort's brain was broken, he was just like Dumbledore and Grindelwald, all of them young wizards who achieved fame at a young age. Yes, Isaac, your summary is very correct. In our youth, we all displayed excellence that distinguished us from other young wizards. It was even excellence that far exceeded this age group. This excellence allowed us to far surpass our peers when we started in the field of magic. Likewise, it is also the cornerstone of our strength. Isaac pondered Dumbledore's words carefully. If he were just an ordinary young wizard, he would definitely not be able to understand what Dumbledore meant. This was the old Hogwarts riddle maker, who simply wouldn't speak plainly. Saying 3 parts and hiding 7 parts had become Dumbledore's habit of speaking. However, Isaac was a transmigrator with miscellaneous knowledge. While savoring Dumbledore's words, he increasingly felt a certain sense of déjà vu growing stronger. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Lord Voldemort. Why did the path of these three achieving fame at a young age resemble the invincible path in fantasy novels so much? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Hogwarts. Why do you call me the Demon King? Part 2. Cultivating an aura of invincibility from a young age, then biding one's time to first crush one's peers before surpassing the old guard, right? Isaac was familiar with this. Before transmigrating, Isaac had read plenty of web novels on Kedian. There wasn't a trope he hadn't seen. But that didn't seem right. Isaac suddenly spotted a blind spot in Dumbledore's words. That's not right, Professor. Not to mention the prefects and head boys that are produced almost every year. Even Hogwarts has the most outstanding student in every year, right? Setting aside those generally outstanding young wizards, I don't think Hogwarts lacks those who are exceptionally outstanding. Like Percy Weasley of Gryffindor. Although Isaac had not yet been to Hogwarts, that didn't stop him from talking about the people and events of Hogwarts. Dumbledore didn't feel there was anything wrong with that. Hearing Percy Weasley's name, Dumbledore expressed his agreement. Indeed, Percy is a very outstanding young wizard, but that is not enough. From a certain perspective, Percy Weasley had already reached the ceiling of what ordinary wizards could achieve through effort. No, without the corresponding talent, Percy Weasley would be out of reach for even the average wizard. Hogwarts students need to go through 2 life-defining exams during their time at school. The 5th-year OWL's ordinary wizarding levels are the fundamental threshold of a magical career, directly determining the eligibility for 6th-year course selection. In this exam, Percy Weasley obtained 12 certificates, with a perfect score in every single one. Next is the 7th year NEWT's nastily exhausting wizarding tests, the highest level of examination at Hogwarts, which determines entry into high-end magical professions. Professions like Auror, Street Mungo's healer, high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, alchemist, or spell researcher all require high scores in the corresponding NEWT subjects. Percy Weasley also achieved 12 perfect scores in this exam. This was also an important condition for him to become the personal assistant to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as soon as he joined the Ministry of Magic. What kind of concept is this Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Let's put it this way. It has a subordinate unit called the Auror Office. This Department of Magical Law Enforcement is equivalent to a combination of the Muggle world's Interior Ministry, Justice Department, Police System, and Supreme Court. Its head has always been the most potent candidate for Minister of Magic. That Percy Weasley could be selected to become the secretary to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was certainly due in part to his surname, Weasley. But the 12 perfect certificates were also a hard requirement for such an exceptional promotion. It's just that the head at the time, Crouch, didn't expect that he had actually recruited a fool. Ignoring Percy Weasley's clumsy career debut later on, he was truly indisputably outstanding while studying at Hogwarts. Even the students of Ravenclaw, who loved studying the most, acknowledged this. Did this not satisfy Dumbledore's definition of an outstanding young wizard? Of course not, Isaac, you are focusing on the wrong point. Grindelwald and Tom's excellence never lay in the certificates they obtained or their so-called grades. Grindelwald's excellence lay in the astonishing, or rather, terrifying talent for dark arts he displayed at age 16. And Tom, his Parseltongue, and his demonstrated talent for magic and dueling were the main pillars supporting their excellence. In other words, Isaac said, thoughtful, to achieve such talent, one must be able to do things that ordinary wizards cannot. Dumbledore nodded with gratification. His own excellence in his youth was not about Hogwarts awards. Rather, it was his ability to engage in academic exchange with the alchemy master Nicholas Flamel and the magical historian Bathilda Bagshot. In other words, to walk the same path of invincibility as Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Lord Voldemort, simply being outstanding at Hogwarts is useless. Even if one were as outstanding as Percy Weasley, one would still just be an outstanding ordinary wizard. A true, young master, must be able to do things that their peers cannot. So, Isaac began to understand what Dumbledore wanted to say. So you can try to subdue a dark wizard, rest assured, I will be watching quietly from the side. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Isaac didn't think of himself, but rather of Harry Potter's adventures at Hogwarts. First year, took on a teacher and Lord Voldemort. Second year, took on a teacher and a basilisk. Third year, took on an escaped convict and a Dementor. Fourth year, took on students from other schools. Come to think of it, he really did. If one followed Dumbledore's theory just now, the quality of Harry Potter's enemies during his years at Hogwarts was truly exceptionally high. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were not able to face enemies like Lord Voldemort at that age. Although it was only a remnant soul and was countered by Harry Potter, the quality of those adventures was not generally high, it was extraordinary. When Harry Potter reached his 7th year in the future, he could go toe-to-toe with Tom. It wasn't impossible that there was some buff from the path of magical invincibility. The only difference between Isaac and Harry Potter was that Harry walked this path of magical invincibility without knowing it. Now Dumbledore had laid this path before Isaac, asking if he was willing to walk it. Walk it. Of course he would walk it. In this world where magic is might, having a path of invincibility that predecessors had already successfully walked laid out before him. Plus a world-class guardian watching over him, Isaac would be a fool not to agree. It's just a small-time dark wizard, deal with him. Enemies never wait for you to be ready before attacking, and he was no ordinary young wizard. Good. Rest assured, Isaac, what did you say? Dumbledore seemed to want to persuade him further, but he didn't expect Isaac to agree so decisively. Not only decisive, his ability to take action was also strong. Professor Dumbledore, hide well. By the way, remember to help me protect Anthony later. At his age, he can't handle being tossed around by a dark wizard. Isaac promptly took out his wand and carefully inspected it, like a soldier about to step onto the battlefield maintaining his weapon. Finally, he nodded at Dumbledore and then left the magical candy shop. After leaving the magical candy shop, Isaac walked straight to the exit of Diagon Alley, passed through the leaky cauldron, and summoned the night bus at the entrance. After giving the address of 12 Medway Street, Isaac strapped himself into a seat on the bus, feeling the speed of the magical bus. Isaac was quite certain that the dark wizard tracking him had not boarded the magic bus, but he did not doubt that this dark wizard had a way to find 12 Medway Street. He just needed to wait quietly for the enemy to come to his door. About 20 minutes later, a wizard arrived at the entrance of Isaac's home via apparition. He first checked the house number, then let out two sinister laughs. Alohomora. His wand pointed at the gate of Isaac's house, and the next second, accompanied by the sound of the lock clicking open, the iron gate outside the garden slowly swung open. Tisk. An unexpectedly well-mannered dark wizard. Isaac stood by the window, watching the dark wizard enter by using Alohomora, and marveled at the excellence of Hogwarts education. I thought he would use a blasting curse to blow the door open. It must be said, Hogwarts really does have the feel of compulsory education for the British wizarding world. Most dark wizards in the British wizarding world have received basic education at Hogwarts. Such education ensures that, provided their brains haven't been completely fried by the dark arts, these dark wizards still know to use different spells for different situations. For instance, when facing an iron door, the invading dark wizard still uses Alohomora. Just as he walked into the garden, the dark wizard suddenly looked up, and his eyes met with Isaac's, who was standing by the window. Isaac raised his wand, waved it at him, and then disappeared from the window. HMPH. A brat who doesn't know death from life. The dark wizard narrowed his eyes and immediately strode toward the two-story villa. Gellert, I'm a bit curious, do all wizards who study and use the dark arts eventually end up looking like this, completely lacking in reason? Isaac walked quickly, but he didn't run around the villa. He held his wand, cautious but not afraid. He even had the presence of mind to discuss the brains of dark wizards with Grindelwald, who was by his side. Isaac's performance in Diagon Alley had been consistent with that of a normal young wizard, so it was barely reasonable that the dark wizard tracking him hadn't grown suspicious. But now, the intruder had already broken into the young wizard's home and had walked brazenly into Isaac's courtyard. The two had even made eye contact through the glass, and instead of panicking, the young wizard had smiled and greeted him from the window. Wouldn't any normal person stop and wonder if there was a trap? This dark wizard did not. Not only did he not think about it, he charged forward even more fiercely. What is your definition of a dark wizard? Grindelwald remained in his elegant, elderly demeanor. He followed not far behind Isaac, unhurried, not paying the dark wizard below any mind at all. He certainly had the capital to not care about that dark wizard, and most importantly, his true self wasn't even here. Isaac also didn't have the ability to throw the dark wizard directly into Nurmengard. Having not seen Grindelwald for many days, Isaac suspected that the old man hadn't appeared this time for his sake, but rather for Dumbledore, who was currently hiding somewhere unknown. Fine, so the older generation is using him, a first-year student, as a bridge for their romance, right? Wizards who use the dark arts. Isaac thought for a moment and gave an uncertain answer. Grindelwald laughed heartily after hearing this, then remarked that if one followed Isaac's standard, at least 99% of the wizards in the entire British wizarding world would have to be locked up in Azkaban. This young wizard, Isaac, was even more extreme than he, Grindelwald. To be precise, it should be wizards who abuse the dark arts, Grindelwald explained unhurriedly. A wizard's will influences magic, and likewise, magic also erodes a wizard's will. Controlled use of the dark arts does not lead to a drastic change in a wizard's temperament, but abusing the dark arts accelerates the magic's erosion of the will. Grindelwald gave the most straightforward example. Just like the acolytes and the Death Eaters, my followers would never make themselves look like lunatics. Grindelwald was somewhat disdainful of the junior named Lord Voldemort. When Grindelwald was still active across Europe, he was never called a Dark Lord. Because he was not a terrorist. He could be a reformer, a dictator, or even the most dangerous criminal. But no one ever called him a Dark Lord. After Lord Voldemort appeared, some people referred to Lord Voldemort as the Dark Lord. During the days when the Dark Lord disappeared, some people also categorized Grindelwald among the ranks of Dark Lords. However, this title was never officially recognized. If any official authority really wanted to define Grindelwald as the first Dark Lord, then the first thing he would have to do is expel Lord Voldemort from the ranks of Dark Lords. Just kidding, the acolytes who once followed Grindelwald were all people with ideals and ambitions. No matter how twisted their ideals were, these people had convictions. And what about the Death Eaters? A small number of refined egoists, the heads of pure blood families. Most of them were lunatics whose brains had been fried by the dark arts. Even Lord Voldemort himself was one whose brain was not quite right. Isaac didn't care how much Grindelwald despised Tom Riddle, he was only focused on one thing now. Since normal study and use of the dark arts wouldn't make one lose their mind, could he perhaps sharpen his spear at the last minute? Gellert, how about you teach me your Protega Diabolica? Let's give the British wizarding world a taste of the gas stove shock. Honestly, ever since Isaac confirmed the world he was in and was able to see Grindelwald, he had been coveting Grindelwald's Protega Diabolica. Strength is temporary, but cool is forever. And Protega Diabolica happens to be both strong and cool. If others didn't know Grindelwald and didn't have this opportunity, that would be one thing, but he had the advantage of proximity. Uncle Gellert, I want to take care of you in your old age. The expression on Grindelwald's face beside him was quite peculiar. It wasn't annoyance, nor was it surprise. How to describe it? It was like, I knew you brat would definitely say this, but I didn't expect you to actually have the nerve to say it out loud. To shock Grindelwald twice with one thing, is that something an ordinary person could do? Eventually, all those expressions turned into disdain from afar, and Grindelwald said crossly. Forget it, you brat can't even meet the prerequisites for Protega Diabolica. Do you know the Fiendfire curse? Have you figured out the Fidelius charm? And Legislamancy? By the end, even Grindelwald himself could barely keep a straight face. This kid really thought he was something, wanting to master so many spells in such a short time. Does he really think he's Merlin? Even Merlin would have to spend time learning them. Children should just play with things children are supposed to play with. After dropping this line, Grindelwald disappeared from Isaac's sight. Isaac wasn't annoyed by Grindelwald's sudden disappearance. Uncle Gellert just had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Because at the moment Grindelwald disappeared, Isaac sensed that he had unlocked a prophetic vision related to Grindelwald. Why is it said that seers are people who toy with time? Aside from their ability to see images of the future, the main reason is that they can see visions spanning hours, days, or even years in just a split second. The next second, in the villa's hall, Isaac and the intruding dark wizard came face to face in reality. Stupefy. Wingardium Leviosa. Isaac bent his legs and lowered his head, dodging the spell shot by the dark wizard, and immediately hit the dark wizard's wand with a levitation charm. Precision and potency were Isaac's advantages of will as a transmigrator. The next second, the dark wizard's wand flew out of his hand. Engorgio. The wand, which had been as small as a conductor's baton, suddenly turned into a baseball bat. The dark wizard, who had snatched the wand from midair, swung at nothing. The magic that had been brewing in his throat fizzled out instantly. Isaac saw this scene and felt it was a pity. If this were a world where interrupting a spell caused magical backlash, that blow would have definitely been enough for the dark wizard to suffer. Unfortunately, such a mechanism does not exist in Harry Potter's world. A failed spell at most causes a wizard to choke on air or catch their breath wrong. It just so happens that they are inside a house now, and there is no one to make this dark wizard choke. You fool mudblood. The dark wizard was ashamed and angry. The baseball bat in his hand was thrown aside, and in the next second, he pulled a new wand from under his robes. Crucio. 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 The dark wizard's wand fired 3 consecutive Crucio spells, each one filled with more intense negative emotions than the last. By the third Crucio, the negative emotions reached their peak. This also meant that the dark wizard's desire to torture Isaac had reached its zenith. Unfortunately, none of the 3 Crucio spells hit Isaac. Every spell grazed Isaac's body by a hair's breadth and struck the wall behind him. Isaac dodged the 3 Crucio spells in a thrilling and intense manner and gave the dark wizard a brilliant smile. Not bad. At this moment, the dark wizard's already thin string of sanity snapped instantly, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his wand pointed directly at Isaac. Avada. Expelliarmus. A red spell shot out from Isaac's wand and instantly hit the dark wizard. The wand that was originally glowing green in the dark wizard's hand spun and flew towards Isaac the moment he was hit. Expelliarmus. This was the only intermediate spell Isaac learned before the start of the school year besides transfiguration, and it was also the foundational spell for wizard duels. In Harry Potter, the protagonist Harry even turned this spell into a red welding torch capable of clashing with the killing curse. It can be called a must-have spell for staying at home, traveling, and visiting friends and relatives. Isaac naturally had to appreciate a spell with such a wide range of uses. At first, he just thought this spell was nothing special, but looking at it now. When dealing with enemies who cannot perform wandless magic, Expelliarmus is truly useful. For example, right now, the dark wizard who lost his wand can only watch helplessly as Isaac casts a spell. Incendio. When he lost his wand, the dark wizard lost his sense of security and lunged at Isaac. Then he heard Isaac shout the incantation for the fire-making spell. The fire-making spell is a child's trick. Strictly speaking, the lethality of the fire-making spell is actually quite strong. After all, start a forest fire, and you'll sit in jail until the bottom rots. The key to this spell is that it has a counter curse. Not only does it have a counter curse, but there are also spells that suppress it. Whether it's augmenti or a fire-repelling spell, both can provide protection, and even using Protega isn't impossible to hold it off temporarily. As long as he can get his wand. The dark wizard thought the flames would come at him, but he didn't expect Isaac to point his wand at the ground. In the next second, crimson flames ignited on the ground, and then, like a gas stove, raging fire ignited in circles. The last image the dark wizard could see was Isaac in the center of the flames grinning at him. Judging by his lip movements, he seemed to be chanting another spell. What could it be? Protega Diabolica. The moment the spell was completed, the crimson flame surged violently toward the dark wizard who was lunging through the air. Immediately after, the dark wizard in midair was instantly swallowed by the raging flames. Not just the dark wizard, but his two wands on the ground, the villa's furniture, and even the entire villa were within the scope of the flames' consumption. Hey, ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the flames, Isaac completely ignored the surrounding temperature and stood on the only patch of open ground in the villa not consumed by the fire, laughing wildly. Dumbledore, save me. After the wild laughter ended, Isaac called for help without a second thought. Although standing in the center of Protega Diabolica won't result in being swallowed by the flames, the burning debris of the villa won't be blocked by Protega Diabolica. Perhaps Grindelwald's original version of Protega Diabolica could provide proper protection. But Isaac's version is just a youth version of Protega Diabolica, and even the incantation is different from Grindelwald's. Just as Grindelwald said, he hasn't even unlocked the prerequisites for learning Protega Diabolica. Being able to learn a youth version is already pretty good. How should I put it? This thing looks impressive, but it's basically useless against elite wizards. Because they can use counter curses, or even stopping spells. As soon as Isaac finished speaking, Dumbledore appeared beside him with a flash. Dumbledore extended his wand, but he didn't seem to wave it. Finite. The originally raging flames dissipated quickly as if they had been erased, revealing the dilapidated villa and the dying dark wizard. Isaac's Protega Diabolica. Youth version can certainly be broken with finite incantatem, but this dark wizard obviously cannot cast spells without a wand. Since he can't cast spells without a wand, he has to get burned. Good news. For wizards burned by such ordinary flames, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has a mature treatment plan. He doesn't even need to be hospitalized, he can recover with just some on-site treatment. Bad news. Even if he is cured, it doesn't mean he is still free. He attacked a young wizard in front of Dumbledore. He even used an unforgivable curse. Azkaban is about to welcome another Hogwarts graduate. Throwing a party without me, huh? I'll do it myself. When the flames completely dissipated, Dumbledore waved his wand again at the broken walls and ruins inside the villa. The entire villa was like time flowing backward. Everything burned by the flames, destroyed by spells, or even smashed by the dark wizard was completely restored. In a few seconds, the entire villa was restored from the inside out to how it was before the battle. Reparo, Isaac recited the spell Dumbledore used. The same spell used by different people has vastly different effects. For example, Isaac wouldn't be able to achieve such large-scale, precise restoration. This is purely a result of proficiency. Seeing the villa restored by Dumbledore, Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this villa was lent to him by Grindelwald for temporary accommodation. He couldn't destroy someone else's place, could he? After cleaning up the aftermath, Dumbledore used a binding spell on the dark wizard on the ground and then lowered his wand. The previous Reparo spell did not repair the dark wizard's wand. This dark wizard won't need a wand in the future either. Dumbledore stared at Isaac, lost in thought, and Isaac knew Dumbledore wasn't looking at him at all. He knew Dumbledore was looking at another person through his silhouette. What is this? Using me like a bridge to the past, a time post office. Isaac, that spell just now. When Dumbledore spoke, his voice carried a hoarseness that even he hadn't noticed. There was no help for it, it was just too similar, except for the color of the flames. Isaac's figure, magic, and Grindelwald were just too similar. Dumbledore watched from the sidelines, clearly seeing that the initiative of the entire duel had been firmly in Isaac's hands. For an ordinary wizard, if they wanted to deal with a seer who could read the script at any moment, a spell like Stupefy just wouldn't cut it. As long as the seer is prepared, never mind Crucio, even the killing curse is useless if it doesn't hit. There was only one way for the Dark Wizard to win against Isaac. Cast wide-range offensive spells and use the AoE of those spells to scrape Isaac to death. Yet, such an approach contradicted the Dark Wizard's intent for visiting. When the Dark Wizard first saw Isaac, the first spell he cast was Stupefy. This meant that his primary purpose for this trip was not to harm Isaac. He wanted to subdue Isaac. Stupefy was easily dodged by Isaac, and the subsequent three-shot barrage of Crucio didn't land a single hit. There was even a half-cast killing curse afterward. This Dark Wizard's brain was truly fried by the dark arts. Any normal wizard would have sensed that something was wrong. Either leave or switch to a different method of attack. Yet, he was stubborn, swapping Crucio for the killing curse. When you can't hit your target, never mind the killing curse, even casting Avada Kedavra lightning chain would be useless. Finally, there was that spell Isaac used, Protega Diabolica. Except for the color and power being different from the original version, the Valdor gas stove was no different from the Grindelwald gas stove. Isaac's casting movements, plus his three elements of Grindelwald. For a moment, Dumbledore almost mistook it for a young Grindelwald fighting someone. Protega Diabolica was Grindelwald's spell, and it was a signature move for magic masters like them. If it wasn't taught personally by Grindelwald himself, with Isaac's current knowledge base, he absolutely could not have self-taught this spell. Even if it was just a youthful version combining the fire-making spell and transfiguration. So this spell was Grindelwald's greeting to him. Who will love you now, Dumbledore? There was no time left to mourn Dumbledore's lost love. Next to apparate to us was the Auror trio from the British Ministry of Magic's Auror office. The three Aurors arrived in the courtyard of Isaac's house via apparition, and as soon as they landed, they saw Dumbledore and Isaac standing in the hall. The three were startled and immediately hurried toward them. Professor Dumbledore, we received a warning that the unforgivable curses were used here. What exactly is going on? Dumbledore turned his head to look. They were all acquaintances. Gawain, Kingsley, and John. Long time no see. How have you been lately? The arrivals were none other than Gawain Robards, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and John Dawlish from the Auror office. Among them, Gawain was the head of the Auror office and a capable deputy to Rufus Scrimgeour. He was considered the number 2 figure in the Auror office. If it hadn't been detected that a wizard was using the unforgivable curses in a Muggle area, the stature of this investigation team wouldn't have been so high. Not bad, Professor. So, what exactly is going on here? The three Aurors walked into Isaac's house and only then noticed a wizard lying on the floor of the hall, life or death unknown. Isaac, Dumbledore, plus a dark wizard, this combination of old, middle-aged, and young, combined with the outbreak of the unforgivable curses. Forgive them for their lack of experience as Aurors, but they really hadn't seen this scene since Lord Voldemort died. It's like this. I received a letter from Mr. Isaac Valdor at the office today, saying that a wizard was targeting him. So, I hurried to his house. But I arrived too late. When I reached the scene, Isaac had already subdued this dark wizard. Gawain realized that the truth was likely in the hands of this young boy, so he asked kindly. Valdor, oh, do you mind if I call you Isaac, child? Can you tell me what exactly happened? How did you subdue this criminal? Isaac was surprised that Dumbledore had omitted part of the truth. If one went by Dumbledore's version, Isaac's adventure evolved directly from an adventure under Dumbledore's protection to a fledgling hero swinging his sword at evil. Although he didn't understand the reason for Dumbledore doing this, Isaac knew that Dumbledore must have his reasons. Compared to these three Aurors, they were the ones on the same side. This has to start from Diagon Alley. Isaac began by talking about when he first noticed someone following him in Diagon Alley. From discovering someone following him to borrowing an owl from the owl shop owner to send a letter to Dumbledore. And then returning home after leaving Diagon Alley. Isaac hadn't expected the Dark Wizard to dare come directly to his door. Since Isaac didn't know any escape magic and Dumbledore hadn't appeared at his house yet. He had to find a way to deal with this dark wizard himself. I dodged his first spell, and then I used the levitation charm. Isaac talked all the way up to the final, self-created spell, Protega Diabolica. As a listener, Gawain just felt his worldview being constantly refreshed. Especially when he heard that Isaac had dodged 3 consecutive Crucio spells and even stuffed half a killing curse back down the dark wizard's throat, the way he looked at Isaac changed. Could this boy be a young Dumbledore? Isaac's story sounded absurd, like a third-rate wizard adventure story. Yet, Gawain knew that in this world, sometimes the more absurd it sounds, the more likely it is to be the truth. Isaac, you did a great job. At your age, I didn't even know a single spell. Gawain first affirmed Isaac, then pretended to look helpless. But according to Ministry of Magic regulations, we still need to check your wand, is that okay? Of course, Mr. Orr. Isaac nodded and handed his wand to Gawain. Gawain picked up his own wand and pointed it at Isaac's wand. Prior Incantato. The first spell to appear under the Prior Incantato effect was Protega Diabolica. Gawain was, after all, an elite of the Auror office, unlike employees in other departments of the Ministry of Magic who couldn't even cast a proper Protega, he could almost see through the details of Isaac's version of Protega Diabolica. Is it a variation of the fire-making spell combined with transfiguration? Then he waved his wand again, and the spells Isaac's wand had cast flashed back again. It flashed all the way back to when Isaac was frequently practicing transfiguration. Gawain glanced at Dawlish, who nodded to indicate that the situation had been recorded truthfully. Thank you for your cooperation, Isaac, here is your wand. One of the involved parties had been checked. Next was the dark wizard on the ground. While John Dawlish was recording the magic on Isaac's wand, Kingsley also began to check the dying dark wizard on the ground. Robards, you need to see this. Kingsley pulled the dark wizard's left forearm and displayed the inside to his superior. The dark mark, a Death Eater. Gawain took one look, and his expression changed instantly. At this moment, the dark mark on the inner side of the dark wizard's arm was a blurry, pale red. However, from the shape, one could still tell that it was a Death Eater's dark mark. When Lord Voldemort was still alive, this thing was dark. But after Lord Voldemort was killed by Harry Potter, it turned into a blurry, pale red. As an Auror, Gawain was very clear about this. This further meant that the person who came to attack the young wizard was not just a dark wizard, but also a remnant of Lord Voldemort, a fish that had slipped through the net. This also meant that Isaac had taken down a Death Eater all by himself. Professor Dumbledore, it's an emergency. We need to take him back to the Auror office immediately. As for Isaac, Dumbledore agreed understandingly. Leave Isaac to me, I will protect him from here on. Hearing Dumbledore say this, Gawain did not hesitate at all and left directly with his subordinates, taking the Death Eater along. If the Ministry of Magic's attitude towards Lord Voldemort was one of taboo, then their attitude towards the group of Death Eaters was one of constant attention. Because this group was an unstable factor in the British wizarding world. Of course, the definition of Death Eater here was defined by the Ministry of Magic, like those wealthy and powerful pure-blood wizard families, even if they had associated with Lord Voldemort. As long as they paid enough, they could still brush it off with the excuse of being under the Imperio. Those who had neither money nor background, and still followed those people as Death Eaters, became rats crossing the street that everyone shouted to beat. When the Ministry of Magic caught such Death Eaters, they would truly strike with a heavy hand. If they didn't punish a few unlucky ones, how could those wizards from pure-blood families be willing to pay up? The unlucky guy right now was about to become a prominent case for the Auror office this year. Who said the Auror office didn't do any work? Didn't they just catch a Death Eater who had just used an unforgivable curse? There were only 3 unforgivable curses in total, and this person had used 1.5 at once. Gawain left in a hurry with his performance achievement, while Isaac looked at Dumbledore. So, Professor Dumbledore is going to live here. Isaac felt there was nothing wrong with that. Anyway, this villa was originally prepared by Grindelwald for Dumbledore. If he could really trick Dumbledore into moving in, he reckoned Grindelwald would even let him inherit his legacy. Unfortunately, Dumbledore wasn't tricked in the end. Isaac, pack your things. Perhaps you need to start your life at Hogwarts early. Is that so? That works too. Isaac didn't mind arriving at school early, especially since he was very eager for the library at Hogwarts. Knowledge in the magic world wasn't exactly cheap, although Flourish and Blotts could put it on Dumbledore's tab. But Isaac couldn't go too far, could he? If the library at Hogwarts had the books he needed, why spend that wasted money? By the way, if we just leave like this, what about Anthony? Since one Death Eater could find Isaac's home, it meant that perhaps more Death Eaters could find their way to the door in the future. Isaac could just walk away, but the old butler Anthony had taken good care of Isaac all these years. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all arranged by the old butler. What if the Death Eaters came knocking again when Isaac wasn't there? Death Eaters were just like terrorists, they were all a bunch of guys who had lost their humanity. Slaughtering muggles was their hobby. Don't worry, I will leave a spell here before we leave. If any unwelcome guests come to the door, I will know immediately. Dumbledore was very pleased that Isaac was so human. In this regard, Isaac was doing much better than Grindelwald and him. For the greater good, one had to know that the one who first proposed this slogan was Dumbledore himself. That's good. After finishing his instructions to Anthony, Isaac came outside to meet with Dumbledore. Dumbledore helped Isaac carry 2 pieces of luggage and then extended a hand. Hold on, Isaac. It was still the familiar apparition, and the next second, Isaac was brought by Dumbledore to the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. Creature Tilda. Accompanied by Dumbledore's soft call, an elderly house elf that looked wrinkled suddenly appeared. At your service, Professor Dumbledore. Creature bowed earnestly to Dumbledore, then waited for orders from the principal of Hogwarts. Mr. Isaac Valdor needs to return to school early for certain reasons. Please help him arrange a place to stay temporarily until all students return. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. Creature bowed again, then waved his hand and picked up all of Isaac's luggage. Valdor, please follow me. Go ahead, Isaac, get a good night's rest. We can talk about anything tomorrow, there's plenty of time. Isaac nodded and immediately followed behind Creature, walking towards the inside of Hogwarts. Not long after, Creature brought Isaac to a room without a doorplate. Pushing the door open, it was a suite. Valdor, this is the 7th floor of the professor's tower, used by professors teaching at Hogwarts. Before school starts, you can stay here. If you need anything, you can call me directly. Creature walked into the suite first, and Isaac's luggage was immediately sorted and put away. The clothes were hung in the wardrobe, and the books were placed on the bookshelf. We clean the professor's suites every day, and the bedding is also changed every day. I will bring dinner to the door later. Do you have any dietary restrictions, Valdor? I don't eat celery or cilantro. Very well, I wish you a sweet dream tonight. Creature bowed to Isaac again, then left via apparition. After Creature left, Isaac kicked off his shoes and threw himself onto the sofa in the suite. The entire suite was about 90 square meters, designed with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. 1 bedroom, 1 study, 1 living room, and a washroom. Only now, sinking into the soft sofa, did Isaac truly welcome some time alone. At the same time, he also had the energy to start thinking about the encounters of the whole day. Meeting the Granger family by chance in Diagon Alley was nothing to speak of, the Grangers were rare good people. As for that Death Eater who wanted to kidnap Isaac halfway, Isaac didn't understand why that Death Eater dared to target him when Lord Voldemort was clearly so weak right now. These rats in the gutter shouldn't be hiding well in the sewers, yet they dared to run out onto the streets. Also, why would a Death Eater target him? His surname was Valdor, not Potter. Unsurprisingly, the Death Eater taken away by the Aurors would be interrogated around the clock, and even Legilimency and Veritaserum would not be spared. Isaac only needed to wait 1 night, and by tomorrow, he would likely be able to find out from Dumbledore the reason why the Death Eater had targeted him. But this didn't prevent Isaac from keeping a score against Senior Tom. The next morning, at dawn, Isaac went to bed early last night and slept very well, so he woke up quite early today. His breakfast, just like his dinner, was delivered to his door by Creature. After he finished breakfast, Creature brought a message from Dumbledore. Following Creature's directions, Isaac headed toward the headmaster's office. When Isaac saw a huge, hideous gargoyle, he stopped. He spoke the password Creature had told him, and the gargoyle suddenly sprang to life, jumping aside as the wall behind it split in 2. Behind the wall was a spiral stone staircase, moving slowly upward like an escalator. Isaac stepped onto the staircase, and the door closed immediately behind him, carrying them upward in circles. Upon reaching the top, Isaac stepped off the staircase and knocked on a pair of oak double doors. They opened silently, and he walked inside. Dumbledore's office was a spacious, beautiful circular room filled with all sorts of funny little noises. On slender-legged tables sat many strange, curious silver instruments, spinning and puffing out little clouds of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were snoring softly in their respective frames. There was also a huge desk in the room with claw-shaped legs. On a shelf behind the desk sat the sorting hat. Isaac quickly shifted his gaze from the sorting hat to the phoenix on the golden perch behind the door. This was the companion, pet of the Dumbledore family. When a member of the Dumbledore family encountered danger, they would receive help from the phoenix. How should he put it? Fawkes' appearance was indeed not what Isaac had expected. Then again, strictly speaking, this thing should be a Western phoenix, which was completely different from the phoenix in Isaac's mind. Finally, Isaac looked at the two people in the office. One was Dumbledore, and the other was the Auror from the Ministry of Magic he had met yesterday, Gawain Robards. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Robards. Gawain smiled and nodded at Isaac, then Dumbledore spoke. Isaac, Gawain has brought the results of the Ministry of Magic's interrogation and sentencing regarding that Death Eater. Mr. Robards. So the person who attacked me last night really was a Death Eater? Isaac asked Gawain, curiously. Yes, Isaac. Gawain nodded, but continued with a straight face. But don't worry, the Ministry of Magic has been clearing out Death Eaters, and there aren't really any left on the streets in recent years. The one you subdued might just be the last Death Eater, who knows? The last Death Eater. Isaac just felt that this Gawain Robards really knew how to joke. He was truly trying to fool him like a child, even though he was indeed just a child right now. The Death Eaters who followed Lord Voldemort back then, the most active ones, were in Azkaban. The next tier, who were the core of the Death Eaters, were the heads of various pure blood families. And the last Death Eater, if Lord Voldemort called out, all these people would be coerced into serving Tom as servants. So why would that Death Eater target me? Isaac asked curiously. Speaking of this, Gawain's expression was somewhat strange. Actually, it also has to do with Professor Dumbledore. When Gawain said this, he looked at Dumbledore, then turned to look at Isaac. He looked at Dumbledore, then looked at Isaac again. After looking back and forth, a clear look of confusion appeared in his eyes. This young wizard didn't look like Dumbledore at all, so why was Dumbledore so attentive to this young wizard? It turned out that Death Eater was actually quite lucky. Because his own strength wasn't enough, he hadn't managed to make it into the core ranks of the Death Eaters back then. But at least, by relying on his ruthlessness and lack of scruples, he had been taught the incantations for the unforgivable curses. After Lord Voldemort fell, he went into hiding to secretly learn the unforgivable curses. And in doing so, he had learned his way into having problems with his brain. Later, Dumbledore brought Isaac to Diagon Alley and stated that he would pay for Isaac's bill. This made the merchants of Diagon Alley curious about Isaac's identity. For a time, there was much speculation, with all sorts of rumors. That Death Eater had been misled by the various speculations and intended to do some big things, in the name of being a Death Eater. Such as kidnapping the son of Dumbledore. And then this Death Eater, whose brain had been fried by the dark arts, was subdued by Isaac. Along the way, the Auror office also solved quite a few cold cases involving the dark arts. This Death Eater was so bad. Anyway, Isaac, be prepared, you are about to become famous. By the way, in a while, Minister Fudge will likely invite you to visit the Ministry of Magic. The ministry has prepared a surprise for you, Tilda. Gawain winked at Isaac as he finished speaking, and Isaac also displayed an appropriately expectant expression. Finally, after exchanging some pleasantries with Dumbledore, Gawain left the headmaster's office in a hurry. According to him, the charges against this Death Eater could be dug into deeper. Perhaps there were still crimes they hadn't discovered waiting for him to confess. After Gawain left through the fireplace in the headmaster's office, Isaac finally relaxed his tense face. Rubbing his face, Isaac complained to Dumbledore, Professor, you don't actually believe the story the Ministry of Magic gave, do you? Even if that Death Eater's brain was messed up, it couldn't possibly have reached this level, right? Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles reflected two patches of white light. In fact, for Fudge, even if they really did interrogate something, he would just suppress it. Isaac was the second prophet Dumbledore had known, and he knew the group of prophets all too well. Therefore, he didn't treat Isaac as an ordinary child at all. And Isaac's behavior was indeed not like an ordinary child. So it really is Lord Voldemort. He isn't honestly playing dead, but actually daring to jump out. Isaac was puzzled. He truly didn't understand. At this moment, why wasn't Lord Voldemort thinking about using the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect, instead of finding someone to mess with him, a little wizard? Just because Dumbledore was willing to pay his bill. Dumbledore is also willing to pay for Gellert Grindelwald, why doesn't he go to Nurmengard now? Dumbledore isn't dead, so Tom doesn't dare to go. Isn't this bullying an honest man? Since Senior Tom was being so impolite, Isaac naturally wouldn't be polite to Senior Tom either. He immediately said to Dumbledore, "Professor, how about we form a party and go invite Senior Tom over? You can ask him yourself why he wants to capture me." Dumbledore. The amount of information in Isaac's words was simply explosive. His saying this meant that information about Lord Voldemort, who had been hiding for 11 years, was known by an 11-year-old little wizard. This little wizard was even inviting the only person Lord Voldemort feared to speedrun the Dark Lord's Remnant Soul dungeon. Isaac's prophecy, why did it feel more reliable than Gellert's? At this moment, Dumbledore was even suspecting whether Gellert Grindelwald had lied to him while they were in bed back then. Regarding prophets, Dumbledore had experienced more than others. Like Grindelwald, who had long ago prophesied the great development of Muggle technology, the concept of, for the greater good, was proposed by Dumbledore based on this. As a result, the philosophy proposed by Dumbledore was put into practice by Grindelwald. Yet he became the one to personally stop it all. Grindelwald's personality meant that when he made prophecies, he always focused on grand narratives. For example, the torrent of history, the development of humanity, or the awkward predicament of wizards. He rarely used prophecy to peer into the lives of little people. Grindelwald was proud. Unlike Grindelwald, the second prophet Dumbledore met was Professor Sybil Trelawney. This Professor Trelawney possessed the bloodline of a seer, but her prophecies were hit or miss. In Grindelwald's hands, it was an active skill, but in Trelawney's hands, it became a passive skill, and the way the skill was triggered was random. Furthermore, Sybil Trelawney's prophecies were not straightforward but were vague prophecies, highly characteristic of a seer. When Dumbledore interviewed her, the prophecy she spoke was, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied the Dark Lord, born as the seventh month dies. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." Having seen Grindelwald's method of prophecy, Dumbledore initially felt that Sybil Trelawney did not live up to her reputation. But this wave of unconscious prophecy made Dumbledore realize that Sybil Trelawney had real talent. It just wasn't under her control. That didn't matter. As long as there was this prophecy, Dumbledore could get the Hogwarts school governors to pay to keep her on. Professor Trelawney was the typical example of someone living off a single sentence for a lifetime. Dumbledore thought Isaac's prophecies would either be like Trelawney's or like Grindelwald's. But reality proved that Isaac was just Isaac, his prophecies were like no one else's. In fact, after knowing that Isaac had prophecy talent, Dumbledore had considered asking Isaac to prophesy the current status of Tom Riddle. But he ultimately abandoned this tempting idea. The first thing to consider was that Lord Voldemort had already suffered a great loss because of prophecy. He was not a generous person. This person could place a curse on the defense against the dark arts class position he couldn't get, so it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't use some dark arts to block a seer's prophecy. Besides, Isaac was ultimately just a young wizard very much like Grindelwald. Once a person gets on in years, they have their own selfish motives. For these decades, most of what Dumbledore held in his heart was the wizarding world. But the remaining small part should have its own place to belong. Yet he didn't expect Isaac to just blurt out the matter of finding Lord Voldemort so casually. "Child, are you serious?" Dumbledore stared at Isaac, finally confirming. "Of course, his Death Eaters have already come to my door, do I still have to be polite with him?" Isaac was very clear that the entire British wizarding world, apart from the magic itself being very fairy tale-like, was a complete mess in other respects. Lord Voldemort was nothing but a troublemaker. He didn't know if his brain had been ruined by the dark arts first, or if he hadn't been very bright to begin with. If Lord Voldemort were really allowed to return, it would be of no benefit to anyone. That's right, everyone, not just the distinction between pure-blood wizards, half-blood wizards, and Muggle-born wizards. Don't look at the fact that Lord Voldemort carries the banner of pure-blood supremacy, the things he has done. Would those pure-blood aristocrats willingly be servants for Lord Voldemort? Are they some kind of low-born scum? There's no time to think about that much, Professor. Lord Voldemort has already returned. He is currently hiding within the British wizarding world. Tell me, where is he? At this moment, Dumbledore truly showed Isaac what the greatest wizard of the age was. The Elder Wand was held in Dumbledore's hand, and the old professor, with his white beard and hair, straightened his aged body. His aura subconsciously made Isaac take half a step back. Although Isaac took half a step back, his eyes were fanatical. That's right, exactly like this. This was the aura that the greatest wizard of the age should have in Isaac's heart. To deal with Tom, one must have this, "I'm going to drag you out and beat you to death" attitude of Dumbledore. Back then, when facing the intact Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore hadn't flinched. How could he flinch now at a mere remnant soul? Quirinus Quirrell, Lord Voldemort is currently on the back of his head. This guy took a trip to the forests of Albania and brought back Lord Voldemort's remnant soul. Quirinus. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat complex. Quirinus Quirrell was a professor of the Muggle Studies class at Hogwarts, a course famous at Hogwarts for being a pushover. Although the wizarding world had a certain degree of isolation from Muggle society, the two were not completely unlinked. Every year, Hogwarts would have young wizards from half-blood and Muggle families enrolling. Young wizards interested in Muggle society would naturally seek them out to ask and inquire. Those not interested would not choose the Muggle Studies class. Moreover, wizards' understanding of Muggles was lagging behind, and as Muggles developed with each passing day, wizards simply hadn't kept up with the pace of Muggles. In other words, Quirinus Quirrell during his time as a professor of the Muggle Studies class was a minor character in the Hogwarts faculty, not valued at all. But then again, if not for this, Quirinus Quirrell could not have so easily obtained a teaching position at Hogwarts. Last school year, Quirrell resigned to travel and study, to broaden his horizons and increase his combat experience. Dumbledore supported this. He had also traveled and studied, and even more so, had real combat experience. Then during this holiday, Quirrell sought the position of Professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class from Dumbledore. This position itself was very difficult to hire for. Dumbledore had great prestige and knew many people. But no matter how many people there were, it couldn't withstand the consumption of one professor per year. Subtracting those not good at teaching, subtracting those not good at the defense against the dark arts, and then subtracting those who had already taught at the school. At this time, Quirrell's job application letter arrived. In the letter, Dumbledore raised a few questions about the defense against the dark arts, and Quirrell was able to answer them all perfectly. Some answers even surprised Dumbledore. With this ability, even if his combat experience was a bit lacking, it was more than enough to be a professor for young wizards. Dumbledore, however, didn't expect Quirrell's journey of combat experience to be more radical than he imagined. Belonging to the category of facing the contemporary Dark Lord head-on, unable to win despite giving his all, and choosing to surrender. In downtown London, Quirinus Quirrell's apartment in a Muggle community. Quirrell was a half-blood wizard, which meant he wouldn't have many assets in the wizarding world. More likely, he had lived in a Muggle community before entering Hogwarts. And indeed, that was the case. As a half-blood wizard who grew up in Muggle society, Quirrell was doing relatively well among Hogwarts graduates. He had excellent grades during his school years and was able to smoothly stay on as a teacher after graduation. Although he taught Hogwarts' famous, filler course, Muggle Studies, it was already considered a very decent job. Those wizards who didn't get enough credentials faced unemployment right after graduation. With one class of Hogwarts graduates accumulating after another, only the most outstanding batch could find a decent enough job. As for the remaining graduates, young wizards from pure-blood families didn't need to worry about their future. When they grew up, they would naturally inherit their family estates and assets. The group of half-blood wizards, since one of their parents was also a wizard, had a slightly higher acceptance level of wizarding society. The most tragic ones were actually the Muggle-born wizards. They had a sense of belonging to Hogwarts, but they felt absolutely no sense of belonging to the wizarding world. During their 7 years at Hogwarts, their friends were young wizards of their own age. Yet their family members were all Muggles. In the era when the statute of secrecy was enforced, the wizarding world and Muggle society were like two lines that occasionally intersected. But most of the time, these two lines never crossed. Young wizards studied at Hogwarts for 7 years and learned a whole body of magical skills, only for them to be completely useless in Muggle society. They couldn't abuse magic, because the British Ministry of Magic would wield the heavy club of the Statute of Secrecy to restrict them. And they didn't have a clear place in Muggle society either. 7 years was just enough time to finish middle and high school. They couldn't exactly use their Hogwarts graduation certificates to apply for Muggle universities. It was only because the productivity of wizards was so high that they didn't have to worry about putting food on the table. Otherwise, with graduates accumulating year after year, the wizarding world would have descended into chaos long ago. This state of affairs might be acceptable to someone who goes with the flow, but if a person had the ambition to achieve a great career, without a doubt, this almost chronic suicide lifestyle was something they absolutely could not accept. Quirrell was exactly that kind of person. The fact that he could obtain a teaching position at Hogwarts already proved his excellence, but it wasn't enough. He did not accept accumulating experience step by step, but instead chose a shortcut. But all the gifts of fate had already been priced in secret. On this trip to the Albanian forest, Quirrell was honored with the qualification for one-on-one, close-up tutoring from the world-famous dark arts master. However, in exchange, he had to use his own body to host Lord Voldemort's wandering soul. A fair trade, very fair. Quirrell sacrificed the back of his head to Lord Voldemort, and precisely because of this back of the head, he couldn't return to Hogwarts early. Neither he nor his new master, Lord Voldemort, could guarantee that Dumbledore wouldn't see through his disguise. This year, the savior, Harry Potter would enroll, and Dumbledore's energy would definitely be focused more on the savior. By then, no one would pay attention to the minor discrepancies on Quirrell's part. Quirinus Quirrell had never understood why the Dark Lord insisted on him going to Hogwarts to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor. Given their current situation, shouldn't they keep a low profile, and a fooling low profile? Quirinus Quirrell was highly perplexed by Lord Voldemort's behavior of getting right in Dumbledore's face. Not that his lack of understanding mattered. Once Lord Voldemort became his master, his body was no longer his to control. Master, my master. I'm sorry, I still haven't found any clues about the Philosopher's Stone. In the apartment, Quirrell knelt humbly on the carpet, pleading to a mirror. Accompanying his intermittent calls, the purple turban on his head fell off out of thin air, revealing the noseless face on the back of his head. Useless, fool, idiot. You can't even do such a small thing right, I must punish you severely. The newly awakened Lord Voldemort flew into a rage when he heard this annoying bad news from Quirrell. Immediately after, Quirinus Quirrell felt a bone-shattering pain. This was a crucio cast wandlessly and silently by the Dark Lord. Using Quirrell's own body. This method of possession casting was simply an incredibly gifted educational tool for a wizard. If Quirrell could ignore the physical pain right now and carefully savor Voldemort's casting method, there might actually be a chance he could learn Voldemort's wandless and silent crucio. Just a vicious glare, and directly casting a silent crucio. Could there be a more underhanded way of casting spells in this world? Unfortunately, Quirrell was disappointing. In the end, he couldn't withstand the pain of crucio. He rolled all over the floor in agony, wailing to the Dark Lord. Master, master. It's not that I didn't try my best, but Nicholas Flamel spends most of his time in seclusion in France. The British wizarding world simply doesn't have much useful information to obtain. Master, please forgive me. I have a way, I've thought of a way. Suffering has always been the cradle of literature, and similarly, suffering can spur quick-wittedness. Feeling himself hovering on the brink of death, Quirinus Quirrell had a sudden flash of inspiration and thought of a best of both worlds idea. Lord Voldemort stopped the crucio, intending to hear this disappointing subordinate's good idea. Moss, Terre, since we can't get information on Nicholas Flamel in Britain, why don't we go to France? There's still a month left before school starts. We can surely find some useful clues more or less, right? If all goes well, we might even get the Philosopher's Stone before school starts. Idiot. Lord Voldemort, on the back of Quirrell's head, cursed without hesitation. You really are an idiot, Quirrell. Do you think Dumbledore is a fool? If you run off to France at a time like this, won't he be suspicious? Are you trying to get me killed? I am so sorry, Master. Quirrell repented without a second thought, begging for Lord Voldemort's forgiveness. What Voldemort said at this point no longer mattered. The most important thing for Quirrell right now was to quickly apologize and beg forgiveness from the master on the back of his head. Just as Quirrell was waiting in fear and trepidation for a new round of punishment to descend, Lord Voldemort on the back of his head suddenly closed his mouth and fell silent. Voldemort's eyes stared suspiciously toward the door. Idiot, hide me quickly, someone is outside the door. Hearing his master's command, Quirrell moved swiftly. The purple turban was quickly wrapped around his head, and then he subconsciously looked toward the door. Then, the door to his house was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was neither fast nor slow, neither muffled nor loud. Quirrell's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, then he took his wand in hand. Who is outside? Quirrell didn't originally stutter. If he did, he wouldn't have secured a teaching position at Hogwarts so smoothly after graduation. Even if it was a filler teaching position like Muggle Studies. He wasn't nervous either. Well, actually, he was nervous. But a wizard who could go alone to the forests of Albania to gain practical experience couldn't possibly have such weak nerves. His current stuttering was more of a physical reflection of his damaged soul. When Lord Voldemort punished his servants, he didn't care whether the punishment would cause physical harm. He only needed his servants to feel pain. It was even better if a servant cared about physical harm. If they didn't want to get hurt, they had to work hard for him. Unfortunately, Quirrell's talent was far inferior to that of his original Death Eater followers. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that Quirrell had a bad attitude, he was just plain weak. Quirinus, it's me. Dumbledore's old but gentle voice sounded from outside the door. In the past, Quirinus would only feel reassured upon hearing Dumbledore's voice. But now, this voice was like a death knell, echoing slowly in his heart. Dumbledore was here. Dumbledore had actually come to his doorstep. Master, what should I do? With just one sentence, Dumbledore made Quirrell's limbs go weak. Fool. Calm down. Lord Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. If he weren't currently on Quirrell's head, Lord Voldemort would have wanted to kill Quirrell directly with a killing curse. It's just Dumbledore blocking the door, what the hell are you panicking about? Open the door. If Dumbledore wanted to deal with you, you wouldn't stand a chance of resisting. Perhaps he is just passing by. Lord Voldemort's words were harsh but true, he really knew how to ease his subordinates' tension. Hearing this, Quirrell felt that his master made perfect sense. If Dumbledore really wanted to get him, he truly wouldn't have any power to fight back. Since he had absolutely no ability to resist, what else was there to say? Professor Dumbledore, I didn't expect you to come here. Oh, Quirinus, you don't look very well. Has something happened? Nothing, Professor Dumbledore. Just some aftereffects of my adventures. Quirrell had thought things through well enough just now, but unfortunately, when he actually came face to face with the greatest wizard of the age, all his so-called mental preparation vanished into thin air. A person's fear does not disappear just because of some preparation. Dumbledore ignored Quirrell's error-ridden posture before him, sneering repeatedly in his heart. Tom, my dear student, can you no longer even choose the quality of your subordinates now? Well, since nothing is wrong, would you mind calling Tom out for me, Quirinus? It's been a long time, and I have some things I'd like to chat with him about. This is a disaster. How does Dumbledore know? An immense fear washed over Quirrell. At this moment, he didn't even need Lord Voldemort's command. He gripped his wand as if holding a sharp sword, pointing it straight at Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. A thick green light shot out from Quirrell's wand, aiming straight for Dumbledore. This spell contained chilling malice. At this moment, Quirrell was determined to kill Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Quirrell's determination was utterly useless, his killing curse couldn't even touch Dumbledore. Without an incantation, without a wave of his wand, Dumbledore vanished silently right before Quirrell's eyes. The next second, Dumbledore appeared behind Quirrell. The Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand pointed at Quirrell, and in the next second, a red-gold spell light struck the center of Quirrell's back. Dumbledore. Ah! Quirrell screamed in agony. His entire body first turned into charcoal, and then disintegrated into ashes. Lord Voldemort's temporary mount couldn't even survive a single encounter with Dumbledore and was forcefully taken offline. Lord Voldemort, who possessed Quirrell, had no intention of facing Dumbledore head-on. He was just a bit crazed, not a complete idiot. Even when he was healthy, he didn't dare to face Dumbledore directly. Now that he was merely in a wraith form, was he really supposed to fight Dumbledore to the death? Don't be ridiculous, he stood absolutely no chance. Lord Voldemort immediately transformed into a cloud of black mist, billowing toward the window of Quirrell's house. Tom, we've finally met after so long. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? With a powerful wave of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore instantly sealed all the doors and windows in Quirrell's house. Lord Voldemort had no intention of stopping, and the black mist crashed violently against the windows. Just as the black mist was about to touch the window, a pale red, transparent protective barrier emerged from it. With the impact of the black mist, the barrier flickered but remained rock solid. In the next second, Lord Voldemort was thrown back, and a sharp, piercing shriek instantly filled the entire room. This shriek did not target a wizard's hearing, but went straight to the soul. If Quirrell were still alive, this single cry from Lord Voldemort would have killed him all over again. Lord Voldemort didn't have it easy after using this move either. The black mist he had transformed into visibly thinned. To cast a spell that would be considered evil even for a dark wizard under normal circumstances while in a wraith form, Lord Voldemort inevitably had to pay a price. Dumbledore didn't even blink. Still using the Elder Wand, still without chanting any incantation. This time, what shot out from Dumbledore's wand was not a red gold spell, but a dazzling green light. The Avada Kedavra Killing Curse, a powerful spell that acted on the soul level. This spell was perfectly suited for Lord Voldemort's current state. Dumbledore, I curse you. Along with Lord Voldemort's venomous curse, the black mist slowly turned to ashes. The wraith of a generation's Dark Lord thus dissipated in the Muggle neighborhood he hated most. Dumbledore stood in place with his wand raised for a long time. Only after ensuring that Lord Voldemort would not rise from the ashes did he finally put his wand away. Dumbledore wiped his glasses and left Quirrell's house. Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Isaac sat across from Dumbledore, his eyes full of scrutiny and anticipation. How was it, Professor? Did you find Lord Voldemort? This was a bold attempt by Isaac. As a transmigrator with such an advantage, what was the point of shrinking back just to avoid disrupting the so-called storyline? Before transmigrating, I was law-abiding and didn't dare to step out of line, and now after transmigrating, I'm still supposed to be so frustrated. Then wouldn't my transmigration be a total waste? Found it. Dumbledore smiled gently at Isaac, then raised his wand to his temple. Slowly drawing his wand away, a wisp of glowing, silvery white substance was pulled from his mind. The extracted memory was semi-liquid and semi-gaseous, like a silvery, gossamer ribbon of light, lightweight, translucent, and faintly glowing. It looked like light turned into liquid, or wind turned into solid. Dumbledore then dropped this clump of memory into the pensieve. This was one of the perks of being a wizard. When there was no one around to brag for a big shot, the big shot didn't need to awkwardly brag about himself, he just needed to let Isaac take a look at the memory from that time. Isaac rubbed his hands together and plunged his face into the pensieve. Then, he saw Dumbledore absolutely thumping Quirrell and Lord Voldemort. One strike for one, two for the other, it was really no different from beating a dog. Isaac actually understood Lord Voldemort's weakness very well. If Lord Voldemort's current state could still trade blows with Dumbledore, then the Death Eater's march of conquest back then wouldn't have been stopped by Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. The death of Lord Voldemort's wandering soul opened the door to a new world for Isaac. As for whether the so-called inertia of the world had arrived, Isaac wasn't entirely sure. This would still require time and further observation. But the convention that key plot characters do not die had already been shattered by Isaac. Quirrell was dead, and Lord Voldemort was dead too. At this moment, Isaac had a question. Professor, what are we going to do about our defense against the dark arts professor for the new school year? Dumbledore. Very well, Isaac had hit the nail on the head. With only a month left before the start of term, where on earth was Dumbledore going to hunt down a defense against the dark arts professor for the Hogwarts students? Dumbledore suddenly thought of the respectable, elderly cat girl deputy headmistress. This deputy headmistress possessed a sense of responsibility far exceeding that of ordinary people. If Professor McGonagall found out that their scheduled defense against the dark arts professor had died in an accident, would he still be able to sit so leisurely in the headmaster's office during the rest of the holidays, eating cockroach clusters and lemon sherbet? Just thinking of his old friend's stern expression gave Dumbledore a headache. Then, his eyes fell upon Isaac, who was secretly rubbing his hands together. If it were a prophet. Isaac tilde, Dumbledore's expression became even more genial. In response, Isaac also put on a warm smile. Professor Dumbledore. Isaac, I wonder if your prophecy magic can foresee who Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor will be for this school year. As the saying goes, old age brings wisdom. Dumbledore immediately thought of utilizing the prophet's prophecy talent. Isaac shrugged innocently. Sorry, Professor, there's nothing I can do about this. By the way, Professor, do you know about Horcruxes? Isaac's method of changing the subject was clumsy, but highly effective. As soon as those words were spoken, Dumbledore instantly became serious. Actually, when he saw Tom Riddle's current state, Dumbledore already had certain suspicions about the nature of Tom's existence. This suspicion was now confirmed by Isaac. A Horcrux is the most evil and forbidden of dark arts items in the wizarding world. Its primary function is to allow a wizard to achieve an alternative form of immortality by splitting their soul into fragments. After Dumbledore finished explaining the effects of a Horcrux, his gaze settled on Isaac. Isaac met Dumbledore's gaze openly. I know exactly what it is, Professor. Don't worry, I have no intention of turning myself into a noseless, socket-faced monster. Isaac understood a fundamental truth. Power is temporary, but looking cool is forever. Had they not seen how Lord Voldemort, by making Horcruxes, turned himself into a noseless monster? How long had he been ridiculed for it in another world? What dark lord? More like the noseless king. In his past life, Isaac had read plenty of legendary experiences of his fellow transmigrators on Kedian. Without exception, none of his predecessors chose this path to immortality. Choosing this path would get one laughed to death by their peers. Most importantly, powerful wizards naturally lived longer than ordinary people. Through magical alchemy, they could also greatly extend their lifespan. Besides Nicholas Flamel, there was another wizard in the wizarding world named Barry Winkle. This year should be his 755th birthday. In the future, this man's 755th birthday party would even make the front page headlines of the Daily Prophet. Additionally, Hogwarts' former principal, Armando Dippet, also passed away at the age of 355. Therefore, in the world of Harry Potter, the thing Isaac was least worried about was his lifespan. Why was Dumbledore so highly respected in the wizarding world? Because he was only 110 years old this year. For a powerful wizard, this age was no different from being in the prime of life. Why was Fudge so terrified of Dumbledore, to such a pathetic extent? Even when he knew Lord Voldemort had returned, he stubbornly chose to play the ostrich. It was because he knew very well that he could never outlive Dumbledore. The outliving the old man strategy didn't work on Dumbledore. Compared to Dumbledore, he was the actual old man. Furthermore, there was the inscription on the Potter's tombstone in Godric's Hollow: the last enemy to be destroyed is death. And what Luna said to Harry: our departed loved ones are just in a place we cannot see. As well as Dumbledore's frequent saying, death is but the next great adventure. All of these viewpoints confirmed that death was not the end of everything, but rather a peaceful and tranquil resting place for the soul to reunite with departed loved ones. The same went for Isaac. He was currently exploring and experiencing the mysteries and wonders of the wizarding world. As such, the world after death was even more appealing to Isaac. An adventure is an adventure, no matter where it takes place. Who is to say a prophet can't make prophecies after they die? Isaac didn't know if his future self would change, but right now, he truly had no intention of turning himself into a noseless monster. Dumbledore read the determination in Isaac's eyes and nodded with a gratified smile. Back then, he had guided a student in the wrong direction, which had always left him brooding over his own abilities as an educator. Looking at it now, perhaps he could still become an excellent educator after all. Yes, Isaac, you already understand the drawbacks of Horcruxes very well. The reason we call a Horcrux the most evil product of the dark arts is because creating one inflicts irreversible damage upon the soul. With each split of the soul, the creator's humanity, mind, and appearance undergo irreversible distortions. The more times it is split, the more unstable their personality becomes, and the more they lose their human empathy and normal form. This is also the fundamental reason why Tom's appearance became what it is today. As Dumbledore spoke, he waved his hand, and a projection hovered in the air of the headmaster's office. To be fair, a young Tom was genuinely a very handsome lad. Based on my understanding of Tom, he definitely has more than one Horcrux. Do you have any clues about the whereabouts of the other Horcruxes, Isaac? After showing Isaac the consequences of creating a Horcrux, Dumbledore did not dwell on this minor matter anymore. If it were any other exceptionally brilliant student whose talent approached that of Tom Riddle, Dumbledore might have had such worries. Although creating a Horcrux certainly had many drawbacks, its advantage of immortality could never be erased. Yet, when it came to Isaac, Dumbledore felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Actually, it couldn't really be called inexplicable. Isaac was the second white-haired, heterochromatic seer Dumbledore had ever known. The previous seer had swept across continental Europe with his followers. If even Isaac could see knowledge related to Horcruxes, could Grindelwald, a master of the dark arts, possibly not know about them? Yet, Grindelwald hadn't touched them at all, and was even quite disgusted by the things. Now, Isaac expressed a heartfelt disgust for Horcruxes just like Grindelwald did, which was the main reason Dumbledore felt at ease. Ultimately, Isaac was once again riding on Grindelwald's coattails. No longer worried about Isaac, Dumbledore was eager to find all of Tom's Horcruxes and completely send this Dark Lord, who had once stirred up such a storm, into the afterlife, forcing Tom Riddle to begin his next great adventure. Old Dumbledore also had a premonition that defeating the Dark Lord might be the last, great achievement, of his life. The high towers of Hogwarts trapped the ambitious, White Dark Lord, and similarly wore down the spirit of the greatest wizard of the modern era. Surely no one actually believed that a radical who could propose, for the greater good, would enjoy a quiet life of teaching. In this idealistic world of magic, the power of the mind was infinite. It could drive ambitious people to sweep through the entire wizarding world, and it could also make someone hold fast to their inner beliefs for decades as if it were a single day. Even without using prophecy, Isaac knew some of the whereabouts of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. But he was still curious. If he used a seer's prophecy, would he actually be able to see where the Horcruxes were? No sooner said than done. Isaac's eyes went blank as he entered prophecy mode, and then scenes began to flash before him one after another. Regarding Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes, Isaac indeed found that he could only see a portion of them. In his previous life, Isaac had read Harry Potter. Although he couldn't remember the contents of the book word for word, he still had a deep impression of such crucial information as Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. His expression was somewhat grim right now, because in his prophecy, the information about Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes was incomplete. At this moment, Isaac finally realized what that phrase Grindelwald often repeated actually meant. Those who toy with time will eventually be toyed with by time. In fact, Isaac had long known that the ability of prophecy was not omnipotent. For instance, he couldn't make a prophecy about Grindelwald. He really couldn't see anything at all. Since Isaac did not stand in opposition to Grindelwald, and old Gellert himself was an established seer, Isaac had not personally realized the true meaning of those words. But when he discovered the missing information in his prophecy about Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes, he truly felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, if Isaac weren't a transmigrator but just an ordinary native wizard, even if he possessed the power of prophecy, he might have suffered a major setback when it came to the Horcruxes. Because the Horcrux information seen through prophecy was incomplete, by the time Isaac thought Lord Voldemort was finished, Senior Tom might have already secretly completed a resurrection ritual somewhere. This would catch Isaac completely off guard, and Senior Tom was not the kind of person to be stingy with the killing curse. Isaac, are you alright? Dumbledore placed his hand on Isaac's shoulder. Isaac's expression had turned very bad just after his prophecy. Dumbledore thought Isaac had foreseen some terrible vision and had almost wanted to forcibly interrupt his prophecy. No, Professor, I'm fine. I just can't find the whereabouts of the other Horcruxes, Isaac told Dumbledore, using his inner awe and fear of time to mask his thoughts. Dumbledore did not doubt him and instead comforted Isaac. No, Isaac, you have already done wonderfully. Even I couldn't achieve what you have at your age. Prophecy is merely a rare talent, it is not omnipotent. In fact, there are many ways in this world to evade the prying eyes of prophecy. Dumbledore thought for a moment. Tom might not have intentionally blocked prophecy from seeing them, but he would certainly hide his Horcruxes very securely. Shielding them from the power of prophecy might just be a coincidence. Grindelwald was not the first seer in the world. The bloodline of seers had always run among wizards. Not to mention, the astrology of centaurs can also reveal the future to some extent, but there is one catch. It was true that centaur astrology could see the future, but those centaurs simply didn't speak human language when stargazing. It's like going to draw a fortune slip. If you can't understand the text, can't you just ask a master nearby to clear up your doubts? A centaur's prophecy is like a fortune slip without a master to interpret it, either you understand it, or you don't. Most of the time, the people being divined only realize what has happened when the event literally hits them in the face. Since the powers of prophecy, divination, and astrology exist in this world, methods to evade or even counter them would naturally develop as well. Otherwise, for wizarding families with the bloodline of seers, once someone with an excellent prophecy talent emerged, they wouldn't need to say anything else and could just directly become the king of magic. Isaac nodded. He wasn't an actual child, so he naturally wouldn't be frightened by such things. Nor would he give up eating for fear of choking. At worst, he would just be more cautious and prudent with his use of prophecy in the future. He surely wouldn't completely abandon such a great tool just because prophecy had its limitations, right? Seeing that Isaac had recovered, Dumbledore did not press further on the matter of the Horcruxes. He stuffed a lemon drop into Isaac's hand and said gently, "Go on, Isaac, you should get some rest. By the way, Creature will take you to the Great Hall tomorrow morning, and there will be a surprise waiting for you then. Oh, and also, during this time, you can refine that spell you yourself created, and write a couple of papers on it. I believe both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick would be willing to give you guidance in this regard. After tomorrow, you can seek their guidance and help. Go on, Isaac, don't think too much, and have a good night's rest." Isaac nodded, said goodbye to Dumbledore, and left the headmaster's office. Returning to his room, Isaac lay down on his bed. A few minutes later, he scrambled out of bed, pulled out some parchment, and began writing and drawing on it. Comparing the descriptions in the original Harry Potter books with Isaac's prophecies. The first Horcrux Lord Voldemort created should be the diary of Tom Riddle that Harry dealt with in his second year. The diary was a Horcrux made when Lord Voldemort was in his fifth year, that is, when he was 16. After graduating, Lord Voldemort entrusted this diary to his follower, Lucius Malfoy, for safekeeping. This also means that the diary should still be in Malfoy Manor now. Likewise, Isaac had not seen the existence of this diary in his prophecies. Obviously, as one of the pure-blood families, Malfoy Manor possessed something that blocked prophetic prying. Perhaps it was some alchemical item, or perhaps it was the magical defense system of Malfoy Manor. In short, Malfoy Manor could be considered a black hole for prophecy magic. However, what Isaac had to say was that while Malfoy Manor was excellent, that did not mean Lucius Malfoy was also excellent. As long as Lucius Malfoy stepped out of Malfoy Manor, Isaac could prophesy about him. Therefore, Lucius Malfoy was like a clock-in, clock-out worker in Isaac's prophecies. Isaac could see him when Lucius went out, but once he returned home, it was as if he had moved into a black hole. It was precisely because Lord Voldemort's diary was placed in Malfoy Manor that it could not be observed by Isaac's current prophecies. The second Horcrux Lord Voldemort created was also made when he was 16. After his fifth year ended, the 16-year-old Tom murdered his Muggle father at the Riddle House in Little Hangleton to take revenge for abandoning his mother. He not only murdered his father but also his grandparents, a family of 3 in total. He turned the ring passed down through generations of the Gaunt family into his second Horcrux and hid it in the Gaunt Shack. Although this Horcrux was hidden in the Gaunt Shack, Isaac could observe its existence in his prophecies. Isaac guessed that the reason he could not see into Malfoy Manor but could see the Gaunt Shack might be because the Gaunt Shack had fallen into disrepair, and the protective spells used to block prophecy and divination abilities might have failed. Additionally, the gem on the Gaunt ring was the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. This item was essentially a special attack item against Dumbledore and Snape. Next, at the age of 19, Lord Voldemort created the third Horcrux using the Locket of Salazar Slytherin, which was hidden in a sea cave in Britain. Later, Slytherin's locket was swapped by Regulus Black and is now hidden in the House of Black's ancestral home. Because the House of Black's home is maintained by a house elf, it cannot be observed, just like Malfoy Manor. Then there was the fourth Horcrux made from Hufflepuff's cup. Since the Horcrux is currently stored in a Gringotts vault, Isaac also cannot observe it through prophecy. Regarding Gringotts, Isaac had actually secretly observed it with prophecy long ago. He remembered that after the observation failed at that time, he was fiercely mocked by Grindelwald. Isaac suspected that Grindelwald must have done the same thing, otherwise, why would he have laughed so happily at the time? He, Isaac Valdor, the person in the wizarding world most like Grindelwald, just wanted to see the vaults of the Wizarding Bank. What was wrong with that? Sneaking a peek shouldn't be illegal, right? The fifth Horcrux is the Ravenclaw's diadem, which Lord Voldemort created when he was about 20, and it is currently sitting in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. As for the living Horcrux that Lord Voldemort made using Nagini in the original book, it is nowhere to be found yet. Poor Senior Tom had just been brought back by Quirrell from the forests of Albania, and then he was miserably blocked at the door by a centenarian. Even if he wanted to make a Horcrux, he didn't have the ability to do so. Finally, there is the Horcrux that Lord Voldemort created unintentionally, the savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. Isaac drew symbols that only he could understand, then took out his wand and tapped the parchment. The parchment then turned into ashes. Lord Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, but Isaac could only prophesy about half of them, and this half had to include the living Horcrux, Harry Potter. If one did not count Harry as a Horcrux, then there were only the Resurrection Stone ring in the Gaunt Shack and the Ravenclaw's diadem in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Why did Isaac want to keep the location of the other Horcruxes a secret from Dumbledore? The main reason was because of the Resurrection Stone in the Gaunt Shack. He really dared not let Dumbledore know about this thing. Isaac was very clear that a powerful curse had been cast on that ring by Lord Voldemort, the kind that even Dumbledore could not avoid. By tearing his soul to create Horcruxes, Lord Voldemort turned himself into a monster, but it was not without its benefits. The benefit he gained was that his own talent for the dark arts was greatly enhanced. He entered the realm of a dark arts master at a young age and had traveled quite a long distance on the path of the dark arts without regard for anything else, achieving accomplishments far exceeding those of his predecessors. Lord Voldemort was simply a control group for Grindelwald. Despite his astonishing talent for the dark arts, Grindelwald did not only study the field of dark arts. Like Dumbledore, Grindelwald walked the path of the most orthodox magic master among wizards, guarding his true self, not being influenced by magic, and becoming a master in the wizarding world through sheer strength. As for Lord Voldemort, he had essentially taken a shortcut through the dark arts. He allowed his soul to be fully saturated with the dark arts by creating Horcruxes. This allowed his talent in the field of the dark arts to be terrifyingly enhanced, but it also weakened his sanity and made the dark arts possess exclusivity within him. After creating Horcruxes, no matter what kind of magic Lord Voldemort invented or used, it would carry a scent of the dark arts. As a traditional magic master, the area where Dumbledore was stronger than Lord Voldemort was that he had more solutions for a certain thing or a certain person, while Lord Voldemort could only use the dark arts to solve problems. This also meant that Lord Voldemort's curse was on the same level as Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort's curse might not be able to kill Dumbledore instantly, but it was not that simple to resolve. Yet, the temptation of the Resurrection Stone to Dumbledore was fatal. Isaac did not think he could stop a crazed Dumbledore. How could he, a little Grindelwald, have such ability? It would have to be the real Grindelwald to do it. The problem was, at this moment, the old man Grindelwald was still in prison in Nurmengard. If he didn't come out, who could stop Dumbledore? To be cautious, Isaac decided to hide the existence of the other Horcruxes for a while. After he got familiar with the other professors at Hogwarts, he would directly form a Horcrux cleanup squad, and then everyone could go together to raid Lord Voldemort's base. If nothing unexpected happened, Isaac would be able to see the deans of Hogwarts in the Great Hall tomorrow. Although Isaac was already very familiar with these professors who taught him in his prophetic vision, the professors did not know him yet. Old Dumbledore, really, did he not understand that once a surprise was known in advance by a seer, whether he spoke about the specific content or not, the seer would definitely know. Early the next morning, Isaac was awakened from his sleep by an excited creature. Since moving into Hogwarts, he had never seen creature like this, his anticipation mixed with excitement. It was as if Dumbledore's surprise was for Creature the house elf, not for Isaac the wizard. Wake up, Valdor, today is your big day. Creature's voice was hoarse but excited. His 2 large eyes were frighteningly bright at this moment, completely lacking his usual composure. First came breakfast, then brushing his teeth and washing his face. With the help of Creature's magic, Isaac even got a trendy hairstyle. Looking into the mirror in the washroom, he realized that fashion truly is a cycle. For instance, his current hairstyle looked remarkably like the one Grindelwald had back in the day. Try this, Valdor, this is a token of affection from all the house elves at Hogwarts. Creature brought over a robe and carefully unfolded it before Isaac. Unlike the standard Hogwarts robes, the one Creature brought was more ornate, looking like a formal dress robe. The robe had a velvet texture, purple on the outside and white on the inside, with the Hogwarts emblem on the chest. Isaac spread his arms, letting Creature help him put on this unique robe. Perfect, simply perfect. Valdor, let us depart. Professor Dumbledore, the deans, and Minister Fudge are waiting for you in the Great Hall. Creature efficiently straightened Isaac's robe, confirmed once more that there wasn't a single wrinkle or stain, and walked ahead to lead the way. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, Isaac became the center of everyone's attention, and Minister Fudge, who was standing beside Dumbledore, was the first to stand up. Our hero of the wizarding world who has yet to enroll has arrived. As soon as Fudge finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the hall. The Ministry of Magic officials and Aurors who had arrived with Fudge all acted as the hype squad. The loud applause continued to echo through the Hogwarts Great Hall. Furthermore, a photographer from the Daily Prophet held up a magical camera, filming Isaac the entire time. Every time the magical camera's flash went off, it would puff out a cloud of purple smoke. Upon seeing the magical camera, Isaac immediately managed his expression. Isaac walked unhurriedly toward Fudge and Dumbledore. "Good morning, Professor. Is this the surprise you mentioned?" When Isaac walked closer to the Hogwarts camp, he realized that the four deans behind Dumbledore were not as excited as the Ministry of Magic officials and Aurors. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Hufflepuff's Professor Pomona Sprout all looked at Isaac with a mix of encouragement and concern. A young wizard who hadn't even enrolled yet, and an orphan at that, had encountered a Death Eater outside. Even though Isaac was standing safely before them now, the deans would still be worried. As for the Slytherin Dean and Potion Master, Professor Severus Snape, he was expressionless, his eyes hollow. However, Isaac could feel the scrutinizing gaze of this Professor Snape lingering on him. "Let me introduce you, this is Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. He has brought you a reward from the Ministry of Magic." Just as Dumbledore finished the introduction, Fudge impatiently came up to Isaac. He intended to reach out and pat Isaac's head to show affection, but then his action paused. Isaac's current hairstyle truly left him with nowhere to touch. He couldn't possibly reach around the top of Isaac's head to pat the back of his head, could he? That would be too ugly. So, Fudge's large hand landed affectionately on Isaac's shoulder. Accompanied by Fudge's action, the reporter from the Daily Prophet was frantically taking pictures of the two. Puffs of purple smoke billowed from his camera one after another, and the Auror near the photographer twitched his mouth and moved a couple of steps to the side. Fudge calmly showed the photographer various angles for photos of himself and Isaac together. After the photographer had accumulated enough material, Fudge finally spoke with a pleasant expression. "Hello, Isaac, I believe this is our first time meeting. I am the British Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. You may call me Cornelius. It is a pleasure to meet you, Minister Cornelius." Isaac wore a bright smile, not forgetting to add the honorific of Minister after Cornelius's name. Sure enough, after hearing Isaac's words, the smile on Fudge's face became a bit more sincere. "I am also very happy to meet you, Isaac. First, I must apologize to you. Your encounter with a Death Eater outside of school was a failure on the part of the relevant departments of the Ministry of Magic. Our search for Death Eaters let a fish slip through the net." "No, Minister, this cannot be blamed on you." Isaac knew very well what Fudge wanted to hear, and he didn't mind saying something pleasant at this moment. The appearance of that Death Eater was just an accident, he was too cunning. One cannot erase the contributions of the Ministry of Magic Aurors and the Minister to the stability and security of the wizarding world just because of an isolated incident. Isaac hadn't reached the stage where he couldn't eat beef, and besides, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Minister Fudge was here to bring him honor and money. If an ordinary person encountered such a good thing, wouldn't they have to say thank you from the bottom of their heart? The petty conflicts between Fudge and Dumbledore were their own business. These two were the British Minister of Magic and the Principal of Hogwarts. Isaac was just a young wizard and had no need to get involved in the disputes of such big shots. To put it bluntly, he didn't even have the value of being cannon fodder right now. When Fudge heard Isaac's rebuttal, his entire old face crinkled with joy like a chrysanthemum. Fudge dared to guarantee that if Isaac were an adult wizard, he would hire him as his personal assistant based on this sentence alone. Most wizards had eccentric temperaments, and the more powerful the wizard, the more eccentric their temperament. In the Ministry of Magic, those wizards who were not as strong didn't have the qualifications to meet Fudge. Those who could meet Fudge didn't speak as pleasantly as Isaac. Fudge suddenly felt that the British Ministry of Magic needed 100 Isaac Valdors. Originally, Fudge intended to use this opportunity to save face for the Ministry of Magic. A Death Eater attacking a young wizard who hadn't even enrolled yet would make all the wizards in Britain with children feel panicked. For Fudge, the more stable the wizarding world was, the more beneficial it was for his political career. But now, Fudge had changed his mind. No matter how much he touted the stability of the wizarding world, it wasn't as good as a single compliment from the person involved, Isaac. And Isaac's compliment happened to hit the nail on the head. Fudge immediately decided to abandon the long, drawn-out preamble he had originally set and went straight to the main point of his visit to Hogwarts. Thank you for your understanding, child. Now, let me get to the point. Cornelius Fudge put away his smile and solemnly announced to everyone. In recognition of Isaac Valdor's indomitable spirit and outstanding achievements in confronting Death Eaters. Upon the application of the British Ministry of Magic and approved by the Wizengamot, we have decided to award Isaac Valdor the honor of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. And the Ministry of Magic will award Isaac Valdor 1,000 galleons in recognition of his heroic resistance in the face of evil. No sooner had Cornelius Fudge finished speaking than a pink figure appeared beside them. Isaac's description was extremely accurate. Just how pink was this figure? She was wearing a fluffy pink cardigan, frilly pink robes, and matching accessories. This person was extremely short, so short that her height standing up and sitting down would likely be about the same. Her fingers were short and thick, adorned with several gaudy, old-fashioned rings. To use Harry's description, she looked just like a big, pale toad. Short and fat, with a wide, flabby face, no visible neck like Vernon, and a large mouth that drooped downwards. Her eyes were large, round, and slightly bulging. Even the small black velvet bow perched on her short, curly hair looked more like a fly about to be caught by a long, sticky tongue. Undoubtedly, the person possessing these traits had to be Minister Fudge's confidant, the high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, Umbridge. Umbridge brought a tray over to Isaac and Fudge, first smiling fawningly at her minister. Then, she tried hard to squeeze out a kindly smile at Isaac. The problem was that her smile could by no means be called kindly. If Isaac weren't an extraordinary young wizard, he might have been startled by this old face that looked so much like a toad. One can only say that Harry's tongue is truly sharp, but his description is also truly accurate. Isaac was increasingly looking forward to meeting Harry Potter. He was genuinely curious whether the Harry of this world was the book version or the movie version. If Isaac had to choose, he would prefer the book version of Harry. At least compared to the movie version of Harry, the book version of Harry didn't seem like a poor, unlucky punching bag. Minister, please Tilda, Umbridge drawled, extending the tray in her hand toward Fudge. Fudge took the purple ribbon from it. He was probably used to his subordinates fawning, so he didn't even look at Umbridge, just kept explaining to Isaac. Isaac, the Order of Merlin is the highest honor in the wizarding world, and it is divided into 3 classes. 1st class, 2nd class, and 3rd class. The distinction between the classes of the medal mainly depends on their ribbons. The 1st class uses a green ribbon, the 2nd class uses a purple ribbon, and the 3rd class uses a white ribbon. Your headmaster Dumbledore is a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 1st class. Fudge slowly hung the purple ribbon and medal around Isaac's neck. Just as he leaned in, Isaac heard a barely audible sound coming from Fudge's mouth. When we had a meeting at the ministry, Department Head Crouch was only willing to apply for a 3rd-class medal for you, but I couldn't let our little hero have the same level of medal as a clown like Lockhart. Hearing Fudge's words, Isaac looked at the Minister of Magic in front of him with surprise. Fudge secretly winked at Isaac, giving him a look that said, "This is our little secret." Come to think of it, once Isaac jumped out of the constraints of the original timeline, the stances of the major characters in the wizarding world were truly fascinating. The vast majority of the owners behind the shops in Diagon Alley were from pure-blood families, and Dumbledore's special care for Isaac in Diagon Alley had likely already spread throughout the entire pure-blood wizarding circle. There were only a few pure-blood wizarding families in Britain, and Fudge's family was one of them. So he must have known about the special relationship between Dumbledore and Isaac. This period was exactly when Fudge was striving to shake off Dumbledore's influence. As a wizard, Fudge's ability might not be outstanding, but as a politician, Fudge was quite successful. Strictly speaking, Cornelius Fudge's rise to power was an accident. The 2 most popular candidates at the time were Dumbledore and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch Sr. The Ministry of Magic had invited Dumbledore to serve as Minister of Magic many times, but he had firmly refused. The reason was simple. Dumbledore needed Hogwarts to lock away the beast in his heart. He was afraid that he would be consumed by power and cause irreparable consequences. For the greater good, after all Tilda. Most importantly, as the number 1 person in the wizarding world at the time, once Dumbledore really decided to do something, there was truly no one in the entire wizarding world who could stop him. Those who had the ability to stop Dumbledore were mostly his friends, and those who didn't have the ability couldn't defeat him at all. It was precisely because Dumbledore knew himself so well that he firmly refused the position of Minister of Magic. As for the second in line, Barty Crouch Sr., his son was exposed as a Death Eater and had participated in torturing the Longbottoms. With such a stain, Barty Crouch Sr. naturally couldn't ascend to the position. Being able to keep his current position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was only because he had put righteousness before family and had been ruthless in dealing with Death Eaters. Then, Fudge, who was the junior minister, ushered in the spring of his political career. With decent qualifications, a mild attitude, and being non-controversial, Fudge became the only acceptable compromise candidate. At that time, the Ministry of Magic bureaucrats and Wizarding Society generally believed that using him to maintain the status quo during peacetime was very safe. Fudge had indeed done very well. Because of his insufficient prestige, he initially consulted Dumbledore on everything, and at that time, owl messengers flew back and forth between the two very frequently. But as Fudge gained a firm foothold in the position of Minister of Magic, he began to seek greater influence and was gradually removing Dumbledore's influence from the Ministry of Magic. Although this was very difficult. In other words, from the perspective of his stance alone, there was no need for Fudge to be so good to this young wizard who was under Dumbledore's care. Yet, at this moment, the goodwill Fudge was showing Isaac was by no means insignificant. And one more thing, Minister Fudge just said, that clown Lockhart, right? Doesn't this prove that, in some groups or circles, they were aware of the true nature of that fraud, Lockhart? Interesting, truly interesting. Isaac had only just come into contact with the wizarding world, and this world had already brought him so many surprises. To be honest, Isaac had initially thought that with his prophetic talent, the world would become very boring. People are indeed the creatures that can bring the most surprises. Salute to you, Minister Cornelius, you truly are a respectable minister of magic. Cornelius Fudge discovered that the young wizard before him truly knew what he liked to hear and what he needed right now. Fudge's smiling face became increasingly sincere, and he did not hesitate to pick up another pouch from the tray. The pouch was made of luxurious material, only the size of a wallet, and embroidered with a family crest that Isaac did not recognize. This is the prize money sponsored by the Ministry of Magic. You must use it wisely, Isaac Tilda. Use it wisely. Although the galleons awarded by the Ministry of Magic were not a small amount, Isaac did not think Fudge would specifically mention this at this moment. Not to mention whether a minister would actually care about these 1,000 galleons, even if Fudge did care, wouldn't saying this now completely negate the high-class image he had just cultivated. Isaac's gaze fell on the pouch in Fudge's hand, and he suddenly realized something. Isaac had been to Gringotts to exchange for galleons. The galleons in the wizarding world were a size larger and twice as thick as the 1 yuan coins he used in his previous life. 1,000 galleons piled together would be about the size of 10 500 milliliters mineral water bottles. The bag in Fudge's hand was only the size of a wallet, so the question was, how could such a small bag fit so many gold coins? In the Muggle world, such a thing would be impossible. But in the wizarding world, there is the undetectable extension charm. The undetectable extension charm is a complex, advanced magic that is strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. In the wizarding world, casting spells on Muggle items without authorization is illegal. The bag in Fudge's hand had clearly been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. And this pouch was exactly the item Fudge had specifically mentioned should be used wisely. What is generosity? This is what generosity is. Never mind whether these 1,000 galleons and the pouch with the undetectable extension charm were paid for with public funds. He was able to bring it out and give it to Isaac in front of Dumbledore, the Hogwarts deans, the Ministry of Magic bureaucrats, the Aurors, and the reporters and photographers from the Daily Prophet. This was an endorsement for Isaac. Mr. Isaac Valdor possessing a pouch enchanted with an undetectable extension charm was completely reasonable, legal, and compliant. Thank you very much, Minister. You are truly generous, Tilda. Isaac had to sigh. Fudge really knew how to win people over. It made sense. How could someone who rose from a grassroots bureaucrat to deputy minister, and even became the third candidate for minister, not have some tricks up his sleeve? Moreover, he had gradually seized the power of the Minister of Magic while Dumbledore was still alive. While there was certainly the reason that Dumbledore had gone easy on him, Fudge himself possessed the qualities of a politician. He dared to think and act. If it were someone else, they might have truly resigned themselves to being Dumbledore's mouthpiece. One could imagine how much psychological pressure Fudge must have been under when he first tentatively tried to seize the true power of the Minister of Magic from Dumbledore. Isaac took the bag containing the galleons from Fudge and casually placed it in the inner pocket of his robe. Umbridge, who was holding the tray on the side, was just about to say something, but after seeing Fudge's expression, she swallowed the words back into her stomach. This pouch enchanted with an undetectable extension charm was not part of the reward. They used this bag to hold the money because 1,000 galleons, no matter how you held them, would look somewhat unsightly. They had intended to use this pouch to bring the galleons over and then transfer them to the young wizard. Whether it looked elegant or not when the young wizard received the money had nothing to do with them. But they hadn't expected this young wizard named Valdor to be so unreserved and not polite at all. Even more surprising was that Minister Fudge was so generous today, he just gave away such a high-quality pouch. The award ceremony could be described as a success for both host and guest. After giving the prize money, Fudge pulled Isaac over for another round of photos with the Daily Prophet's photographers. This time, Isaac's face was beaming with a sunny and enthusiastic smile. This was his big financier. What was wrong with smiling when taking a photo with him? Although Isaac was not one to sell smiles, Minister Fudge had given him simply too much. Just as Fudge was intending to deliver another speech in the Hogwarts Great Hall, Umbridge, who was on the side, suddenly stepped forward and said to Isaac, "Valdor, that Death Eater has already been sent to Azkaban. The public security of the British wizarding world is now guaranteed like never before. Perhaps you shouldn't continue to disturb the Hogwarts professors here, you should go home early so your family doesn't worry." Hearing this from the toad Umbridge, Isaac instinctively looked at Fudge behind Umbridge. At this look, Isaac almost laughed out loud. Because Umbridge had her back to Fudge, she couldn't see the look Fudge was giving her at that moment. It wasn't just dislike, it was absolute disgust. How could this person have absolutely no sense of the situation? Isaac could actually understand Umbridge's suggestion. A Death Eater attacking a young wizard who had not yet enrolled was a massive political scandal. Everything Fudge was doing now could only be to make amends, to make up for the Ministry of Magic's image in the wizarding world. Since there was a problem with the security of the wizarding world, what was the best way to solve it? It was to have someone prove that the security of the wizarding world was actually fine. How to prove it? Umbridge's answer was to have Isaac, the victim of the attack, return to the scene of the attack. If Isaac lived until Hogwarts started, it would prove that the security of the wizarding world was still fine. If he died, well, that would be another matter. Impossible. Before Isaac could answer, and before Fudge could speak, Professor McGonagall strode out from behind Dumbledore. At this moment, she was like an enraged lioness, glaring at the pink toad. "I will never let my student take such a risk." Professor McGonagall blocked Isaac behind her and locked eyes with Umbridge. At this moment, Umbridge, who hadn't expected Professor McGonagall to react so strongly, instinctively took half a step back, then looked at Fudge behind her. "Minister, look at her." A wicked fire rose in Cornelius Fudge's heart. This fire was not directed at Professor McGonagall, nor was it directed at Isaac. This wicked fire was entirely directed at Umbridge. How could this person be so inflexible and unable to read the room? That's right, their original plan was to hope to persuade Isaac to leave Hogwarts and return home to live. This was also the most intuitive way to prove that the wizarding world was still safe. But before was before, and now is now. Isaac had just given Fudge a massive boost in reputation. Fudge could already imagine how his reputation would skyrocket after this issue of the Daily Prophet was released. At a time like this, asking Isaac to go home and live wouldn't that make it look like he was burning bridges or kicking away the ladder? Political stunts must have a beginning and an end. If he really let Umbridge do this, it wouldn't be a political stunt, but a political scandal. Was Umbridge a fool? Of course she wasn't. That old girl was a graduate of Slytherin, after all. Any wizard who could get into Slytherin, regardless of whether they were a genius or a simpleton, definitely had some brains. Could she really not read the room with Fudge? If she didn't have that ability, how could she have become Fudge's confidant? Fudge wouldn't have promoted her to a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic just for being a sycophant. She had to do this because their original plan was to persuade Isaac Valdor to leave. This was the task Fudge had assigned to her. Even if Fudge now seemed to treat Isaac like his own son, as long as Fudge hadn't explicitly stated that the plan was cancelled, Umbridge still had to step up and play the villain. There was nothing wrong with stepping up to play the villain. Umbridge was well aware that all her power came from Fudge. She could be the villain, or she could be the clown. The only thing she couldn't do was fail to carry out the tasks Fudge entrusted to her. Besides, her persuasion attempt left room for maneuver. That room for maneuver was the minister, Fudge himself. If Umbridge played the villain, then the role of the good guy naturally fell to the minister, Fudge. In short, any bad or terrible things that happened at the Ministry of Magic were supposedly done by her, the subordinate, acting on her own interpretation of the superior's will. And all the good things were attributed to Minister Fudge setting things right. It didn't matter if Umbridge played the clown, as long as Minister Fudge appeared wise and mighty. That was the plan, but the development of events had deviated slightly. Umbridge hadn't expected Professor McGonagall to suddenly step in to protect her own. This was awkward. Professor McGonagall was representing Hogwarts right now, and who was behind Hogwarts? It was Albus Dumbledore. Fudge's current, main quest, was to reduce Dumbledore's influence on the Ministry of Magic. It was unrealistic to completely eliminate Dumbledore's influence on the Ministry of Magic. The largest faction in the Ministry of Magic was not pure-blood wizards or half-blood wizards. The largest faction there should be the academic faction. The vast majority of wizards in Britain graduated from Hogwarts. Dumbledore was the biggest leader of the academic faction. Therefore, Fudge could only reduce Dumbledore's influence on the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't usually interfere much with the management of the Ministry of Magic. When Professor McGonagall stood up to oppose Umbridge, Fudge had no way to step in and play the good guy. Because doing so would contradict his governing philosophy. At this moment, even if he hated Umbridge to death, even if it meant this political show would be wasted and abandoned halfway, he had to firmly support this pink toad of a subordinate. There was no other way. Fudge could endure one or several political crises, but he could not accept the Ministry of Magic being outshone by Hogwarts in public. Once that happened, it would mean all of Fudge's past efforts in the Ministry of Magic were in vain. So, our Minister Fudge now needed a way out. Minister, Professor McGonagall, may I say a few words? Isaac poked his head out from behind Professor McGonagall's robes, stretching out a hand like a primary school student wanting to speak in class. Of course you may. My little Isaac, what do you want to say? Fudge, who had been tense, felt the sternness on his face melt away like snow upon hearing Isaac's voice. Given Isaac's performance today, he was extremely looking forward to Isaac's next statement. It's like this. Yesterday, Professor Dumbledore reminded me that the magic I used when fighting the Death Eater could be written up as a paper and published in an academic journal. But I've never written anything like that. Perhaps I could stay at Hogwarts and ask the professors to guide me. Oh, right, Minister, perhaps you could guide me in my magic. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Look, just look. What a perfectly timed way out. Fudge was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise waiting for him from Isaac. Was the point of Isaac's sentence to ask Fudge to guide his magic? Certainly not. Don't make Professor McGonagall laugh. It wouldn't be a big problem for Fudge to teach Isaac how to be a politician, but teaching Isaac magic, wasn't that just a joke? The point of Isaac's words lay in Dumbledore's suggestion. He suggested that Isaac organize his magic and publish it in the Wizarding World's academic journals. Fudge could question Dumbledore's political philosophy, and he could also question Dumbledore for raising his own army at Hogwarts. The only thing he could not question was Dumbledore's strength and insight. If that wasn't enough, add the rumors from Diagon Alley, the rumor that Isaac was suspected to be a distant relative, illegitimate son, of Dumbledore. Hogwarts had Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. To put it bluntly, even if Isaac's paper was complete nonsense, these two could help Isaac get it into the top journals of the Wizarding world. Besides, wasn't Dumbledore there too? Fudge realized that what Isaac had laid out for him wasn't a way down, but a step up to further his prestige. Thinking all this through in a flash, Fudge hurriedly spoke up, fearing that if he were too late, that woman, Umbridge, would say something unpleasant again. When it comes to educational ability, I'm certainly not as good as the professors at Hogwarts, but since you have this request, Isaac, I cannot refuse. Then let me see the spell you invented. My pleasure. Isaac walked to the open space in the Great Hall, drew his wand, and without any preamble, swung it forcefully. Protega Diabolica. Crimson gold flames ignited in circles, and then, under the control of Isaac's transfiguration, surged and spread in all directions. When the intensity of the flames reached a threshold, the scattered fire gradually gathered in midair, eventually transforming into a phoenix soaring through the air. Just like the kind of phoenix Dumbledore had. Inside the Great Hall, the light of the flames reflected off Dumbledore's lenses, and no one could see his eyes. As for Professor McGonagall, her brows furrowed slightly after seeing Isaac's spell, as if she had fallen into deep thought. Once she found the memory from many years ago, she looked sharply at Dumbledore. This spell, this form of manifestation, wasn't it the signature spell of Grindelwald, the old lover of her old bestie, Dumbledore? Back then, Grindelwald had set a great fire in Paris. If it hadn't been for Nicholas Flamel and Newt Scamander leading people to stop it, the entire Paris would probably have been burned to a wasteland. At this moment, the way Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore was all wrong. It would be one thing if the child Isaac looked like Grindelwald, and it would be one thing if he had the same prophecy talent as Grindelwald. But now he was even using Grindelwald's signature magic. People outside were almost spreading rumors that Isaac was your illegitimate son. Dumbledore, looking at it this way, was he actually your son, or was he Grindelwald's illegitimate son? Fine, 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 you were secretly raising a child for your old lover and didn't tell me, your bestie, right? Among the many wizards present, only Professor McGonagall saw through the details of Isaac at a glance. Although the other wizards did not have Professor McGonagall's keen eye, they still felt a sense of déjà vu. Especially the wizards from pure-blood families at the Ministry of Magic. Back when Grindelwald and his followers were rampaging through Europe, although they never set foot in Britain. But the pure-blood families of Europe were a closed little circle. These people were linked by intermarriages so pure they couldn't get any purer. Even though Grindelwald didn't attack Britain, how could they not have received any news at all? What's more, the pure-blood wizarding families of Europe were Grindelwald's power base. Therefore, among the pure-blood wizards at the Ministry of Magic, there were always one or two who found Isaac familiar. Familiarity is one thing, but it was still somewhat difficult for them to suddenly recall Grindelwald, who had manipulated and dominated the European continent decades ago. Perhaps, if Isaac were more like Tom, these Ministry of Magic officials would remember the fear of being dominated by Lord Voldemort. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Fudge was clearly not the type to find Isaac familiar, and Umbridge, standing to the side, was not a pure-blood wizard at all. Neither of them recognized the origin of Isaac's version of Protega Diabolica. They only thought the young wizard before them, who hadn't even enrolled yet, was a genius. A true genius. Truly outstanding magic. I must be honest, even I couldn't do better. Fudge was not being humble, he was telling the truth. He could see that Isaac's magic was a variation of the fire-making spell. But if he were asked to replicate it, he absolutely could not. However, Fudge could see one thing. The spell Isaac created was definitely not dark arts, nor could it even be considered a hex. The definition and classification of dark arts in the wizarding world are quite interesting. The first level is hexes. Hexes belong to the least harmful category of offensive spells, designed with the intention of causing temporary inconvenience, embarrassment, minor obstruction, or mischievous annoyance to the target. Hexes have no intent to cause lasting damage and belong to the fringes of the dark arts. The Ministry of Magic has the lowest level of control over hexes. Unless used for persistent malicious harassment, they are generally not heavily punished, or even punished at all. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class teaches the basic ways to defend against them. Spells like the Jelly Legs Jinx, Leg Locker Curse, Impediment Jinx, Dancing Feet spell Tarantalagra, Trip Jinx, and Densagio all fall into the category of hexes. These things are classified as mild dark arts. Yes, if classified this way, almost everyone in the wizarding world has used the dark arts. The next level after hexes is jinxes. This is a more sinister form of offensive dark arts than hexes, designed to cause clear, lasting pain, discomfort, or physical injury to the target. Jinxes carry a clear intent of malicious attack and are offensive dark arts in the true sense. Spells like Levicorpus and Knee Reversal Jinx fall into the category of jinxes. The final tier of offensive dark arts is curses, which are also severe dark arts. Curses are divided into two categories. One is the unforgivable curses, and the other includes dark arts like Sectum Sempra, the Fiendfire Curse, Blood Curse, and the Disemboweling Curse. The main characteristic distinguishing moderate from severe dark arts is that dark arts like Sectum Sempra can very easily take a person's life. At the same time, casting these spells requires very strong negative emotions. Here comes the interesting part. If we are talking solely about damage, Isaac's version of Protega Diabolica even far exceeds the hexes and jinxes of the dark arts. Yet, This version of Protega Diabolica is derived from the fire-making spell and incorporates transfiguration. In terms of classification, it can belong to elemental magic or be categorized as a practical application of transfiguration. But it uniquely does not belong to the dark arts. Not belonging to the dark arts is great. In the British wizarding world, the dark arts are practically a political landmine. The Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class sometimes teaches some hexes or even jinxes. Because these are essential spells used to deal with certain dark arts creatures. If you don't teach them, do you expect students to just wait for death when they encounter dangerous situations later? Yet, the entire British wizarding world is deeply secretive about the dark arts. So even if the teaching professor knows how to teach the dark arts, it must be called Defense Against the Dark Arts. The course must also be called Defense Against the Dark Arts class, not the Dark Arts class. The main point is, I can teach it, you can learn it, you can even learn it in secret, but it just cannot be openly discussed. Thus, in Britain, the dark arts became something that couldn't be brought to the table. Isaac's Protega Diabolica happens to be elemental magic. Elemental magic is great, elemental magic must be learned. Fudge saw at a glance that this magic must be very difficult, but he didn't feel there was any problem at all. In fact, for Fudge, the more difficult Isaac's magic was, the better. The more difficult the magic, the more value it has for promotion. The fewer people who learn this magic, the more it proves how discerning Fudge is. Politicians are never stingy when it comes to investing in geniuses, especially in the wizarding world, where strength determines everything. Isaac was clearly aiming to become a young Dumbledore, and Fudge was firmly convinced that with this talent, Isaac would definitely be a powerful wizard no less than Dumbledore in the future. Plus, Isaac was so mature and understanding. What else was there to say? Just invest. It is worth mentioning that what Fudge feared was never a wizard's strength. What he feared was Dumbledore's reputation in the wizarding world. With Isaac, as long as he handled it properly, the more powerful Isaac became in the future, the more beneficial it would be for him, Fudge. He was the one who spotted Valdor's talent before he had even enrolled. With a bit of publicity, he could also become the person who discovered Valdor's talent. No one would refuse the feeling of having reputation come to them without lifting a finger. Fudge couldn't wait for Isaac to become Britain's #1 immediately. At this moment, even Dumbledore looked pleasing to Fudge's eyes. Isaac, you are right. You need to focus on your studies now, and Hogwarts is the best soil for your growth. Learn well from your professors, I will be waiting for your paper in my office Tilda. In the end, Fudge made the final decision. He took the initiative to let Isaac stay at Hogwarts, for no other reason than for the young wizard's studies. He smiled very happily and heartily. Because he had no idea how much promotional material a single trip to Hogwarts had accumulated for him. Hogwarts is amazing, it truly is a place of great fortune. At this moment, Fudge completely forgot the annoyance he felt when heading to Hogwarts. One cannot even empathize with oneself from a few hours ago. Very well, Minister, if I am truly fortunate enough to write a high-quality paper, I will certainly ask you to review it. Isaac agreed decisively, then shook Fudge's hand. The moment the large hand and small hand grasped each other, it looked exactly like the inheritance of 2 generations. What? The minister didn't want to pass on a legacy. How could such a fool thing be up to the minister to decide? After a trip to Hogwarts, Fudge returned to the Ministry of Magic in high spirits. Although the trip to Hogwarts had been quite costly, even involving giving away a high-quality undetectable extension bag from the Ministry of Magic, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Fudge was genuinely happy. After returning to the Ministry of Magic this time, the daily profit would begin to build momentum for him. Coupled with the support of Isaac, the young wizard who had subdued a Death Eater before even starting school, Fudge himself couldn't estimate how much prestige he would gain this time. Compared to his political prestige, 1,000 galleons or the Ministry of Magic's high-quality undetectable extension bag were nothing. These were resources that he, as the Minister for Magic, could utilize. To blindly reach for these resources would be the most foolish of actions. Someone who would do such a thing could never sit in the high position of Minister for Magic. Among the past Ministers for Magic, one's magical ability might be mediocre, but they would never be an idiot. Even if the Minister for Magic appeared to be a fool, he certainly had his own plans. Just like the Fudge from the original timeline, even though there was ironclad proof that Lord Voldemort had returned, why did he refuse to admit it? Because once he admitted it, all the measures he had taken at the Ministry of Magic over the years to remove Dumbledore's influence would go to waste. he would once again be reduced to a yes man for Dumbledore. Having already tasted the sweetness of power, how could Fudge be willing to give up the power he had acquired? During that period, Fudge truly became the bravest man in the British wizarding world, as long as Lord Voldemort wasn't standing in front of him, spitting on him. Even if he had to grit his teeth until they broke, he would insist that Lord Voldemort had died long ago. After Fudge left, Dumbledore introduced Isaac to the 4 deans of Hogwarts in the Great Hall. Among them, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout were very warm towards Isaac, and Isaac responded with equal enthusiasm to both professors. Setting aside their status as deans of Hogwarts, just looking at their primary jobs. Flitwick was the charms professor and also a dueling master. If Isaac wanted to get some guidance on practical combat, visiting Professor Flitwick often would definitely be the right move. Then there was Professor Sprout. This Hufflepuff professor didn't have as much screen time in the books as Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, yet Isaac wouldn't show any disrespect towards Professor Sprout. After all, she taught herbology. As a dean of Hogwarts and a herbology professor, heaven knows how many rare herbs Professor Sprout had in her possession. Snape was indeed a potion master, but without raw materials from Professor Sprout, what would he use to make potions? Unlike the 2 enthusiastic professors mentioned above, Snape remained as lifeless as ever. He didn't seem interested in Isaac, and Isaac himself wasn't like Harry, who was so capable of attracting Snape's hatred. The grievances and entanglements between Snape and James Potter were truly a tangled mess, a real can of worms. Harry's misfortune lay in the fact that while his eyes resembled Lily's, they were the only feature he had inherited from his mother. People always say a son looks like his mother, but that didn't hold true for Harry. Every time he had a class, or occasionally on campus, he had to face his enemy's face, yet that very face possessed Lily's eyes. It would be strange if Snape's mood were good. Fortunately, Harry was not in the school at the moment. Professor Snape wouldn't trigger a rage for no reason, and besides, didn't Isaac have some connection with Dumbledore? Snape had to give Dumbledore some face, at least. If the attitudes of Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Professor Snape towards him hadn't made Isaac feel strange. Professor McGonagall's attitude made Isaac feel quite curious. That inquisitive and curious gaze, combined with an expression of wanting to say something but holding back, was somewhat agonizing for Isaac. Isaac had actually seen this expression before. When he was busking in London, he had seen his next-door neighbor on the street with a child, meeting a friend of the neighbor. The neighbor wasn't anything special, and the neighbor's friend was also very ordinary. The point was the child the neighbor brought along. Although the child was calling the neighbor Dad, Isaac was certain he had never seen this child at the neighbor's house. That was exactly how the neighbor's friend had looked at the neighbor back then. This, how should he put it? Had he become a mistake made by Dumbledore in the eyes of Professor McGonagall? Although Professor McGonagall's expression was rather subtle, she still indicated that if he had any questions regarding transfiguration, he could come to her office to find her. Just like that, Isaac began his thesis writing work before starting school. He first went to the Hogwarts library and borrowed Transfiguration Today and Spell Innovation, 2 core journals in the fields of transfiguration and charms. After figuring out the format of the journals, Isaac began writing papers in the fields of transfiguration and charms separately. Thanks to the dedicated teaching of Grindelwald, Isaac had a very thorough understanding of his version of Protega Diabolica. He was also handy at writing the papers. Compared to the papers in Transfiguration Today, Isaac's Transfiguration paper was slightly shallow, but his shaping of natural elements could be considered a new approach. Based on his exploration in Transfiguration Today and Professor McGonagall's guidance, Isaac realized that when a wizard's transfiguration skills were deep enough, he could easily shape natural elements. However, when a wizard's transfiguration skills were insufficient, shaping natural elements was relatively difficult. The transfiguration involved in the Protega Diabolica that Grindelwald taught Isaac happened to open up a shortcut between the two. Using this method, wizards who lacked sufficient transfiguration skills could also attempt to shape natural elements. It just wasn't as easy or smooth as it was for a transfiguration master. Isaac's paper in the field of transfiguration could be said to be a minor contribution, but the spell Protega Diabolica was a genuine new spell. Back in the day, Grindelwald hadn't sent his original Protega Diabolica to Spell Innovation. Filled with mischief, Isaac wrote down the spell for the knockoff version of Protega Diabolica without reservation. Including the prerequisites for learning the spell and the precautions for practicing it, Isaac wrote it in great detail. He was really looking forward to it, once the spell Protega Diabolica became popular in Britain and slowly spread throughout Europe. Those wizards in Europe who were still alive and had seen Grindelwald's original gas stove would, upon seeing this pirated version, what kind of wonderful expression would they have? Unfortunately, most of these wizards were not in Britain. As for whether publishing Protega Diabolica in the magic journal Spell Innovation would have any impact on Isaac, it could only be said that there would be no impact at all. The Isaac version Protega Diabolica and the Grindelwald version were simply not the same thing. The latter was the magical foundation of a legendary wizard, while the former was about the same as a small trick. This thing was essentially a fire-making spell, just with cool special effects. Over the next few days, Isaac shuttled between the offices of several deans, including Professor Snape. Even Professor Snape. At any other time, Isaac wouldn't have been able to find so many opportunities for one-on-one tutoring with famous teachers. Not only was it free, but they even only taught the subjects they were best at. The other three deans went without saying. Who could refuse an eager and clever student? In fact, Professor Snape wouldn't refuse either. As a student, the most important thing was to learn to treat everyone equally. This was exactly what Isaac did when asking for advice. He spread his visits evenly among the four deans and went to all of their offices. Although in the Great Hall, Professor Snape's behavior was much colder compared to the other professors. But he didn't owe Isaac anything. Seeking knowledge, in his past life, Isaac had only managed the knowledge part. In fact, the emphasis of these words lay in seeking. Regarding Isaac's questions, Professor Snape maintained his usual lukewarm attitude. Yet he didn't teach a single bit less of what he was supposed to. As one of the universally recognized potion masters of the modern era, with Snape's guidance, Isaac would avoid many detours in the field of potions. In the wizarding world, learning knowledge comes with a threshold. These subjects were not things that could be understood simply by self-studying with a textbook, especially potions and herbology. There were too many detailed and trivial points of knowledge involved. To the powerful wizards who wrote the textbooks, these minor details were practically second nature. But to Isaac, a newcomer to the wizarding world, these were areas that required special attention. Although Isaac could secretly learn these things through prophecy, the efficiency was far inferior to directly bringing a notebook to ask in person. After all, isn't a person's mouth meant for speaking? In short, within a few days, Isaac made himself a familiar face to the deans. At this moment, Isaac was in Professor McGonagall's office, making final revisions to his transfiguration essay. What did you just say, Quirrell? Just now, Professor McGonagall had sighed softly, and Isaac had vaguely heard her mention Quirrell. Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, Professor Quirrell will be your Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor for the upcoming school year. Professor McGonagall sighed in her heart. A perfectly good Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor became a disposable, single-year position once they came to Hogwarts. The problem was, with the rumors spreading to this day, even Professor McGonagall couldn't say for sure whether the curse placed on the Defense Against the Dark Arts class position by Lord Voldemort was a rumor or the truth. Back then, she could confidently tell everyone that it was just a rumor. But now, Professor McGonagall lacked the confidence to say such a thing. Because ever after Dumbledore refused Lord Voldemort's application to teach, something would happen to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor every year. This was something she had experienced firsthand. Haltingly, there were already some candidates for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor, though she didn't know who they would find for next year. Isaac was amazed at how tight-lipped that old man Dumbledore was. He actually dared to keep Professor McGonagall in the dark about this kind of thing. Speaking of which, just yesterday, Isaac had seen Dumbledore sneakily eating sweets in the headmaster's office. As expected of the Hogwarts principal, he truly had no pressure at all. Dumbledore wouldn't tell Professor McGonagall, but Isaac couldn't withhold information. Old Dumbledore was the principal, but he wasn't. Professor McGonagall treated him with complete sincerity, so how could Isaac let Dumbledore enjoy his peace and quiet alone? How can there still be a Professor Quirrell? Isaac's eyes darted around. This newly appointed Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor is already gone. Professor McGonagall's heart tightened. If any other young wizard had said this, Professor McGonagall would have dismissed it as a mischievous prank requiring a stern lesson. But Professor McGonagall had no choice but to take Isaac's words seriously. For one thing, the child's relationship with Dumbledore was ambiguous and hard to define, so it wasn't impossible that he had heard some inside scoop from Dumbledore. Secondly, Professor McGonagall had already confirmed with Dumbledore that Isaac truly possessed the power of prophecy. And it was the highly precise, Grindelwald-style prophecy, not the charlatan-like prophecy of Hogwarts, divination class professor, Trelawney. This also meant that if Isaac said the defense against the dark arts class professor was gone, then he might really be gone. Oh dear. Professor McGonagall quickly sought confirmation from Isaac. Valdor, what exactly do you mean by gone? Professor Quirrell went to the forests of Albania and brought Lord Voldemort back, hidden on the back of his head. I happened to see Lord Voldemort on the back of his head, so I told Professor Dumbledore. Isaac pointed to his heterochromatic eyes, letting Professor McGonagall know that Theshying, he referred to was not on a physical level, but rather seen through prophecy. A while ago, Professor Dumbledore made a trip and finished off Lord Voldemort's wandering soul at Quirrell's house. However, because Lord Voldemort and Professor Quirrell were too deeply bound, after his wandering soul was destroyed, Professor Quirrell went along with him. So, Professor McGonagall, our defense against the dark arts class professor for this year is gone tilde. Oh, by the way, I saw Professor Dumbledore finish off Lord Voldemort's wandering soul with my own eyes. The professor let me use the pensieve. Isaac also provided Professor McGonagall with irrefutable, ironclad evidence. Professor McGonagall. Since meeting Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts, this was truly the first time Isaac had seen such a massive change in her expression. It was also the first time he detected a hint of panic on Professor McGonagall's face. This panic was not because of Lord Voldemort's death. When the greatest wizard of the age, Dumbledore, personally came knocking on the door, it would be a miracle if Lord Voldemort didn't die. If he could have survived, he wouldn't have been hiding from Dumbledore, not daring to show his face in the first place. Professor McGonagall was worried about what to do with the defense against the dark arts class for the upcoming school year. With only about a month left before the start of term, she was only now hearing this shocking, terrible news. The teaching professor was gone, what on earth should they do? Valdor, your essay has been revised to perfection. This is the mailing address for Transfiguration today. You can have an I'll send your essay to them. I have urgent business with Professor Dumbledore, so today's tutoring session will end here. Professor McGonagall left in a hurry, heading straight for the headmaster's office after leaving her own. As the deputy headmistress, she had to know what arrangements Dumbledore had for the defense against the dark arts class professor for the upcoming school year. If Dumbledore didn't have a suitable candidate either, Professor McGonagall would have to quickly mobilize her network to find someone to fill in. They couldn't very well let the young wizards teach themselves for the next year, could they? After all, Hogwarts had 7 grades, and the 5th and 7th years still had to face the 2 most important exams of their lives. Without a reliable professor, wouldn't they be doing the children a disservice? Professor McGonagall would never do such a thing. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.